Talk about the drops and all that. Forget about that. We have some big teams coming in with so many points that can absolutely just ruin the dreams of some of these teams that are currently on the chase.
We've been enjoying the outside so much that we wanted to go it and just switch it up as we're just getting absolutely splashed by the fountain here. And while we're doing this, you know what? While we're getting splashed, why don't you guys take a look at what happened yesterday in this STC rewind?
Yeah.
Today is not the day to be lifting the trophy. It's about proving that you belong in the rest.
Oh my God!
Another one that's in a different position.
Yesterday, Group A had their final shot at making the finals, and Virtus Pro stepped up to the challenge.
Just go, fuck it.
An outrageous 17-kill win in the opening match of Day 2 means they are essentially guaranteed a final spot unless something incredible happens.
VP with a big win.
But for the rest of the teams in Group A, they face a nervous wait to see if they'll be playing this weekend or heading home early. Now, all eyes turn to Groups B and C. They have one chance to make a name for themselves and secure a spot in the finals.
Digger, that's 2 down.
They know exactly what they have to do, but actually doing it in a lobby this stacked is not going to be easy. Myth, Team Falcons, 17 Gaming, 4AM, Team Liquid, and defending champions Twisted Minds are just some of the names in action today. A good day puts those in the catch-up in contention for the championship. A bad one will see their dreams crushed. The stakes have been raised. Let's find out who is up for the challenge.
Ladies and gentlemen, the unique aspect of the Esports World Cup is, of course, the keys that our teams receive and clutch onto for dear life in the hopes that they will place that key into the center of the trophy and forever seal it as champions. The brutal reality is that 23 of our 24 teams will have their keys crushed this week by this stunning contraption. This is, of course, our Crusher. Hundreds of razor-sharp teeth, motors spinning fast through those keys, forever crushing the hopes and dreams of our teams, and acting as a reminder that... Acting as a reminder, that's better, isn't it? Acting as a reminder that they failed to secure the ultimate prize. It is, of course, unique. It's brutal, like we've already said, but of course, it is something unique and incredible about the Esports World Cup. So stick around to see it in action.
Day 2 of Lace asking to cast. No, I don't think Avenger would really like that, and neither would you guys at home. Welcome. You're joining us here today to talk about our predictions. Now, you guys at home can download the EWC app and you can do your pick'em. So you can place your favorite teams in a hierarchy and go in to win some really awesome prizes. Now, I know you haven't downloaded the app, but you guys at home should. Who would your predictions be today?
For sure, there's every single game you can choose 5 teams that you want to go through or rank them, as Lace said here. And honestly, most important for me, we are sending 8 teams home today, right? It's 8 dreams are crushed, and I would say right now, for me, there's 4 teams that I think is already out. I think R8 is not going to be able to get enough points. Petrochrono Road is a huge team. I don't think they're going to have enough points. Tyloo, another team. Supers, one of the favorites here. I'm pretty nervous about that. Don't think they're going to have enough points to withstand the 6 games of points that's going to be coming in onto the leaderboard today.
I might also have to maybe add in Gen G there too as well, because after their performance yesterday, you know, especially out of a lot of our other Korean teams that we have, they're not looking too flash hot when they were on the bottom of the leaderboard. But you know what, if we were to pick things up and place them in our 5, you know, I feel like Team Falcons, it's their day today. They need to really hone it in. It wasn't hitting them there. Obviously, they're against the Twisted Minds is coming through.
Yeah, today it's really the question of, are we going to see any of the top teams soak up all the points, right? We're going to have Twisted Minds coming in, Myth is coming in here. Are we going to have some of these teams get tons of points? Is Falcons going to be able to build from that confidence we saw in that last game yesterday where Tickleton and Gustav popped off? That's really what I'm looking forward to, because if they soak too much points, our cutoff drops, and then you need just one good game to basically get into the finals, right? So that's going to be exciting.
And it's the last day today, but of course, you guys download the app at home, make your pick'ems happen, and we're going to give it back over to 7.
Thank you so much, Lace and Avenger. Good predictions here and there. And for everybody currently watching at home, if you do put those pick'ems, make sure you share them with us. Use that hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26. Check out the website for EWC and the app as well. But today, honestly, there's so many amazing storylines. And as we just got to hear from Lace and Avenger, there is some teams that are going to be stressing out because today is Group B versus Group C. Has the teams from Group A done enough, or is it Tyloo too late?
I mean, it's Tyloo too late for sure. I mean, not only that, Petrichor is Petra done.
Yep.
Shadow is a shadow of their former selves, and the soup is boiled, right? So all of those, I think, we don't have to worry about, which is great news for teams like AGAL.
Yeah.
Because there's so many teams below them. They've essentially got 5, because I'm going to throw R8 in there, right? R8's playing today.
It's hard to say that R8 would have like an.
They're coming in with 10 points, so that's 6 games, 10 points. I'm sorry. So that's only 2 teams you have to worry about, in terms of getting past you in that race today.
And for a lot of those teams, just a heads up, you can see right now in the overall that Myth is in first place with 79 points. They were absolutely stunning. So as you guys start talking about for that 16 cutoff, if those teams, we'll get a chance to talk this a little bit more later, but if they end up performing well too, it's gonna sponge up so many more points, Godspeed.
Yeah, and here's the thing. So talking and bouncing off what Toffees was saying is Full Sense is just 1 point under AGL, right? Which 61 and 60. Last year's cutoff was 63 points. So with these big heavy hitters, specifically, I'm actually looking at T1 and 4AM. Now, the reason why I mentioned it yesterday, T1 has been kind of bullying 4AM when it comes to PGS, right?
Everyone,
in the PGS circuit. And the problem is they're going to be in this very same lobby. Now, T1... 43 points in their first day, not bad, obviously quite good. 4AM struggled a bit more with 32, and they're going to have to face off against those rotations, and I think at least for 4AM, if we're talking about them, even though Winda had an amazing day.
But he was the only one for
He was the only one, exactly, and I think that's going to be the struggle, Steve.
Well, it almost goes the same way, though. When I talk about T1, it was Heather that was popping off yesterday, right? He was haunting the dreams of the Falcons and will for the rest of his life. But I think that's what it's going to come down to. Which of these 2 teams has the rest
I am a sort of your host,
step up,
MFC
grab the torch and say, this is a team event, not a solo
We're going to be
event.
watching
And
the
whichever one of
PUBG
those makes the
EWC
push, I think,
live
has that chance to
together,
go the distance.
talking about
Both
what's
stable
going on
rosters, both
the
legendary in their
grounds,
regions,
and
both
also
underperforming. I
going
think
with
that's the story there
predictions.
with
Don't
those
forget
two,
you
is
can
which
put your
one jumps up,
predictions
which one
in
steps
on the
up, and which one has to deal
EWC, play
with maybe
them,
hot drops later
pick
today.
them.
And I'm hoping we continue to see some of those plays that we have
Into
seen
that
with
quick
the
go and get your
DRDM,
picking
or as I
choices
like to
in.
call it, and I'm really trying to
There's
make this
hundreds
thing
of thousands of pounds
splat
available if you're very good at
because we
picking
saw
them.
that perfectly happen yesterday.
Get this thing out of here, man.
Come on, Godspeed, it has to catch on a little bit. But as we're
We're
moving
approximately
on here
20
from
minutes
overall,
into the
we
first
got our
game.
Sony stories of the day, which honestly, for this squads, I'm going to be looking at none other than Full Sense, the reigning global champions, and 4AM, because we were expecting a little bit more out of these 2 squads, and they have put themselves. For Full Sense, you're not going to be able to play today, but for 4AM, you're going to have to give it your all.
And again, I think their biggest issue will probably be T1 if they do happen to run into the same rotations. But outside of that, I think 4AM did show. First of all, 4AM has been a much better team this year than we've seen in a while, Steve, right? I mean, we've seen over the past, even Godv tried to make his return. It really didn't work out. That roster kind of struggled. I think this is going to be 4AM's best roster coming into this year, coming into this event to actually make a qualification. And if they don't run into T1 much, then the problem is they're going to have to worry about Myth. They're going to have to worry about Twisted Minds. They're going to have to worry about Gam. Gam had a 50-point first day.
And I think if you talk about 4AM versus Full Sense, 4AM's at 32 points coming into their next 6 games. Full Sense finished at 60 after 12. So theoretically, 4AM is ahead. If they do the exact same thing they did on day 1, they end at 64, which actually will put them ahead of their competitors Full Sense and AGAL and qualify them. The problem is you can't build a strategy around a consistent 32. You know what I mean? So they have a tall order. They can't guarantee they get 1 or 2 good games this time. So I think that's going to be a stressful moment for them. I do think that the biggest beneficiary of this entire thing is AGAL. Full Sense dropped that ball just a little bit yesterday. They only got that 60, which puts them 1 point below, and I genuinely believe there is a really high chance that that cutoff is right between those 2 teams.
I think you're right. I think the cutoff is going to be between 60 and 65, that may be the highest, again, because we have such big sponges. You and I got to talk about something else, and it's our region. Falcons, Liquid, both have, I mean, Falcons kind of really turned it up at the end of yesterday. Liquid, for the most part, even though they kind of stumbled in the middle, they still had a pretty decent day overall, but they both need to get over the 60-point mark.
I mean, you wore the shirt, right? This is NPL. That's from these guys' era. It's 7-8 years ago now.
Yeah.
All but one player from both of those teams have been playing since that time period. And so they know that they have the ability, the experience, the veteran status to be able to handle the pressure today.
Right.
But to be in a position, that's our region, where we're sitting here going, oh my gosh, I hope they make it, is not a stress that I am used to or enjoying very much.
And moving from that, teams that are not going to be feeling that pressure today, the teams that could possibly end up just doing a lot of sponge points, just taking a lot of points from these squads that actually need them, I'm going to be looking at Myth, because it took a long time for, I believe it was VP to even pass Myth, and they were able to play all their 12 matches. Another squad within that range, it's going to be vicious. They're going to be playing today. They were one of the best performing squads yesterday, and we also have Twisted Minds. There's just so many squads that can sponge ball it. And I know, Godspeed, earlier you were saying 60, 65 points, but honestly, Toppies, it could end up being even lower than that.
It could. It could. So let's jump off with Myth, right?
Yeah.
Historically, a myth is something that exists only within a certain group. When you exceed past a myth, you become a legend, and that's what these guys are doing right now. The fact that they have played half the games of the rest of the lobby, and only one team of those 8 that played yesterday was able to pass them. Only Virtus Pro passed them. They stand in second with 6 games. That means they have no pressure. They're already qualified, and they have 6 games to do whatever they want. Everyone else is going to explore defensiveness. That means they're going to rack up points, and yes, may drive that qualifier down to 60 points.
You know what this reminds me of, Steve?
What?
Rock. Last year, group stages, they cleared over 100 points.
True.
And that's the danger here. Myth, when you have a team that's so confident coming out of the group stages, going into the last day, knowing that they're already qualified, that is a nightmare for every other team involved. And again, it's that confidence that we're talking about. It's going to be the lack of confidence as we go on through the games that you're going to see in every other team that is not Myth or already qualified in that top spot. That's a beautiful bird, by the way.
Now, if we're talking about violence, right? If we're talking about a team coming out to cause problems, Myth will do that. They want to break 100. It applies to their legend status,
They will break 100, yeah.
Another team, you brought up the Vicious. The Vicious is a team that came out yesterday and was like, hey, you guys forgot about us? Not anymore. And they played out of their minds. They took some endgame fights. They played aggressive. They weren't afraid of pushing 1-2s.
Not at all.
And so I really respect the points they put up yesterday. And at 45, if they have a day the same, easy qualification. But because they know that, they're going to be more aggressive out of the gate and probably get even higher.
Remember, they have Tycon, right? That roster is really disgusting. Tycon burst onto the scene. Basically, immediately we knew that he was going to be someone to watch. And now that he has this roster of Sapao, YM Kood, we've seen him so much experience, and Sir T, this is a very dangerous roster. But again, it all comes down to how much confidence will they bring into this day because of how well they played yesterday. But again, because of the teams at the top that may put a lot more pressure on them.
Now, I want to mention this because we're talking about teams that had 6 games and may change the way the game is played. Twisted Minds, still in the hunt, right? They're currently in 4th place with only 6 games played. And rumor on the streets is Lou is back. He landed last night late. Will they give him a rest? Will they play him? The question is out, but we know that he is now in Paris. Imagine that. A team that is that good, 4th after 6 games, down a player using a sub, and now they don't have to.
But there's something to be said. Do they just let the Tab finish it out, who's obviously played just fine?
Right.
Or do they try to let him rest? Or do they try to let him get in to get games to practice for the grand finals? Because Twisted is going to the grand finals. So that, I mean, either way, I don't think there's a wrong decision, especially coming in so late, being tired, exhausted. Yes, you want to get the practice in, but at the same time, you want to make sure that you're ready for the finals.
You can't have a masterclass without the professor. Lou's in town. The professor's ready to play. I think they're going to put him in. I think they're going to start him, and I think they're going to show us. They're going to go out there and be like, we want to outprove Myth. Like, they want to believe, they want to show. Defending EWC champions, looking for a PGC down the line. Best team in the world at the moment. In my opinion, I think they're going to come out hard.
Yeah, and when we saw Myth, we got to talk about player performances because we ended up Kiss being able to put up a great performance. Other players from the squad as well. Yesterday, one performance that we need to point out that happened at the end of the day has to be Falcons, because Tig, I mean, he ended up popping off. They ended up with 12 eliminations, but that performance out of Tig sparked Falcons to not feel so much pressure coming into day 3.
Yeah, well, I think Tig and Gustav for the last 2 live, the total accumulated kills of 12 plus just from the 2 of them alone, right? And here's the thing with the Falcons. You and I have been watching this team, I mean, minus Gustav, but we've also been watching Gustav for so many years. This is kind of what happens if they don't start hot. It takes them a few games just to figure things out. But by the end of it, that's why when you asked me yesterday, hey, are you worried about the Falcons? Steve and I both kind of echoed, not really. They'll kind of figure it out by the end. But now it's crunch time. We have seen, even though they kind of right the ship midway through a qualifier, that they're not always guaranteed to finish strong. And I hope, and I feel like they will, but you never know.
I feel good about it. I talked to Gunnar this morning because there was sort of a rumor about a change of calling yesterday, the IGL situation. And he said, yeah, Gustav has joined Kickstart in the IGL role. He said Kickstart's one of the smartest players in the world. His micro is incredible in terms of calls. We wanted to add Gustav's macro knowledge so they can kind of share the early stage of the game and give Kickstart the support to just kind of cut loose when he needs to. Having that secondary IGL to make sure that everything runs smoothly is, I think, a really good decision. So yesterday, I think they were getting those feet under them a little bit. They've been doing this for a couple of weeks now.
And it's hard to do dual IGL, by the way.
Especially when you have, yesterday they got some bad luck. They got PUBG'd, if you know what I mean. That happens. They bounced back. The last game.
The heavy RDM comes to mind, yes.
PUBG happens. It does. And so they bounced back. They kept the right mentality. I actually am not worried about them today.
I'm not either.
They should advance with no issues.
I'm not going to be worried about them anymore. I was trying to wave a red flag. That's not going to happen. One team that is sitting clearly, comfortably with 45 points is none other than Navi, and I believe Kalaris has an interview with them.
Hey, Kalaris here at the Esports World Cup for PUBG Battlegrounds, and of course I've got Alrain here with me for their second day of games in the group stage. So thank you very much for joining me here, Alrain. Let's get with our first question. Obviously, you guys started things off on your day one with 44 points so far. Do you feel like that was enough of a performance here so far? What was your kind of outlook on those games as a whole? And do you think you're going to be able to carry that through into your second day?
Yeah, we had a rough day yesterday. We played 5 hard games, but the last one was our own. The circles were in our favor, so we just secured the win, and the situation, the leaderboard just got better. And today we need some kind of 20 points. We still are not there yet, so we need to be focused. We need to perform to the best we can. So I don't want our boys to be like on the edge.
Absolutely. Nobody wants to be on the edge. It is tough here for some of these teams, of course, that haven't had the best of day number ones. Let's talk about kind of bigger picture things, because I think like a lot of players and fans look at Boostic and Hakatori as the guys that kind of really shine on the roster, and obviously they're amazing fraggers. But when I look at kind of how Ferris is able to do in some recent tournaments, as well as obviously kind of taking charge for the team, it's always great to see him kind of developing as a player as well. So where do you think Ferris is at right now here and for EWC?
Yeah, definitely. We have some roles changes after PGSs, so Ferris is adapting. We have hard times right now with figuring out how to make everything work, but he's doing good. He's adapting, and I think the more we play, he can get better and better until the finals.
Can you elaborate on those role changes, or do you want to keep that secret for now?
No, like IGL is a Spyro right now. He's taking the charge of the game, and Ferris is taking the second caller role. Yeah, something like this, yeah.
Okay, that's good information, thank you. And just as a kind of final question here as a whole, what's the skill ceiling? What's the level that this Na'Vi roster can get to? Because you guys won a PGS, but from my mind, I feel like an EWC or a PGC is on the way for a roster like this. So what's your perspective on it?
Yeah, I agree with you, because I think this is the best roster I've worked so far. Individually especially, we lack a little bit of experience, but with Spyro coming to this roster, it like fills the gap, I can say. So definitely sooner or later we will get it, and I hope this one is ours.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Alrain. I'll let you go back to your team for now here. That is me, Kalaris, signing out with Alrain here for day number 3 of the group stage.
Are we ready? Hey. I said, are we ready? Hey. For PUBG Battlegrounds EWC. Live from Paris. It's day 3 of qualifications. And it's Group C versus B. Will the Falcons cement their position In the grand finals, will Twisted Minds take top spot for the qualification? We will find out very soon.
In this EWC PUBG Battlegrounds. You know what? Today, it is do or die, guys.
That's right, 16 teams will battle tooth and nail to secure a spot in the grand finals today, whilst 8 will have to sit on the sidelines, watch and wait. It is a brutal reality watching the leaderboard slowly climb and potentially surpass you.
Yeah, but like we saw yesterday, like any team can just pull off a big games and instantly lock in their spots into the finals. So nothing is really over and no one is truly safe.
Words couldn't be true there, Luti. And so, coming to you live from the Gadir City grid in the Port de Versailles in the heart of Paris. Make some noise for your teams as they fight to secure a spot in the grand finals one last time. Starting with 17 Gaming.
Here we go.
Navy!
I still think they need to have more. Introducing Navi! Need more.
R8 Esports.
It's very meh.
T1!
Four Angry Men.
Why so angry? Why so angry?
DK Esports.
Genji Esports.
JD Gaming.
The Vicious Esports.
Team Nemesis.
And they'll do pretty well today.
Sharper Esports.
Team Liquid.
Are you ready for my predictions for game one? In first place will be Falcons. Second place, Liquid. Third place, Myth. Fourth place, Twisted Minds. And in fifth place, in the first game of the last day of qualification, it's GAM Esports.
And finally, your defending champions of EWC, Twisted Mind! This is it. Our team are locked in and ready to fight for 6 more games of group stage, while the A team of Group A just waiting and discover the destiny.
That's right. We don't have to emphasize the importance of the next 6 maps. Our players know exactly what to do. They have been here before. Thousands of hours played, no stone left unturned, and the best teams in the world ready to go toe-to-toe. So it is time to close out the group stage of PUBG Battlegrounds at the Esports World Cup.
I'll tell you what I'm looking forward to. The World Cup of Nations in September. I didn't even know it was a thing until yesterday. 2 Nations Cups in 1 year. Come on.
I'm going to go with Twisted Minds as our biggest rival.
Probably say 17. They've been the most consistent team. Navi's also been very good.
워낙 좋은 퍼포먼스를 많이 보여준 좀 슈퍼스타 선수들이 많아서 미스가 가장 라이벌이라고 생각합니다.
Blue zone behind it. No options, no cover. Gets the headshot. It's dicey between the two.
ENC is called.
虽然说 Twisted 呢是上届 EWC 的冠军，但是我们面对他们，我们还是很有信心。我们队伍不惧怕任何队，我们遇到了之后都会全力。
Boulevard City. Where the fuck is Boulevard City?
don't want to fight Navi.
Who's that?
Hackatory, that guy's built different.
America.
Very scary. Very good at the game.
There's no one that I'm scared of.
Oh,
or
no.
like, don't want to fight, you know? We're them.
They're hosting
We're
it
gonna
in
win.
Saudi?
We're the best.
这个小组也没有我们想打的队伍，因为这个小组比较均衡。
Honestly, it doesn't matter for us. We're just ready to fight everyone.
£80. 80 quid for the pass to watch it live in Saudi. What do you get for that? Premium entry for 4 days, goodie bag and fast track. That's a lot of money.
But they also have to get by Myth, where we are going to write the next chapter in what has already been an impressive 2026 for that squad.
Yeah, for sure. And again, my big question here, are they going to absolutely send it, break last year's record, go for that triple digits, take all the points away, soak up everything that is possible, and make it even harder for the other teams trying to get into
it was
that
before then.
Big final. Of course, we're going to be sending 8 teams home. We're going to be crushing 8 teams' dreams today here. And yeah, sure, some teams are not playing. I think right now you could say Petrico Road is definitely not making it. Tyloo with 43 points is not making it. But Supers with 53, I think, unfortunately, they're not making it. I think the cut is going to be around that 55-point mark.
I think it's going to be higher.
Question all day long, and it's really going to depend on.
I think the cutoff this time is going to be 65 points. You heard it here.
Well, Twisted Minds. Falcons, who kind of showed up yesterday, like Liquid, who had a very impressive day one. So it really so much kind of leaning on the results of this first map. Will those teams that have already found success continue to
find left-handed here? No, it's right.
Day number 3, but we are in the plane. We are ready to go, and we are starting things off on Erangel.
Yep, we're going to have 2 Erangels today, 2 Tagos, 1 Rondo, and 1 Miramar. And yeah, that's the teams that's coming in. Very impressed with, of course, Twisted Minds and Made in Thailand. That's already above that threshold, far and beyond. And yeah, they can come out and farm a lot here. And the big name coming back for Lou for Twisted Minds, even though the Tab had an amazing performance in their day, he's going to be coming back, and that's a big name to put in the server.
Never forget the Tab double kill through the smokes. He's going to put that on his already impressive highlight reel of time.
Are we ready? Let's go for game 1 of day 3.
Things off here today, and that is
Come on, Falcons!
See all the faces of all the players. A lot of stress on some of those players, but some of those faces looking a little bit more calm. We'll see how it plays out here now that the plane is in the air. The drops are coming through, and we'll see if anybody drops close to each other. They've managed to avoid it for the most part these first 2 days, any early game shenanigans.
Yeah, Severny and Novo here, playing path from the north to the southeast. A little bit difficult for some of the teams to get to the western side. Fair Pierce long stretch. The team's going to be having to go close for that, so let's see what ends up happening here. There might be some contests for cars and so forth, so it's going to be definitely interesting. And also with the circle, like the plane path with like this here, we could end up getting.
So you want just stay away from Falcons, you bunch of goons.
Or southeast with like a 50-50 circle. At least that's what the tendencies has been with these plane paths here, Poro.
Feels like we managed to duck Military Island for the most part.
You say so.
So far.
Oh, it's going to be Gatka Circle, I reckon. Oh, it's not Severn, that's high.
Another hard shift coming in once again.
God damn diggity. Falcons got a horrible rotation into the zone here.
Chance to sit down and speak with Soul about his tournament so far.
저희는 에란겔에서 그룹마다 좀 다르게 떨어지는데 뭐 그 이유는 일단 파이널에 올라가기 위해서고 저희가 하는 모든 행동 하나하나는 우승을 위해서라고 말씀드리고 싶습니다.
They're on the clock here, Poro, for sure. 26 points so far, and with a roster like this, with names like this, PGC champs in the roster here, they should definitely be making waves. And today, uncontested on the drops. They are looking good. Rorschach is a strong start here for them. It's a top 3 prior getting into the circle. You can already see D moving in there. Daniel has been having some great impact actually for the team. Quite surprised.
Yeah, what's top 16 at 40 points?
Now already being that front scout, trying to see out and get the information that's so crucial.
They've only played
in a rough circle
12
like
games.
This, where you're already counting out about 40% of the playable space, and it's going to be such a high priority. And also, when you look over to the other sides of you know,
Go off,
Nemesis,
62. I'm going for
that's
62
already
point
in
cut
Severity.
off.
They're
Let's
already
see what
locking down some of these
happens.
high prior spots. And Lou, he is back. He has
Oh,
been
he's back. He's
flown in
playing.
and arrived today here just to be ready and saying like, oh gosh, you already made it. 69 points. Nice. But let's see how far we can take this. This is the absolute best practice you can get for a player like Lou. I saw he was grinding rag with some of the guys across all the hubs in the community, so that's been amazing. And I'm sure he's going to be absolutely ready for this.
He did get in a little bit late last night, but should be nice and warmed up. You saw he already took a couple of shots there at Gen G as they made their way across the river, so a little bit of damage already been collected here by Twisted Minds. Meanwhile, 4 a.m., the story this year so far has been 4 a.m. and T1. They just cannot seem to avoid each other. Well, at least to start things off here today, 4 a.m. has one Yesnaya, and T1 has been relegated down to Ferry Pier, but should be okay for them.
I honestly regard Ferry Pier as a pretty high.
Right, well, set up.
Also great if you go for that loot there, but especially with the amount of
Graphics are all off the monitor.
Throughout, and also the Primos, the Ferry Pier, the amount of water we've seen, it's a strong drop. Let's see how far they take. And also, I'm super excited to see them back against each other in the lobby here. They always make the games extremely exciting. Sharper has locked down some of the higher spots.
I'll put the camera down there. That might block some stuff later. That's the problem. So I may have to move it.
Information, see if there's open possibilities and open compounds that they can lock in. He's not getting any shots coming in from the junkyard, so they're going to be able to take that. That's a great spot in this circle here, Poro.
As we see all of our teams kind of making their way through. Yeah, Geeke getting a little bit close to R8. It's been a slow start, to say the least here.
They're turning. They're fighting.
Geeke, they decided they want a piece of this. They're going to find Teddy. So Songjang will get his first knock of the day, and Park Pro will do him the honor of flushing him out. So
first kill.
Geeke knows that R8 is over here. Empty, you better have a great path planned ahead of you to escape this.
They had 10 points in their first 6 games here. Now they start their second day like this here. It's not looking good. They need a record-breaking day here. And as I talked to Lace about here, it's my book, man. I already count them out. Like, it's going to be
look at this.
Too many good teams.
This is the problem, right? Because Twisted Minds have qualified. They will look for teams that need points and will go after them.
Also aware of some of the locations coming in here. You can see Lou already with the comms. Speaking shots coming in multiple sides here. Damage done to Spaceman. Hits some ammo also, but it's returned immediately to the headshot.
That's what you always got to be worried about, right? These guys can actually shoot very well, so you don't have a whole lot of time to just sit around and ADS taking shots. So Lou will heal up and escape back to the rest of the boys. It looks like Twisted Minds just currently hovering around on the south side of this zone. We saw them running into a couple of teams over by that Razak Bridge, but now they've got it pretty much clear.
JDG.
And JDG right now 34 points, as you see on the leaderboard here, and that's currently just outside that cutoff. With Falcons in 15th.
I was going to say, yeah, Falcons are going that shit. That's the only rotation path they can make around the back of the mountain.
They're going to be out here. It's such a low threshold to having be playing.
It's going to be a tough first game for Falcons, and I've got them to win this game. So.
On that roster. That's just so unfortunate. I don't know if it's the demise of missing out on having a player like Ike left on the team, or them not being prepared. You saw in the interview with him, they were absolutely not worried about fighting anyone. Not had the chance to do much of that so far. And now Myth coming in, and that's a team you want to avoid. Thunders finds Parkrow here as Sharpers gets involved with Geeke.
Geeke, we saw them run into R8 a little bit earlier, but Sharper proven to be a little bit of a tougher opponent as Tanawat will continue to make his way around. Yeah, secure that point. 2 now.
You might want to drive, mate.
Sharper as Thunders will have to retreat. Getting sprayed down here by the remaining angry members of Geeke. But Geeke now having to play that forward as a duo.
It's a bit unfortunate, yeah, for sure. Especially it's not a high prior position with the current first zone. Now, sure, you can hide your cars a little, but it's more of a waiting spot more than anything. And that shelf just above them. Sure, they're going to have enough meds with that station. But sure, I don't think you really see them. Unless the circle moves away from them, they're going to be able to take the compound where R8 is at for the recalls. I don't really see them getting them 2 back. So let's see what happens now on screen with 17. Yesterday, in my book, 23 points, having that central drop spots is just not good enough for a team of this caliber here, Paro.
No, very high expectations been placed on this squad, and deservedly so. I mean, they are a PGS winner so far this year, and it has just been a slow start. 23 points, as you said, but this is, again, one of those teams that has that reputation that if they get things going their way, they can put up an incredible amount of points. I wouldn't be surprised to see them put myth levels of points up in one day should they get the ball rolling, but it's going to all depend on this first game here. See if they can start finding their way. Check in with GAM on that northern coast, pulling in on that western side of a very wide split Team Liquid right now.
Falcons are in, that's good. I think this is going to shift towards 4 AM, isn't it? Oh no.
Here, it actually
no.
Drop dead center onto Elo's location here. They're going to lock
going
down that
shooting range.
that ridge west of Cervenary. It's actually a really strong spot. It's very breachable when the team's coming in on either side of the ridges, but as a phase 2 spot for a location here, that is massive for them. I wonder if they're going to stay with the 2-2 split or if they're going to try to link back up as a 4-man.
And also a very another hard, well, it's not a hard shift per se, but it is hugging that coastline. There's still about 30% of the circle is water and unplayable, and GAM taking over that cliffside now means that entryways will be limited. As we see, still 61 left alive, 6 teams up. It's going to get pretty crowded in there pretty quickly.
And the scary thing is, alongside that, you have like 2, 3, 4 teams that's basically already qualified or close enough to doing so.
Yes, sir.
And then they can start playing around it and be extremely greedy. GAM is one of those. 50 points is looking great. They just need one more decent game here. They know just by the merit of being in the next 6 games here, they're going to have, 1, 2, 3 kills.
Now they know it's all right. They'll take him out.
He's losing players here. That's unfortunate, but they did get the res off, and GK did backfill that position as I was talking about before. Might be able to res as well, so that's huge for GK. As Falcons continue the slaughter fest that they had yesterday from that last game on Erangel.
Yeah, this is nice here for Falcons, just kind of playing in from the edges. Managed to catch that 1 point off of R8. As you said, GK able to get those blue chips. They're going to get their players back, but man, even when you get them back, where do you go? There's just everything is occupied right now, so they'll maybe at least be able to throw them a gun here or there to play around, but it's going to be dicey for sure as we see.
Here we go. It's kicking off. Everyone will be trying to find space at the shooting range because it is probably going to go that way now, isn't it?
Nemesis has eyes on. This is really just trading shots on the northern side of shooting range here. Sharper finding some success, but they do have to stop down and get that res onto Erzapalui.
Delays just a little bit. Jedi being out already. 2 kills. It's looking good to stack that up from the beginning here. You just need a high average. You just need to avoid those, 0 and 1 point games.
Feels really early to be right here, doesn't it? But I mean, I guess when you have the pickaxe, and you
the terrain is important here. Yeah, for sure. It's. I'll say this.
Go on, Falcons.
We're eliminating so much base as you talked about. Now, though, we have to talk about this. Falcons pulling up onto GK. They saw that they were having a rest here, so a count going out, and that might be massive. I don't think they're even going to get the guys back from that recall.
Might not. Songjang, the last player left alive, he will at least have time to heal, and he is going to spot out Tiggleton. Won't be able to go for the flush. He will.
Boys, come on.
Losing one early. Shrimzy just not getting the angle in time to prevent that flush. We'll see if Falcons can get rid of this player. Songjang, obviously a hero in the scene. He wanted to go down, and he got it. He stayed alive in time. That is great work from Songjang.
Now Park Pro and EJ, they're just going to be birds in the sky. They're going to have to survive, have to try to rat out. Chan though finds 2 from Vicious. Simon and Tygan goes down.
They should be able to get ticked back up.
Coming in for 17.
And Chan. Oh, they're going to play well today.
Perfect southern shift.
Played awful yesterday, so I took them out of my team.
Only GAM is going to have to reposition Falcons as well. And for the teams coming in on the southern side, they're going to just have to slide in and just try to survive for just a little bit.
I worried. I mean, historically, that Waves spot that 17 is playing in has been very dangerous to try to go to early just because of how it plays out. But, oh my goodness, Cold 119. Going to be sniping. But, yeah, the fact that with the destructible terrain now has made it so that 17 can kind of dig in there a little bit more than you used to be able to. And they're able to defend themselves and stay alive as 4. We'll see if that plays out for him a little bit later in the game. As the circle has popped, it's going to square up right on top of shooting range. Nemesis really kind of on the clock here.
Yeah, they need to show up, and this is a home serve circle. This is their chance to put points on the board. Sure, they're central, but defending shooting range is an absolutely insane task to have ahead of them here.
You've got a couple more.
I'm assuming they've got.
It looks like Falcons will
get
one of their boys back.
Taking
And
them
R8
back.
going to be doing the same, as Gustav has been kind of hovering around on this other side of the circle looking for a place to come in. But Falcons will get their man back, and we'll see where they go from there. Empty gets spotted out by Gustav. And really, it's just kind of the edges, people playing around this periphery of shooting range, the high ground, the low ground, everybody very, very close to each other. Still 54 left alive.
He's on the arena. We also have some of the GAM Expendables fans in there, and there for sure. With this Western ship's going to be easy. No, shots coming in on R8. Empty absolutely pull up from Shrimsy. More points come the way of Falcons. They saw this as an easy target on their way and on their transition on the way into the circle here. Now they're considering how we're going to approach this. Can we take some of the lower ground? Can we take some of the higher ground? We've seen them before be able to play some of these edges quite well with getting kills, and 4 points already. That's a decent average here. If they could just continue that for the rest of the day, they're absolutely fine.
Yeah, just do that. It's easy. Why not? No, but Falcons, I mean, Erangel has been a nice little spot for them after what was an amazing salvage.
I don't know what
yesterday.
else they can do in this game.
Find some more success here as we see 17 working their way up to the
You
wall.
can't really
This is
send it through
playing
the middle,
slow,
can you,
playing
against
it
these
quiet,
pros? They'll destroy you.
letting them get a little bit closer, as
I
it looks
don't
like
know.
everybody's kind of found a foothold. I see one person on a mortar, and that's going to be Team Liquid. We'll see who they're aiming at.
With this next circle pop, it really
Oh
decides a lot, and that's a southwestern hard shift. Navi is laughing.
This
Team has
actually
already
is
set up
not so bad
much
for
space just ahead of this,
Falcons.
and look at the amount of teams that's inside shooting range.
Second of them will
There's gonna
die,
be
but he's
so
going to get
many fights
info.
coming from that northern and western side here. Now the Falcons and Myth are moving in as well. Twisted Minds are pulling up. Vicious out in 16th place here. That's so much damage being done from multiple sides. Sambler's out. Batulis is knocked here. A little bit rough for them.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get Batu back on his feet, but it doesn't. Yeah, okay. I think. Oh, now Perfectix has gone down. A good grenade from December 12th will get him low. And now the man who just arrived last night, Lou, is the only player left alive for Twisted Minds. But JDG not freely allowed to continue raining utility down. So they're getting shot off. But now Nemesis looks like they have spotted out something here. They're just going to spam the smokes with grenades. But maybe a res coming in here on Perfectix.
Falcons managed to just...
That's not where boats go.
Falcons managed to just send it all the way through here. As we see Gam...
Tiggs managed to get on the ground? What?
Wimbo is that front point man.
That's
They know there's a car there.
mental.
That's a quite obvious easy nade to be thrown in his direction.
I mean, you got the info, didn't you, from this
Information here.
guy,
The
so...
double nade towards Shawu does not connect.
Yeah, they're going long
Not
with
shift
the-
off
with the
shooting range
utility,
is
so
perfect for
if
Falcons
they
and
didn't
Navi.
spot the car out, either that or, I mean, Wimbo's just being very, very quiet right now.
Self-destruction between all these teams. It's
Keep
whoever
up
comes
the
out of
rest of
here
the
gets to
boys
go up the
there.
hill.
Going long range. Smoke's going to slow things down for the time being. Wimbo waiting for the perfect time. But now, shots.
body.
Nice shots there from range. Will get Clory's low. And Gam, as you said, they're just fancy foot dancing around. There you go. The grenade from Wimbo will be perfect. Gets the knock on a Clory's. Almost takes down Tanvu as well. Another one will follow, and he's going to find Tanvu that time. Duck Juice now going to recycle those smokes, see if they're able to reset this fight. But I don't know if Wimbo's going to let him.
Logos pushing in. Oh my god, it's a huge third-party opportunity for so many teams, but 17 is making all the work here. Chan finds
Wow.
it. That is Gam Esports out.
Wow.
Played there from 17. 7 kills now for them, and Team Liquid is trying to hold off Gen G's push. They do get a couple of knocks to start things off, but a good grenade from Salute will find.
What we got left? Falcons are still in. Liquid are still alive. They're down to 2 though. Myth still have 4 up. Twisted Minds are pretty much dead. And Gam
Team
are
Liquid
gone.
will wipe out Gen G.
Extremely well executed here for Team Liquid. And they have said if we have a good game 1, we might be making moves here in the next one. And it's a pull-up from R8. Teddy's coming in here. Cowboy's active. M249, he jumps in. Teddy gets Cowboy. Huge play here from him. Aimbot finds Halo. Now it's just down to Pretty Curdy.
And R8, this is about their 3rd revive at this point. Empty just hit the ground, but he is now knocked once again as Purdy Curdy finds himself the last remaining player for Team Liquid. hitting all those crates, see if he's got any more utility, but you see the shots coming in from range, but nice. Will take him down, and R8 just refused to die.
We might have to call them recall 8, the amount of times they've been called back into this game here, multiple, and that's them being able to survive is just insane. Now shots coming in here sharper as well. They need these points here. They need to extend and put on points with the board here. 31 points, 19th place power. That's going to be rough considering how far this next circle shifted, and all the teams
could have gone Gaming
are going to have
Sports
to fight for just the little space that's left alive.
Yeah, they do have a lot of work to do, but as you mentioned,
Enemy
circle
top
cutting
5.
south once again. So let's not forget about Navi and T1, who had great positions on that hillside. Have not seen anybody. Nobody has managed to wrap so far as to get into their area of control.
Right.
Falcons, meanwhile, they've sent it towards the center. They find a great center position, so they're just vibing right now for the foreseeable future as everybody is fighting their way out of shooting range. JDG, grenades will be thrown over there, but they're not going to find the mark.
Shen takes so much damage.
Finding the boat.
9 HP. Spaceman's been found as well. The last hope alive for 4AM. They're going to have to make moves. So many teams are trying to get in here. JDG's holding off.
gone.
Is fighting them. Meanwhile, R8, 17, and Nemesis have a huge brawl, and T1 is third-partying everything from the
And the 17 is destroying everyone. What the hell?
Been doing so much work from these fields. They managed to find yet another team flush up to 9 kills.
Oh, if they just got a step more, it'd have gone.
But you see the third-party shots from T1 causing 17 problems. Melman will throw the pool guys don't look at explosions grenade, fade away, run back, play the wall. They do know that they have to keep an eye on that wall down from R8's perspective.
No way.
Now eliminated. So Nemesis down to 2. Will just be fighting through as Twisted Minds are right in front of them.
Look at this. This is crazy. Everyone was bound to die down.
It's so hard for them, and they're that last team to go out before the placement points drop. Top 8 teams, and JDG, what a great hold for them to be on the edges and ridges of this high ground. Now they're pushing up. They have cover to play with as well. They're going to be the last team to
No, T1 are coming in.
T1 is moving in for the third party. They want points as well.
JDG farming right now. As you mentioned, that ridge line proving so huge as nobody from the high ground can see them. But T1, they want a piece of it. They're going to come down. They'll spot out December 12th. Nice shots from Heather. Will take him down from range. As now T1 will find 2, 3. Cold 119. The last player left alive for JDG.
5 kills for him so far. Can he defend this? He cannot. JDG goes out in 7th place, and T1 with the aggressive push paid off. But Myth is coming out to feast.
Beautiful work from T1, but as you mentioned, Myth now trying to take advantage, but can they spot them out in time? Raining the only one knock so far. Heather has the near side, runs out of bullets, has to swap guns, spots out Jacob at the tree, will force him away. Doesn't get the knock, but at least pulls them away long enough to where maybe Type can get that res onto Raining.
Yeah, even with the 8 kills that T1 have in the top 5, this is a great game for them. They're pushing the lead even further, 54 points. Welcome to the finals, guys. This is your ticket. This is your game. And now they can make life hard for everyone else. Myth now on their approach to get into this northeastern side of this new circle, but Falcons set up a perfect hold on that in all their foxholes. They've got cover.
Falcons, man.
They've got everything to
All
play
they
with.
managed to get that space is crazy.
They're disengaging to go around on the western side. That's a massive play for them. So smart, so coherent. Meanwhile, Navi has been holding that central location, central compound. They've got all the information.
Falcons might struggle in a second.
Everyone
Everyone will start being able to look into them.
There we go. They've been holding up on the high ground for so long, but nice flanking angle here from T1 as they'll collect their 9th kill. That one's going to be on to Gustav, but they will lose Type in the process as now Navi has started to flex out. They're starting to find more angles.
They're in the top 5 though, so Myth.
Falcons, but they're getting pressed by Navi still as well.
That's difficult, even with all the Doritos on board and all the vehicles.
Oh, look at T1.
Hard time. T1 saw the knocks. They saw that they were losing players. Kickstart is low. That nade might be right in his foxhole. What a great nade. 58 damage. He's going to have to duck and weave out of that. He might go down with just a few more utilities being thrown in his direction.
A vehicle about to explode as well, and
They're
he will
out.
go down to the vehicle explosion, and Falcons gets eliminated
All
in
they could
5th.
do.
T1 now up to 10 kills as they are just farming on the edges. They'll turn their attention over towards Myth. who is still 4 strong. They've managed to get revives on all of their knocks, but look at how T1 is playing. Just so aggressive.
I love that aggression. That's so well played, so well executed by them, and they realize they have so much space ahead that they could just go for it. Now Myth, it feels like everyone has been avoiding them. Once we saw the fights come in, it's like, oh, it's Myth, they already have qualified, so let's fight someone else. But Heather and T1 do not care about that. Baron goes down, and he's in the front smoke. With Ian being so aggressive, there's Panzers alongside this too, but Heather and Ian, 4 kills each. Can they make it even further?
Well, at the same time, we see Na'Vi. I mean, we looked at them yesterday where they had a great opportunity to get a lot more kills, but they played it a little bit more cautiously, going for the win. But what a shot from Heather. We'll take down Scappy Kiss, now the last player left alive, playing around the edges, looking on the smokes. One is about to go down. He go for the res here. That is extremely ambitious. Ian should spot this out shortly, and he will. Kiss will get taken down. As 14 kills now for T1, but Na'Vi in the driver's seat. But they have gotten 1 point so far as the game has played on. Somehow EJ from Geeke has been all by himself here on the southern side, not spotted by anyone.
I've got to apply the same strategy. If you can see some free placement points, you got to be safe and secure about that.
Absolutely.
4 guys alive here with everyone holding so much control. And there's just 3 kills left available. EJ from Geeke, Heather and Ian. Ian, what a shot. And 7 kills for Heather so far. It's insane.
Great work.
Are they just denying this? Like, they realize that it's just 7 players left alive, and couldn't make the most of it here with Geeke. Almost a guaranteed second place at this point here. T1, they know that potentially that Na'Vi is already qualified too, so they might have just a fight just for the scraps. Here we go.
We'll see how aggressive they decide to be here in this late game. Heather in the end trying to wrap around, but Na'Vi is already ready. They'll find one. Hacksaw will take down Ian. Heather will try to return the spray. 1,100 damage for Heather so far to go along with his 7 kills.
He's been saying, he definitely saw him.
He might drive straight into EJ. He has an MP5, and no, stun grenade is going to be going out here, and that push is coming in. Heather's low, and the heel just popped off. He's going to be able to get it. Heather's get found. Shots coming in. EJ just with the close drives, and EJ gets found for Na'Vi.
EJ got an extra kill, though. Well done.
Basically back-to-back from yesterday.
I mean, you know what? Na'Vi didn't really play a whole lot this game, but when they got to the end, they did what they had to do, secure those wins. I mean, if Na'Vi was sitting on 35 points coming into today, maybe they get a little bit more aggressive. But the difference is they were sitting on almost 50. So, you know, get your 10, secure your 10 points, do what you got to do. At the end of the day, that's all you really need.
That's all they have to do.
Yeah,
they did what they do.
44
all they have to do.
Into this game, they didn't feel like they were qualified, so played safe.
Well, we got 2 in the top 5 that last game, so we have changed it up. We've got Falcons in the next game, Twisted Minds, Myth, T1, and 17 Gaming.
I want to see them play the way that we love to see them play, that aggressive play. And Hagator, sure, they got a few kills here and there. The Ian kill and the EJ one, putting them to 3 kills, but still a second place clutch from EJ to get 3 kills. That's 9 points for Geeke in a game that did not expect to get the more out of it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, 3 points picked up along with the second place. That's well done there for Geeke. But gosh, the story of the game has to be T1, right? Like, they came in and were just taking fights with just about everybody.
Après, si vous pouvez les tourner tous les deux la gueule vers moi en même temps.
And that is a scary T1.
Tu peux mettre ton pouce dans la bouche. Le doigt, il a pas de dents.
Especially now that you look at the leaderboard, they're probably thinking, okay, we're good for finals.
And it's a great perspective, right? Because they come in and they're like, okay, people are probably going to play a little bit scared in the first few games, so let's just go aggro. Let's just go for the fights. If we have space, if we can third party, we're going to do it. And
I'm sure what David brought, it's like they brought Squid.
Man. And you've heard it, a lot of the interviews we heard throughout eSports World Cup here at PUBG Battlegrounds. Honestly, most of the guys have talked about how T1 has been able to be so aggressive throughout the year, and they continue to do it here at the Qiddiya City Grid.
Well, that is game 1.
Right, back in a minute.
We've got 5 more left to play, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse!
Week 3 of EWC 2026 is about to bring more rivalries, more hype, and more club championship points. Before PUBG Battlegrounds kicked off, Team Vitality sat second in the standings, hungry for more.
Vitality will be champion because Vitality has a lot of rosters in so many disciplines, and we're gonna try to play hard, and we're gonna try to be in highest Team Vitality in PUBG like Navi.
Lifting a trophy in MLBB at the Women's International in Week 2 was a statement from the French club. They are on home soil and are aiming for the top spot, just like the Vitality PUBG roster.
We're playing so many practice before EWC, and we're gonna playing scrims and little tournaments in
You said on Friday.
And we're ready to be winning.
Vitality are not the only ones with their eyes on the PUBG Battlegrounds trophy. Current club championship leaders Navi are also very serious title contenders.
Ми не звертаємо на це уваги насправді, тому що ми сфокусені на нашому результаті, на нашому EWC, тому ми не звертаємо уваги на це.
T1 has had mixed results in the club championship over previous years, but this time they're off to a better start.
클럽 포인트, 클럽 챔피언 포인트도 생각을 하면서 하고 있고, 저희도 잘하면 좋지만 이제 다른 팀들도 잘하면 좋기 때문에 다른 종목들도 응원하면서 좀 EWC를 좀 재밌게 즐기고 있는 것 같아요.
With 1,000 club championship points on the line, the PUBG Battlegrounds final results may bring a new leader or make Navi an even more powerful club championship contender.
It was none other than Navi putting up a masterclass, Toffees, in that finale.
I mean, I would 100% call it that. The way that Navi played that end game was beautiful. We saw that yesterday. We saw the end of the day and the discussion of champions mentality. Would you make the push? Do you save the points? They did both this time, Godspeed. Yeah. They flexed out to the left side. They sent 2 players to watch the T1 Falcons battle to make sure that if anything bad happened, they could go in and get some extra points. They didn't commit to it. They pulled them back immediately. They left Spyro up there to sort of guard the rear. It was just an absolutely beautiful play to how they executed that whole thing.
Yeah, and there was no need for them to really overextend, right? Because of the fact that they already had 48 points, I think, going into that. They didn't get a lot of kills, but they didn't need to get a lot of kills because the point is to just secure the win, make sure you make the top 16, and that was, as you stated, that was a master. It was perfect. It was just a perfect play. No overextension. That's what we want to see from them.
They weren't able to do that. So we look at the match ranking right there. Even though they end up getting the win, as you mentioned, they didn't really have to get that many kills. One team that was able to get a lot of kills was none other than T1 with 14 lays.
Yeah, I mean, they had a cracker day yesterday as well. I've been obviously watching these closely, but again, to come out with that from day one is exactly what I expect from T1. Like, this aggressive play style needs to be honed in these particular matches. And, you know, we saw it from Heather. We saw some awesome plays from Heather yesterday, but now it seems like they've kind of made these a little bit more calculated than, I'm not going to say luck, but it was a bit questionable yesterday.
In my opinion, well, Navi wins T1 because they came out aggressive. They took the fight to the Falcons. They looked for points everywhere they could get them. And that's what we said. We need to see them make these moves as a team, and they stepped up and did it. And that's the exciting part. They were not scared to take any of these fights. They went head-to-head with the monsters in the lobby Myth right after going head-to-head with the secondary Falcons, who are just sort of legendary across the scene. And then they face off whenever they need to. They're willing to take that fight with T1. They're GK. They're willing to sort of try to hold off Navi. And I respect the tenacity they came in with today.
Yeah, and I think, again, the scary thing to talk about with T1 is 4AM, right? What happened to 4AM this game? I'm pretty sure they dropped a donut. And that's the threat. As they come in, we see that the rotations are slightly cut. We see that they now also have to deal with not only T1, the other teams in the lobby, but T1, as you stated, they're coming in so confident. They're taking all those fights that it's going to be, I think, an issue once they catch up and they actually do qualify, which are pretty much already there. As you can see here with the stats, they're just going to get more and more confident and continue to dominate.
Well, when we talked earlier today in the pre-show, we said Heather, people besides Heather need to step up. Yesterday was the Heather show. Now we got Ian coming in with 5 kills and almost 1,000 damage to support him. Then, you know, rating only with 252, but Type finishes the fight. They steal a bunch of kills. They've been making good rotations. So those 2 support players really setting Ian up and Heather for good moves in this game.
And earlier, Godspeed, you were talking about teams that weren't really able to get those points for Angry Man. Another other team that needs to start getting points, if they even want to have a slight chance, which is going to be super far-fetched, is none other than Nemesis Lace.
Yeah, look, this team has such an aggressive play style, which I was sort of expecting to sort of see yesterday, but it's not something that they have been apparent. We were sort of calculating the numbers in the back room there, and they're going to need about a 7.5, but 10 average to be in, you know, that top kind of thing and not go home. Now, this is something where, you know, we want to see that aggression from this team, but unfortunately, they haven't been displaying that. I think they only got 1 point on the board from that previous match in a fight against, was it 17? And then Twisted Minds came in, unfortunately, with a third party, and they just can't capitalize on these eliminations.
So far, their true nemesis is themselves. They've got to figure out how to get those rotations cleaned up a little bit, stop running into a little bit of trouble, and then having the confidence to take the fights. I mean, these guys are all experienced players. They've been on Na'Vi rosters at one time or another. They've put the work in at the highest level. They should be doing really well.
So said, wake up.
Yeah, for me, when it comes to Nemesis, the problem is they're just not that style of team. They're just not that style of team that's just going to come out and have these massive big games. And the problem is they need a big game to start climbing up that leaderboard, as you can see here. Now, Myth, I mean, they're well on their way to 100 points, but Nemesis, again, their style is not push aggressive. Let's clear the edge. Their style is, hey, let's get control and kind of let the kills come to us. And I don't know if that's going to be enough here, Steve.
Yeah, and from some of the other squads, I mean, we saw Team Liquid being able to put up some points there. It was a total of 5 in the last match. GAM being over aggressive and then ended up backfiring for them. One thing that we're actually be seeing here in the next page is none other, it's going to be in the next one, it's none other than 17. We were talking about teams being aggressive. 17 was definitely aggressive. They ended up with 9 eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, Tian alone went like 3v1 against Vicious and just absolutely wiped him out. So they look like they came in with the knowledge that we have to put points on the board. We're in 19th. 34 is, to be blunt, if you are with an organization like 17, that is an unacceptable number to come into day 2. You need to play bigger, harder, make heavy moves. So I think they're on track. They got those points. They should continue to climb today. And that's one of those teams that if you don't see them in the final, everyone's disappointed.
Well, they don't want to be disappointed. We don't want to be disappointed, even though Shadow Esports is not playing today. I got to give them a shout out because it's still my team that I'm hoping that they do end up performing this somehow. Yeah, totally biased. Thanks, Toffees. You're welcome. But for everybody currently watching at home, make sure if you share anything on social media, just use that hashtag EWC or hashtag EWC26.
Crazy how accurate those cameras are.
That's how I feel sometimes when I'm standing next to you guys. But you know what, Kalaris, let's see which tall person he's with next.
Oh, many a mystery person here down on the stage. But yes, that's right. I'm going to be with Matchroom this time here to talk about some of maybe the rivalries, some of these conflicts that are going on between some of the teams as well. And I would be remiss if I didn't start with good old T1, taking some fights left, right, and center.
Specifically, it feels like this event, T1 and Falcons have had some really bad blood where it's been T1 getting the better side, most notably Heather, as that's been the clip that's going around everywhere with the BRDM. But also, if we look historically, T1 has often rotated very similarly to Falcons and screwed them over.
Yeah, it extends even further than that, right? T1 obviously in PGS has had that with 4AM a lot, and we saw that really come to a head where they got that second place against Myth down the line in that PGS. So I was looking forward to maybe some T1 and 4AM action today.
Whenever we think about international rivalries, it's weird because we don't have a lot of them, but the ones that we do have seem like they focus around Falcons a lot, because there was the Falcons and 17 off of the hot drops for the center of the map, and then whenever we look at like EWC itself, of course, it's Falcons that have won EWC historically, and Twisted that's won EWC. So it all seems to be everybody hates Falcons.
Big names, I can understand why they would have targets on their back. That's fair to say. I think that obviously regional rivalries are something that kind of play a factor as well, right?
Yeah.
EMEA is kind of rife of this, not supposed really because of like how the results stack up, but because of the way in which the players move. Over in CIS, for example, Twisted Minds, some of them filter down in towards, of course, where Na'Vi is. They were able to bring on some of the young guns, and the Nemesis is in a position where it's literally everybody was on Na'Vi before.
Well, whenever we look at PUBG, right, it's a lot of people that have to just scrim to try to get everybody together. So everybody does kind of get to know each other. It's just a little bit of like, I guess, individual rivalries that kind of stack everything together.
All right, well, thank you very much, Matchroom. It is time to get into our next game. Let's head over to the commentator team for our next game.
Welcome back, friends. We have one game in the books, and Na'Vi got the win, but it was the T1 show to kick off our day here. Now we are done with Erangel for now, and we're heading over to Tego. I am Porosaurus. Joining me once again is Avenger, and not a bad way to start off the day.
Oh, what a way for T1 to do that. Show their aggression, show the confidence. and show the dominance from the get-go. And yeah, as you say, it's time to
Let's get ready.
And it is, and we're
Oh,
going to be having, of
game 2. Let's get ready
so
to go.
chances for to make the most of it.
Amount of times
Right
that
now,
saying
sure,
gets
Myth,
used
that
is
put
crazy.
himself into that first place. And it did feel like
Oh,
a
my
lot
mic
of
fell
the
off
teams
there,
were
guys.
a little bit scared to face them because there's just no point to fight these guys. They're going to throw everything they have at you because they're already qualified and already going to that final. As we go from the western side to the east, and you see right now, you said 64 players before. All right, right now, half of them look nervous. The other one look content.
Well, I mean, for good reason that some of them should be nervous and content. As yeah, I mean, look, Myth obviously didn't get a win.
Let's
last
go.
game. You saw them looking dangerous.
Right.
Like there was 5 kills. They just happened to run into the buzzsaw of T1. They look like they have not dropped a beat since yesterday so far. We'll see how the rest of their day plays out. They are very close. I think that's Myth. That's very close to Team Liquid right off the drop here. Yeah, that is. That's them right on top of each other. So wasn't expecting to see any early hot drops, but we might get to see just that. Team Liquid still have a lot of work left to do here. So they do not want to take the risk here of going out early.
It's going to be fun. I mean, Liquid
not
and
the
Myth.
team you want to run into, though, if you're Liquid.
I mean, both of them did announce that they're going to go book Sansa. So now with Liquid's last game, they're like, okay, that's enough. Let's have some fun with it. Let's see if we can lock this down here and maybe show, and then that's what we want for the finals. Myth is a funny team to go up against, though. So if that team goes out, if Myth goes out early or Liquid, that means that the top end teams that historically throughout the game so far, they're not going to get any. So there might be more points on the board for our mid pack and lower pack teams, pro. So that's going to be interesting. Let's see how they approach this with a Western Circle 50-50 bet to go north.
Well, Falcons have to do it again.
That's historically been fantastic games because we actually have quite the entries to go on multiple bridges here in Tego.
Yeah, so, I mean, look, you obviously got a lot of competitive experience. When you see a circle like this that is 50-50,
right?
How much of a priority do you put on playing just along the coast versus just throwing all your chips either north or south based off of what you've seen circles do before?
Right, now with land ratio not being in effect here, we can still have the circle basically still having water in phase 4. It's not going to go away from it. So just focus on you either having an exit plan for either going north or south, depending on where, but also a big focus is if you're close to the water and have a great spot for that, you could get a lot of kills. Like you could just not care at all about winning the game, but getting those, 8 to 10 and sometimes 12 kills, as we saw Twisted Minds doing their day 1 without any placements, that's going to be enough. If you can bag 10 points from just kills, you're fine. But again, if you can set up in a situation where, like a Nemesis or a Gen G that have, somewhat easy entry into this circle here, you would want to lock down spots that's close to the bridge where you're also able to get out of your compound without being held. So that's really what I'm looking at here. For 17, though, they are in terminal. They have a Twisted Minds that's hungry around them, looting the classic Twisted Mind split here on Tego. So that's what I'm really looking at. So Team Liquid,
Loggy has arrived back.
From Books Unsought, they did not want to go face to face with Myth. Again, no point here, like 52 points.
No.
With more games to go, it's going to be enough for them. But again, as I said earlier, these games are your best possible practice for you to prepare for our final games. So I understand you want to make the most of it. Get as many fights in as possible. As we see here, though, Vicious, we saw them yesterday, Polar. I was expecting some from them with Tycon, with Dogma, with these guys on the team, but I did not expect that much. And right now they're in 14th place with 45. They could easily make their way into that final.
Yeah, it was a heck of a day for Vicious yesterday. Starting things off, and look, Team Liquid 4 deep in the U.S. right now. I don't think wants to get involved with anybody, but they may end up getting involved with Vicious. Now, this is another question, right? With a circle like this, if you are a team like Liquid or Vicious or Falcons, where you're very, very far away from that initial zone, do you slow play it? I mean, do you just kind of come in with the zone or even eat a little bit of blue just to see what that next circle decides to do?
I mean, that's exactly the problem. When you're so far away, you have no information ahead of you. You don't
Right, so this game we've got Falcons
so
in first, Twisted Mind second, Myth third, T1 fourth, and 17 Gaming fifth. Let's see if we can get any rides
or
this
even
game.
stays on either side of the water. You're going to have a plan. How do you want to approach it? And when you're getting in this late, it's going to be absolutely different. Jedi, though, on the other side here, he's going to be able to get some presence. Full 3 gear. He left the gun behind, so we might be able to check out what that is. But on Taco here, it's not just, you know, it's like Santa. He crashed, and now all the presents are coming out. And he left an arm.
Oh, my.
So that's a bit of a surprise, but usually
somebody else likes that.
It's very designated for 1 or 2 players on the team to be playing those bolt actions here. But he left it behind, so let's see who ends up grabbing that. But that's a strong gun, obviously.
That feels like a Tanawat gun, if I'm being honest.
That could be it for sure.
Tanawat or maybe Earth.
Earth Louis could be too, yeah. Now another absolute fantastic situation here for Liquid. They're going to be able to come in and loot Song Am late, and then be late to the circle coming in here. Now on board with Gustav, the newest edition of Falcons. They're going to be coming in slow from airport. Now shots come in, though, from Twisted Minds in 17.
Takes the tire out and causes him to spin out, but not... Actually, I think might have thrown off the seat swap spray, but Perfecting's now all by himself, and he is going to get hunted down. Wenwa will take him out, and that'll be a point secured for 17 as Twisted Minds once again lose a player early. But it looks like the rest of Twisted Minds actually want a piece of this. They're going to continue to collapse. They're all in vehicles. They might, that might just be them positioning, making sure that they can get that chip.
Yeah, definitely trying to put some pressure onto them so they don't steal it away and just run for it. Yeah, of course, 2 teams that's extremely close to each other. That's going to delay both of them, and that might mean that a team that's coming in later than them from the same side, like Falcons, could run into them. Now here with 4AM coming in, a lot of teams actually end up rotating in from the south to the southwest side here, so they could also be running into each other. R8 ahead of 4AM. They're going to be getting inside the circle and somewhat betting on a southern shift here. It looks like they're not looking for more information further ahead inside that circle.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of our teams are betting on the south. Now, obviously off to the east is where it gets confusing because you got Twisted 17 and Falcons.
Right.
They may commit to going north, but currently on the island we just have T1, JDG, Genji, and Geek. So everybody else that started on the mainland, that started on the south side, is elected to stay there. But Twisted Minds 17 Falcons all going for this same bridge over by Yongchong. Right now, Lu leading the way as looks like 17 will spot them off in the distance and pull away. So yeah, now that Twisted has made their way across and put themselves in good camping position, I think maybe 17 is saying like, maybe not. Maybe we just kind of hang around here on the periphery and wait and see what this second circle decides to do.
Yeah, exactly. And now with Falcons here, again, looking for information as Vicious is quite literally rotating into the circle and towards the circle, and Paul might to have a little bit of help here. Simon comes back. Now shots come in towards them. It's Sharper. They're putting on some pressure on them. They want them to disengage and get away from this area here as the swamp area is. It's a very, very vile area to drive through, and now they might tangle up with 4AM.
That's going crazy.
All those big boy guns too from the care package drop. So Vicious smart to just get in the vehicle and get on out, but Tanawat right up top, but it is going to force them into 4AM. As you said, Spaceman seat swapping, not going to matter. Pow will land the shots, gets the knock, and now a lot of damage being done on the window, but he'll find Simon T. Spaceman gets flushed out. Pow is down. 4AM fully committed to this fight with Vicious, and Sharper has to see this in their kill feed and think we can get some more points off of this. Let's get involved.
That's so unfortunate for 4AM getting knocks, but don't get the points. Shen gets found by Jedi. 4AM on a lot of pressure. Winda, it's a meme. Can they make something happen here? Can they move in and get the reses off? I doubt it. Sharper, look at that. Another, and an MK14 in the hands of another. Tons of big damage is being done. A headshot takes Winda out.
Just unfortunate timing all the way around for 4AM. Shen will get picked out of that passenger seat by Tanawat. As we said,
all right, eh?
So there we go. Now we know who has.
I'll take them on the team and stuff. I'm not going to do much.
Now we know who has on prio when it comes to Sharper. Well, the new circle has popped, and it is not 50-50, but it is a lion's share on that northern side. So already, while that fight was going on, a number of our teams that were on the south have made their way up to the north. It looks like Twisted, Falcons, and 17 were able to avoid each other for now, but 17 have made their way across by the fishing camp, and they're already getting shot at by Na'Vi.
17 sending it quite deep here in a central location. This West Palace kind of area has a lot of areas to play here. There's so many rocks, there's so many high grounds, there's so many compounds where you can accommodate. 17 is trying to find a home.
A few shots being sent over their direction by T1, and that's going to force them to get back on the move, as they were already kind of shepherded by Na'Vi. They've lost tires. They've taken a lot of damage onto these vehicles. Looks like Xiao Wu is just going to stop down. The rest of 17 will group up just off to the south. Meanwhile, a number of teams getting very close to each other here on the south side. Myth and Liquid, actually Myth and R8 rather, are going to be scrapping right on the coastline. Baron, the point man, he is surrounded currently, and he's going to go down to Ironbot.
That's a very unfortunate situation for Myth here, but then again, R8 don't care. They need everything they can get. Ooh. Currently last place, 13 points. Nade straight towards Scabby, 39 damage, and a BRDM pull-up from Empty.
The BRDM working huge here for R8. He's going to be able to spot him out if nothing else and let him know that he is by himself. But range shots from Jacob will take down Ironbot. He's doing his best to defend his teammate, but only one down now for R8 as they continue to kind of hover around here. But Liquid has seen this in the kill feed. They hear it going on just off to their east. They're going to try to get everybody back together, but they do have Gam taking shots at Alo.
Alo goes down to Clarice, or PGC 2024 MVP. Clarice might be able to flush that out as well. A little bit unfortunate for Team Liquid. They are disengaging from it as well, so Gam will be picking up that point and putting themselves on 51 points. And now T1 lost the end. They have been playing greedily about it. Our next circle popped, and we're going to have a Palace proper ending. The question is, do we end inside or on the ridges and edges and high ground around it?
Right on top of Palace. Na'Vi currently
nice Falcons
kings of the Palace. Nobody else in there. You see Falcons kind of hovering around on those hillsides just off to the east. The rest of the teams on the west side going to be running into each other. But this is very dangerous terrain to fight in over here on the west, as I mean, they can get right on top of each other before you see them. You see Gen G already taking shots from Nemesis, and now JDG also paying attention to him.
Wang F going down. It might be the pink hair that everyone sees for an easy. Oh my God, the double flip. Are these guys skaters or something like that? Oh, well played.
Little THPS3 in there. I love
it. Sure. Pretty get some shots. Gets Danawat down. Jedi, though, returns the favor. And Jacob, third parties, Earth Zapalui, Sharper, taking a lot of damage. And now utilities being thrown towards Team Liquid.
And Cowboy trying to do his best to at least secure the point before they go down. But Thunders will spot him before he's able to do that. Tanawat down to half HP, but he's on multiple knocks now. He's going to have to get revived, as Sharper just in the right place at the right time. Once again, Luke 12 all by himself, but he's doing some damage. We'll take down our Zapalui. Tanawat still not res. Jedi will be in the 1v1, and he'll get it. Thunder will get the credit with the grenade, but Sharper, with all of their utility, all of their presence that they picked up from that care package earlier, down to just 2.
Sharper on their first day was
Liquid aren't safe. I don't know what they're doing today, but they are not safe.
7 kills, 38 points. Sure, they're still outside that top 16, but if they continue this, doesn't look great though. Gam with that pull-up, they're trying to get some pressure on target.
Bye.
I don't think they realize they have a Panzer. Clarice finds 2.
Gam saw this coming. They saw the BRDM in the water. Came over here as fast as possible with that Panzerfaust in hand. Get the double knock immediately, but Empty will trade it back. Kiss now getting involved from range. Teddy, the last player left alive, and he is only alive by the grace of that BRDM. Gam still on that high ground. Will keep those smokes alive so they can maybe get the res onto Duck Juice. But Kiss finding damage and getting points for Myth from the south side in the blue.
He just stole 3 of what the kills were supposed to be Gam's. And what a way to capitalize on that for Myth. Falcons also sneaking in on the outside, and now we see Nemesis rotating in on the southern side of JDG. They're trying to put pressure onto them. Stead crashed out. He lost his car now. He's going to have to make a run for it. He's outside the blue as the zone moves in. The other guys are taking damage. Soset down to just 25 HP. Shot comes in as well.
Oh!
Just got 1 tick. 4AM is out meanwhile from Tycon, but that's going to be rough. State's going to have to use everything to try to get in.
Boy, Soset just getting in just before that blue zone tick came through. Instead, let's keep on running. Should be okay, I think. Yeah, nobody on the south side really looking over in this direction. JDG can't see him, so
he's lucky boy.
Be able to arrive once again as Myth on 92 points overall. Last year, our group stage winner was Rock with 105. Myth in a perfect position to smash that record.
Absolutely.
We see JDG now.
Once
again, there's a fight going on in the north with GK and Twisted, while Sosed is eyes on Sharper. Jedi is taking a boatload of damage off in the blue as they're going for the revive station and fishing camp. So Sharper really like what they've got going on so far and want to continue the party as they've already got 8 kills.
So much base on the northern side. A lot of the teams are just forced to fight on the south and western side.
Tycon down there in fishing camp as well. I think he sees this and will try to take him by surprise. Meanwhile, let's worry about the people that are inside the zone. Genji trying to defend their territory. Yeah, there it was. Tycon got spotted out by Thunder, so it looked like Tycon was trying to be the sneaky one, but Thunders will spot him out, so good work by him.
And Diffix finds Jedi as well as Nemesis trying to make some space on the southern side there. Inevitably going to be forced to try to fight either JDG as Navi's
How does he hold that?
Makes no sense to try to push Palace even though it's in, but we'll see how aggressive Navi plays this one out here. They see heads, they see actually the head of a PGC 2022 winner with a former Navi player on Melman. The Georgian superstar. Yeah, he's got a mortar. Have to make some it looks like he's making space for himself alongside that ridge. That's actually so smart, Poro.
See where it lands. Yep, he's not aiming at anybody. He's just trying to create, as you said, some divots for them to play in and try to keep those cars alive, try to keep those tires up, and they're going to send it immediately over in that direction, and that is a nice little spot for them to camp down in and hunker down in for the time being. And they'll immediately have to retreat as you see Boostic and Hackatori on that northern side. Now, Navi do have friends in Palace. They do have the last couple of duos here from Myth and Gam. Maybe not friends, a little bit more aggressive neighbors. Hopefully they'll remain passive-aggressive neighbors right now, because if Myth and Gam start getting active, that might cause problems for the Yellow. Oh, goodness. The exploding vehicle will be the thing that takes down the duo of Melman and Stade.
And you know what? That was actually a great play from Nemesis. The problem is they did it where most of the teams were located. If they did this on the southern side, there's 8 teams looking at them. If they did it on the northern side, there'd be 2.
Beautiful.
So that's so unfortunate. But
Things
yeah,
popping off this tournament so far.
From what was a rough day yesterday to just absolutely fracking out today, Porus. I'm very impressed with how they've been able to play so far today in these 2 games we've been witnessing.
Looking good so far, and now they're looking good once again with that circle pop, as they are about as close to dead center as anyone. Gen G trying to make their way in from that western side. Will run into Lou, last player from Twisted Minds, and Lou will get 1. We see JDG trying to see if they can finish off the last bits of Nemesis. Twisted Minds will go down as T1 still has angles onto all of this. They have a compound on the western side. You see them taking shots over towards Cold 119, but that's just hopeful sprays into the smoke.
Now JDG, they are fighting for this space here, and Mortar Rain is coming in. Suse with a nade towards Sose. It's going to do some damage, might hit Diffix even more. 40, and then the combination of Spyro's Mortar knocks Diffix. The last player is Sose. Can he do something? Can he withstand this JDD push that's inevitable?
Might not even matter, because Navi's still on the mortars and they're still sending him over here as they just got a knock. So Sosa trying to play the edge, trying to look if he can see anybody coming through the smoke, but he is blind as a bat right now, and Suze will drop down, but that's
his own teammate.
Go down to non-grenade. But the mortars are still coming.
Oh my god. Yeah, they didn't even need to create this space here themselves. It's gonna come on in later. Genji got some extra grades here and set up shop, and now T1 is aggressively pushing their Korean brethren.
Worth noting that there's a go. Heather will find the nice knock on to Salute. Maybe open up a door here for T1 to push in as the mortars continue to fall around JDG. On the north side, though, Geeke has been doing really well. 4 kills for them so far. Falcons also 4 strong, making their way in from the north, where it's a little bit more clear than it has been on the south. Navi eventually are going to have to leave this palace, as JDG's Cold 119 still trying to make that Car 9 sing.
Raining finds Salute.
He's raining grenades.
Now they're trying to put out some defensive grenades. Can D get a quick rest? Salute is bleeding out fast. It looks like a 4th knock to me. Cold, look at that. Still rocking that bolt action. 400 damage. No kills so far. We saw some great knock from him. And JDG needs a sudden shift to make anything happen. Otherwise, they're going to have to pass through a aggressive T1, a 17.
No chance it goes away from them. They're gone.
Let's see how far they can take this one here.
17 just on full area control right now. We're just kind of waiting to see where the circle takes us. T1 is a little bit more exposed to JDG. There you go. I mean, if you're getting 500 damage with the bolties in hand, then why not? Cold 119, you continue to do your thing, my friend. And let's see where the circle decides to take us. Are we going to get another hard shift? No, we're going to go dead center, and that is fantastic news if you're a 17 fan.
Absolutely. But they're going to also have to make it from that Na'Vi push that's going to be happening just shortly. T1 Type finds December 12th. Suze falls out of the cards. That happens. Type finds Nance. JDD is falling apart. I was talking about it. If they didn't get a sudden shift, they're going to have a hard time. And Type has just been the man to do exactly that.
Oh no, they try to go for the pull-up with 3, and Type gets 1, and the other goes down. As just fat fingering F a little bit, and now Type is free US delivery. Cold 119 will try to see if he can take him down, but Type is going to get him as well. One-man army. Type taking down all 4 of JDG, and look at the smile on his face. He knows he just got away with murder.
And as he moved across to that fence, you saw him doing the Korean slide. A perfectly executed mechanical skill in this guy is just next level. Oh, Shrimsy, 50 damage here from a mortar. The other one does not connect as it's just moved a little bit further.
Through the trees comes death, doom, and destruction. Will Falcons will stay alive?
Okay,
still all eyes on Falcons as T1 will now return to this Gen G incident after picking up a little bit more utility. They can now make this push with a little bit more confidence. Heather will go down to Bean. D gonna find Type, but in the end, oh no, D still alive. Gen G holding strong here. It looked like the push from T1 was gonna be more effective, but Gen G is just keeping them at bay. Reigning now the last player left alive, and look at 17. They're starting to get more active.
17's trying to ensure that the space that they have on the southern side.
Oh, that rock was put. Oh, nice. Rock, I'm in the grenade.
Falcons realize it's GK. It's a team that's currently not inside the top 16. If they deny them space here, they know that our PUBG Weekly Series from Korea here, the team that have been doing so well.
Another one. My goodness.
That's a great Muller.
Culinary Masters, Gustav is cooking these grenades perfectly, but Shrimsy will find 2. EJ will find 2, though, in return. Geek K not going down without a fight. It is so hard to push anybody as a 4-man squad in this game. Everybody is doing such a good job of holding on the line, but Park Pro is blind. T1 does get eliminated. Shrimsy, the last player left alive. Peak battle versus Park Pro. He's going to do a lot of damage, but it's not going to matter. Geek K holds the line.
Insane for them to get 8 kills and a top 5 from this. Sure, they're down to 2 people here, and Gen G is
what are we doing? Come on.
PK play for them to be able to pull that out of the bag here. Park Pro now, stun grenades comes in. They know that there's some pressure here, but they're going to go for the rest. Oh, the drive by for Bean. Oh my God, perfect play for Bean. And Gen G gets a top 4.
What a play from Bean there, just backing it on in. Why not? Well, Gen G now has control over the entire north side of this zone. We are in zone 7, and all they have to do is really just kind of hold the line, wait, and see if 17 and Na'Vi are ever forced to go into each other, as they are still full 4-man squads. Na'Vi once again playing by the playbook of let's just keep 4 alive. I mean, nobody's really pressed them that much coming out of Palace. 17 kind of in the same boat, like they sent it to that good position early. Nobody really came in. If they did, they defended it well. 5 kills for 17 so far. But it looks like Na'Vi might be considering sending it up to the north, so that's going to put Gen G back on the clock.
And surely, if Na'Vi wins this, they're going to shift into the power-hungry and fragging superstars we know they are here. But then again, if you just get these circles, why not just take it? Why not play around with it? You do the same in the finals. But I do love myself some of the kind of play style we see from Na'Vi when they're extremely aggressive, just pull up and everything, drive by and everything. But with new leadership within the team, deciding a little bit differently how the game plays out. That has shifted towards being extremely winner-winner, chicken dinner heavy, and I like what I'm seeing.
Absolutely.
You can guarantee yourself these top 4 positions alongside some of the kills that's going to come along with it. That's going to pay off.
I think when you're speaking from a viewer perspective, though, when you've got Hackatory and Boostic on your team, I don't think you want to see them getting their points from placement, right?
Sure,
like you want to see them going out there and just popping heads, man, clicking heads. Well, they're going to be in a perfect position to do just that for the rest of the day if they can secure this win. As actually, I mean, they might be in perfect position to do it already. 64 points, they're pretty much on. And meanwhile, Gen G is just absolutely looted right now, and they have the high ground. 17 starting to make their way in. It looks like they maybe got some vision here on Na'Vi. At least one part of their duo did. Xiaowu taking shots over in that direction. Not finding any knocks.
You know what I hope for this game here? I do hope that this next circle is going to go northwest, where 17 and Na'Vi is forced to fight each other, and Gen G just third parties it perfectly, kills all of them, and gets the win. That would be perfect, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah.
They found an arm up there, and now the circle does go center, and it does kind of force both 17 and Na'Vi to make a little bit of space ahead of them. But 17 does have a good ridge to play here. But once we get a little bit deeper into this game, they're going to try to figure out, is it worth maybe trying to sweep the western side to get Gen G out? That'll be 2 guaranteed points from the kills if they get them, and the point for placement. But then that'll enable Na'Vi to perfectly third-party that fight. They're going to have to do it quickly and swiftly.
I mean, you can see 17, they've got a little bit of a ridge line here that they're working with that they can hold on to for now. And that's giving them some angles onto Na'Vi. But other than that, they're not really seeing anything. And Navi's got that pickaxe. They're digging in. And they're just not providing 17 with any targets. So eventually this ridge line that they're working with is going to be outside of zone. And it's going to force 17 into a different position. And that may be what Na'Vi is waiting for.
Yeah, I'd rather see a smart push to take space away from Gen G here now. With the circle closing in, that space gets slowly eliminated. But with a gillied out D and a bean with an arm, that's going to make things difficult.
It's only 2 of them, but that is not what you want to have to push into here. Is 17, it feels like
Gen G can take one of 17 out. I think Na'Vi will win us back to back to back.
Getting a little bit closer. They cannot allow Lil Ghost to get into grenade range, which is exactly what he just did. Fortunately for Gen G, that grenade will sail just a little bit long.
He just got full 3 gear quite easily here for Lil Ghost. That's a scary player to give full 3 gear. Lift the gun behind. It's not matter now. John finds a nade onto Fairest.
17 doing what they can to get into utility range. They find the first one, but Na'Vi with the happy feed is going to avoid the next few that come through. They're going to try to return some utility of their own. None of this utility really finding the mark, but Gen G using that opportunity to start taking a little bit more space, see if they can get the angles. Sprays come through, get them low, but no knocks to be found just yet. Na'Vi have weathered the initial storm, only losing Fairest. But Tiantan and the rest of the 17 boys have taken up so much space. They have priority here on center dot. You can see what they're working with, the little ditches that they have to hide in. But there you go, a grenade will find Xiaowu, and that'll even things up.
So much utility, so many nades being thrown here. They don't even get to shoot their guns, as now we're going to see now Spyro's going to be pushed forward. Bean third party, though. The Hackatory goes down. That's a big name to take out already.
And it's also forcing Na'Vi to push around on this south side. So this is playing out exactly how Gen G wants it to. They're going to force Na'Vi to push into 17. The Panzerfaust comes through. It does half damage onto both of them. That was actually a great Panzer through the smokes. But Wenwa now with the blue tickling his heels has to move. And he's going to go down to Boostic. Boostic will get traded by Lil Ghost. And Gen G in a perfect position to capitalize off of all of it.
T plays so aggressive. Gen G might take this. It's a 2v, 1v2. Bean continues. Spyro finds him, but he's down now. That's Na'Vi out. And 17 wins because of the blue damage.
No.
For them.
Oh,
I do not think they expected that.
Gen G were going to win that.
I don't think they did either. I think 17 thought
we'll
were
be
down
back
to
in a
one
minute
player.
for the
He was
next
bleeding
game.
Out, and all of a sudden, he just gets the game winner screen. So, winner chicken dinner for 17 as Gen G left to sit there and wonder, like, maybe he just lost it in the smoke. I don't know what happened.
Some people have a good sense of direction. Others, they need a compass. And that was definitely a lack of sense of direction, it feels like. But then again, stun grenades, everything, you can get extremely blinded, and we don't have the information here.
Oh,
let's
my
go.
goodness.
Lots of fans in the arena here today, and for sure hoping for a placement inside the top 16 so you can get into that finals. And 17 did exactly what was needed.
A wild finish there on Tego in the smokes, as once again we see how important utility is at that late game and making sure that you have enough of it when it comes to the end, because you can guarantee the team that you're going up against is going to have just a ton of grenades, a ton of Molotovs. And Gen G, I love the confidence that we were seeing from that squad that time around. I mean, from the T1 fight, holding them alive, it felt like T1 almost had them dead to rights, but that duo of D and who was it? Was it Bean? It was
Bean, yeah.
Yeah, D and Bean just playing so well.
Yeah. Them being able to get that much points, that many kills as a two-man, and they're great third party onto the GK action as well. And what a great Tego.
Oh, want to see this replay for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
How close was it at the end there? I mean, you see Bean and D just fighting their way
he
through.
ran out there.
Oh no, he ran out, and he was trying to heal. Maybe
on the edge of the blue zone as well.
Yeah.
So rough, but yeah, well played by them, of course. You're trying to avoid giving points over to teams you're fighting up against directly here, so that was important to do. And a second place in the kills to come alongside for Gen G here. That's massive. That's a big game for them.
Well, also great news for 17, because they definitely had a slow start by their standards yesterday.
Absolutely.
And then so far, through 2 games here today, they have looked fantastic. 7 kills that time for, I think, 51 points overall. So they're sitting a lot prettier than they were at the start of the day. A lot of work still left to be done as we see Geeke. I feel like Geeke was in a great position to get a lot of work done, but they ended up losing just too many players in their battle against Falcons.
Yeah, I actually expected Falcons to kind of approach that just a little bit differently, but they knew that that high ground was so crucial to kind of approach how they're going to be playing.
Well, all these teams left to wonder what to do for these last 4 games, but we're going to throw it down to an interview with Barney and 17.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I've got Lil Ghost here from 17 Gaming, an impressive day number 2 so far, especially that last game, managing to secure that winner chicken dinner. Now, Lil Ghost, I want you to talk about kind of the differences between day 1 and now today, because you guys have started really strong.
那么今天呢，我们有一个非常棒的、精彩的这样的比赛。那么我们首先呢，想要恭喜你一下，然后呢，想要问你一下的问题是：今天您的比赛和昨天的比赛相比有什么不同呢？我们今天看上去打得非常好。
其实昨天我觉得可能是我们没有完全进入到比赛的状态，然后今天其实在赛前也一直在做准备。
Well, in fact, I think yesterday we were not at our 100%. We were not at our best. So today we prepared a lot, so we did better.
It's good to see you guys coming out strong. Now, your name, your name, Lil Ghost, but also your team's name, 17 Gaming, is synonymous with PUBG Esports. I mean, this year alone, placing top 5 3 times at PGS, now coming into the Esports World Cup looking very, very strong. I want to ask you about your team. I want to ask you about your latest signings this year with Tian Tian and Wenbo. How are they fitting into the team? How are they gelling? And kind of what's their role?
那么我们知道呢，你的这个团队是非常强大的，而且呢是在我们的整个的电竞当中，尤其是在我们这个游戏比赛当中呢，都是非常知名的。但是您最新有一些新的成员，像天天和温波，我们想知道他们2位成员呢进入到这个团队来之后，对于这个团队有什么样的影响，或者说他们是否适应这样的一个环境？
让我们团队中的火力更充足了。 然后他们现在只是可能缺少一些磨练吧。
Well, I think they definitely made our team much stronger. At the moment, they probably need a bit more competition experiences, and then we will be even better.
Even better. That would be incredible to see, because you've started out day 2. Well, sorry, the final day of the group stage. Extremely strong. Congratulations. Thank you very much, Lil Ghost, for joining me in this interview. We've got lots more games to play here. So much more PUBG coming your way right after this.
everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
All right, Groups BC, let's see, T1, Team Liquid. Time for my predictions here on the EWC Play app.
But stop. What are you doing? Where did you even get this tablet? This is mine.
I stole it from Avenger.
Okay, that's... At least tell me your picks.
Okay, all right, T1. All right, Team Liquid, Gen G.
No, okay, wait, stop. Twisted Minds?
Hello, it's Is your mind twisted? They're already in. They've got enough points.
Okay, I get it, but they're still going to perform good. Blue's back. Hello?
Okay, yes, okay, sure. But they're fine. They're already in the finals.
Navi, give me this. The people out there could pick better than you. Tell us your predictions in the chat for the EWC Play app. I'm gone. I'm leaving.
Yeah, get out of here.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye.
Oh, ridiculous.
Gremlin. Ugh.
For everybody that was picking 17 Gaming after that awful day one, boy, have they ended up showing up, because yesterday they were averaging about 3.8 points per game. Today they're at a solid 14 points.
Yeah, that's what happens when you go to middle and get a couple of pops on you in the by the second game. I mean, at the end of the day, I'll believe it when I see it. 17 has been sort of up and down, back and forth. They got to win. I'm proud of them. Maybe they'll be able to put their jerseys on now and move forward. But at the end of the day, I'm just used to 17 as a team being one that requires a certain set of things to win. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. And historically, yes, they've been a very central team, which is why they always fight for those central compounds, Picado and so on. But looking at this leaderboard, I mean, I think as long as they keep up, as the Seven was saying, they keep up this trajectory, there's a very good chance that they actually just end up qualifying off of what was a very bad day one.
It really was. A team that was able to also have a bad day one was J&G, and they were able to bounce back in this last match as well.
Yeah, I mean, is it because of, these early risers like, Myth and Twisted Minds being removed early from these games that these sort of teams at the bottom of the leaderboard are able to crutch up? But look, no, I have to put it to them. It was a much better performance from Gen G today. I mean, they had 5 eliminations early on, and being able to hold that space on the northwest side, whilst Navi and 17 were having their little scuffle there. But I think they lost a little bit of composure when they had that smoke there from this, D was being able to cover this. But yeah, a little bit of composure lost, but I think all round it was a pretty well played game for Gen G.
I mean, I think it seems to me like in a lot of ways, Bean is becoming the soul of this team. He's stepped up. He's making big plays. He helps to lead. I'm also liking what D's been bringing, but it feels like they, over the course of the year, have just taken a long time to gel together to sort of figure out how to take that leadership of Soul and run with it. As we look at that head-to-head, 8 kills for Gen G, who struggled in the beginning, and also 17. Like, that's nice to see.
I also want to point out to both of you that they were a duo that entire time, Gen G. So the fact that they were able to not only hold 17 back, but also deal with what was coming up on that north side was very, very impressive. And we see here, they almost had as much damage as a full 4-man coming out from the other team. So
something that we were expecting today is teams like Mid, teams like Twisted Mind come in and sponge up a lot of points. They have been able to get points, but it hasn't been of the likes of what we're expecting out of them.
Yeah, I mean, you saw in the first game, Twisted Minds was in a definite salvage. They had to go up to the north of firing range, which nobody wants to do, and get in a big old kerfuffle, so they had to salvage those points. But they don't have to worry about it. They're in such a good spot. Myth, I think, is doing the same thing, where they're not over-committing, and I respect that. They're saving. They're maybe not revealing their super secret set plays until the grand final, because they know they're going there.
Can you reveal it for entertainment, please?
Well, I don't know. They haven't told me yet. Oh, for them. I want them to reveal it.
I want to see it right
now.
Right?
I want to see what we saw day one out of group stages, because they were just running and gunning at everybody. It didn't end up mattering who ended up being in front of them with this here. But the reason why I actually ended up bringing those sponge points not currently happening is because all those teams from Group A, Godspeed, the teams that aren't playing today, right now, they're just feeling the pressure even more, because there is team towards the bottom, like 17, like Gen G now starting to perform.
Well, I mean, this is their worst case scenario, right? Now that those teams we knew were probably going to sponge up points aren't sponging as many as we thought, on top of the fact that Gen G and both 17 are having really good games. And if you're already sitting, having known that feeling, sitting out on the sidelines, just hoping a team is going to not play well is probably one of the worst things you can go through. So
I'll tell you what, though. Their Sponge may respond, and maybe it's not Twisted Minds, maybe it's not Myth, maybe it ends up being Na'Vi. 2 games in a row, these guys make it to the end game. They've hit 61. They've made their cutoff, but they don't seem like they're interested in slowing. This is one of those teams that I said they could win the world this year with this roster, and seeing them play today is feeling really good.
And Navi's carrying the momentum, Lays, that we saw out of them yesterday. Something that Myth and the other squads weren't able to do because they had to kind of sit back, relax, watch what everything that was going on that could be end up currently hindering that squad, but we'll have to wait and see. If you guys got any hot takes, let us know on social media. Use that hashtag EWC, that hashtag EWC26, because earlier we got a chance to see Colares in his true form.
True form.
And I want to see what other stuff we can end up being.
Bold of
Honestly,
you.
I felt tall today at the beginning of the day when I was towering you guys.
so proud of you.
Shrink here.
Bro,
There we
and
go.
then I
Everyone
had to
shrink
get up.
down a little bit to 7's height. Yeah, I think
No,
about here.
wait. This is what it
Okay,
actually
you
looks
shouldn't
like
be
right
one
here.
to talk. You have heels.
Yeah, but
True.
look at me next to you guys. They're tiny.
So if I put the same size heels on as you,
Dude, their heels the same as
please
7's.
Okay, that's actually kind of fair.
Don't
Grow up,
expose me like
7.
that. Don't expose me like that.
She did you dirty,
But
man.
earlier we were talking about T1 as we're going to be bringing up the overall, and we can kind of see where all the other teams are. I actually enjoyed seeing it wasn't some of the other squads like Heather, like the players Heather that we've been talking about. It actually ended up being Type. Type was putting up some nice eliminations for that squad.
Type's my goat, man. He's just the most jolly player every time you look at him, and I love him for that. But to be fair, he's kind of the quiet one on the team. He's normally not the one that necessarily pops off hard. He's just dependable. He's consistent. But when he does pop off, it's actually so impressive to watch. I do kind of want to shift our focus, though, if I may, towards a team that are still kind of struggling. We saw a big fight between Falcons and Geekay, and although Geekay came out on top, I mean, they're still well under the 50s.
Yeah. I mean, I think that even Falcons, you put it there, 55 after this game is not going to be where they want to be. I think, 56. I guess my math is terrible. And they are going to have a little bit more of a climb ahead of them. The thing that I'm worried about is there are a lot of teams piling into this 50s and 60s after game 2, which is bad news, I think, for some of them who are fighting, but really, really bad news for Full Sense and AGAL. Those are 2 teams that are like, we need sponges, stop getting points, and that is it. Twisted Minds going out early, Myth not getting kills, that's hurting them.
We made the prediction earlier. Remember when we were doing that excellent desk outside as the water was hitting us? It was so fresh, by the way, and wonderful.
Thanks,
we said,
guys.
hey,
Thanks for bringing me, by the way.
Yeah, we kind of left her behind.
Yeah.
AGAL, and we thought was going to be safe, right? Full Sense, hey, 60, 61 points is going to be safe, but you just noted it. Look at that jam, that traffic jam in the middle of the leaderboard now.
I'm going to have to do this. You're looking at R8 Esports down there with 16 points. At what time does a team that actually needs the points ends up looking at R8 and saying, you know what, we might need to go after them to get some free eliminations, some free points?
I mean, they weren't looking too bad. I mean, they were able to get some eliminations on there, but they're not capitalizing and getting that rotation in. It seems like every time they take a fight, yeah, they'll get some elims, but they're losing majority of the squad doing so. So something needs to change, I guess, with the cohesion of the team. But it's not like they're having a terrible
No, they actually look better today. They dunked on Liquid in game 1. They made a nice little back push and dodged the Falcons trap in game 1 as well. They're at 6 points today, which is almost as much as they got on the first day. So this is already an improvement. And this is one of those teams, and I don't judge because R8, they're unknown by a lot of people. This is a huge event, and anything that they do here is only going to make them stronger for the future events that they do make it to. So I want to see them keep improving.
Yeah, we've seen teams in the past being able to let the pressure get to them. Maybe they take an extra day. That could have been what happened with R8. We'll see how they end up performing in this coming matches. But for now, let's send it over to Colares in his true form.
Yeah, it's evil Colares here.
I like evil Colares. Bring it more.
You like it around knocked paper thin on the head?
Okay, look, I cast with paper thin all the time. Please take his ego down a little bit. I love it.
His ego?
Yeah, where are you at, paper thin? I know you're over there somewhere.
He's somewhere. But let's talk about of 17 Gaming, of course, here after this fantastic win. Obviously, they had at the beginning of this year a big seismic shift alongside a lot of the other Chinese teams with their roster, right?
Well, I mean, 17 Gaming kind of brought in some new faces whenever we look at specifically the capabilities of the squad. And this was a squad that had played together for so long and then suddenly pulls apart half of the squad and then still holding down center points. There's a lot of expectations that if there's any weakness that shows up on 17, that they're all of a sudden going to get pounced on, might be getting tested again. We're not really seeing that. Every single time you start to question 17, like, I don't know, right before this game, suddenly they find it again.
historically, obviously, they've been multiple times second places at World Championships and things like that with a previous roster. Obviously, they had big shoes to fill, did Tiantian and Wimbo when they came in, but Tiantian, especially for me, has really been that guy to do it. Of course, towards the end of the PGS, he didn't look as good as he did at the beginning of our PGSs. I want to see that Tiantian here at this tournament.
I mean, Tiantian is so good that you have some external drama that's caused him problems throughout the year just to try to keep him off the field. That says something.
All right, well, thank you very much, Matchroom. Once again, it is time to head over to the commentators for another game. Let's go.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goblin. And we are 2 matches down, and so far it has been the 17 T1 and Navi show. But we can officially say goodbye to Petrichor Road, to Tai Lu, and now with 4 games remaining, Supers, Shadow Esports, Full Sense, they're on Sweat Watch.
Absolutely. There's, I would count 4 or 5 teams out at this point. There's some spots up for grabs, and now with our 3rd game of the day, 4 more games to go for it. The point is, though, that I want to make here, though, there's 10 teams that needs to pass that 60 to 61 point mark. I don't see it happening. There's just not enough points available that we see 10 teams shift and make AGL and Full Sense nervous. Shadow Esports and Supers is a completely different story. They're on absolute the cusp here with 53 and 55 points, and that's especially what the points and the teams are looking for to get ahead for. But now with Navi in the 60s, let's have some fun. Let's see what we can do. Let's see how much soaking can be happening here. We could, from this point on, see some more third parties, see some more hot drops. And as the general statements of the day and the overall genre of what we talk about has been hype, it's a clear
We're back for game 3. Here we go.
It's just to make sure that you have
Falcons taking center of the map. Hopefully the zone will agree with them for once. Not be up to Terra Bunker or down to prison, because that would just be ridiculous.
The whole cool scene behind us, because what a stage and what an arena we have here at Esports World Cup.
It is amazing scenes, and I love personally the Key Crusher.
It's amazing.
I want to believe that that is an actual Key Crusher and that's actually like gears in there and it's destroying everything, and not the power and magic of radio.
Usually it's just Barney snipping his fingers, you know?
Yeah, it's really just Barney.
Yeah.
I mean, look, the guy's vascular right now. He just puts them in his hands and he just crushes them down.
I see him all the time just drowning that creatine. And now we have the circle. Let's talk about what's really important here. In a
Beautiful
center
zone
position here now, and we talked to them just a little bit before, and we heard, you know, they're saying once we have enough points here, we're gonna make some impact. I want to see that in this game. We want to see some impact for sure. And with Falcons, Tickleton got example down in a really early stage here. It's super important for them. They got a little bit greedy in terms of how many cars they wanted, and Falcons absolutely destroyed that. So that's huge. I guarantee you that Falcons is laughing for that.
Goodness gracious. Iron sights. Well, I mean, Falcons already a decent start to the day. I got to say, man, we've been talking about T1, and for good reason. Like, they've had a fantastic day so far. 25 points just today.
Sure.
But all of our Korean squads have been kind of delivering. Geekay has got 20 points. Gen G, 16 points through 2 games. Like, obviously, Geekay and Gen G, a little bit more necessary that they get the points that they can. Geekay currently now sitting in that 17th spot, just below the cut line. So we'll see if they can continue their good ways, as we see a very kind, generous, fully playable Mirror.
No, out left.
Yeah.
15, 16, 17,
team's gonna have an easy entry.
There's still 4 games left. I do think the cutoff will be around about the 64 point mark, 63 point mark.
Great, insightful here, and especially for the teams that's already out, that have already played all their 12 games. We're going to keep you updated throughout today, and especially in the later stages of the day. But most importantly, you can see on the left side of the leaderboard where the teams are at currently. And JDD jumping into that top 16 place, and Geeky being that close. They're just trying to hunt down that 53 on Supers and 55 on Shadow Esports. And I think it's doomed for them. I think it's going to be higher than, like if you're 60 plus points, I feel like you're safe. I think the cutoff is going to be in between that 55 to 60 points area there. As we see Shen and Foreign Grimmen as well, big struggle bus happening currently for them with 32 points and 22nd place. They're going to have big games, and if you're going up against a T1 that's aggressive, it's going to be a little bit scary.
Yeah, it's for sure been a slow start for 4AM on a day where they absolutely did not need
that's a lot of calories from
They've
lunch.
left themselves with a lot of work left to do. And, well, we know, we've seen this squad, the fraggers that they've got, the superstars that they've got, and Shen and Spaceman.
He's a spaceman.
Any moment, but the moment is now. They want to make sure that they secure their
It's the end of circle 1. Here it goes. And get straight to circle 2. You've got exactly 1 minute from when that closes to the next circle.
Like they're playing a little bit more centralized here on Miramar, even though this circle is 100% playable, as we said, and even though we have seen so many hard shifts, I think maybe the fact that we have been seeing so many hard shifts maybe forcing these teams to prioritize a central spot in C1 even more.
I'm going to change the team, did I?
The spots that give you a lot of information.
For this game, we've got Twisted Minds to win, Myth second, Falcons third, 4AM fourth, and Team Nemesis in fifth. Never did change it, and I probably should have done.
Able to recoup that player.
Lou playing on the south side. Looks like Falcons just want to commit fully to the south side power grid. Lou on his own will get a little bit of damage in his direction from Gustav, but the Panzerfaust will try to prevent any pushes immediately as he is currently blind. Perfectix and Batulin starting to make their way over here. As Lou just holding the line. Falcons have managed to take the inside though. Just trading utility back and forth right now. Nobody wants to be the one that makes the blind peek. Oh, Lou, he's just waiting.
That's a good spot to hold on. Just between the door and the blue zone. And Lou just giving information to the other guys over here. Not having an example is going to have quite the impact. And that's why they're Falcons are hunting here, trying to see if they can hurt an already hurt Twisted Minds.
I was waiting for that Panzerfaust to go through the door, but Tickleton will live to fight another day for the time being as the smoke wall has been laid down by the rest of Twisted. They'll try to get Lou out of there as he throws that fadeaway grenade. Does a lot of damage to Gustav. Gustav will return the waiver, though. Gustav has been on point with his grenades so far today. See a lot of damage going on at Batulins.
So it's just a complete disengage for Twisted Minds. I don't really see it being valuable. And also now that they know that guys are coming in from the southern side here, it's giving away space in the north where that could be their exit plan going on out later. They have their cars there as well. So I understand this. This is a smart exit as well. Lou takes some damage now from other points of views. A little bit rough for them now with 1:30 before the next circle pops here. I understand this decision making here from Twisted Minds is the right way to play, even though
No, it's a good pull off, to be fair. There's no to win in that fight.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a dead center compound. They know to expect company, and they weren't able to hold the Falcons off initially, but they were able to retrieve Lou safely and, most importantly, quickly, because you saw Geek starting to hover around on that northern side. Vicious also creeping out on the south side. I think that might have been who was taking shots at Lou in retreat. So Twisted Minds able to reset. Very nicely done by them as we check in with Nemesis. Coming in just north of Chumacera, getting a little bit close to Sharper, but you can see the terrain. It's keeping them pretty well separated here.
Yep, absolutely. Most of the teams has already made their way into an area where they feel like they can either get information from or where they think the circle is going to end up close to them. We're going to have another 25 seconds before we see that circle pop. And again, that central location along the ridge line, south side of the power grid is extremely valuable. That high ground where you're able to gather information and see where you're potentially going to have to go. Now the R8 coming in from that western side. It's one of the more open areas where not that many teams are in from. Let's see where we do end up going here, Poro.
Hard shifts have been a story. Let's see if we get one here. And we will, all the way back down to the south. So JDG, Suze in good position, Gen G also in, like see immediately in vehicles, trying to reclaim, kind of go for center as quickly as they can. Nemesis will try to regroup, knowing that they've got Sharper on their west side. They just heard the shots. Melman actually forced to pull away from that spot by peacocking shots from Jedi, as R8 has found themselves a BRDM. They'll be coming in from the north.
Again.
Backfilling Geek, but the shot's already coming through. Akan taken down to half HP by Aimbot.
DK is going to turn on this. They're going to know that, well, they're going to have to pass us. So let's try to hurt them a little bit, put them in an area where we might be able to drive by or even take some shots at them. They don't want to be dashing ahead of them. That's smart play. You saw how they were just going along the ridges there and then now dashing towards the center to have some of that pride, to try to get in and get some information in. The drive scouting is extremely crucial. It's so strong here, especially with TPP being in effect. T1 coming in from Picardo. We're checking the southern side here. A lot of teams have actually hedged their bets against it. It's a little bit further southwest, but could be a stopping point for T1 before they decide to go further into this next circle here. Or, you know, just get all four close together so that they can do a pull-up or a drive-by on a team that they feel like it.
The timing working out pretty well for them as they get in just before Myth arrives. GK will spot out December 12th. Unfortunately, JDG losing one there. So he is a little bit in no man's land. Songjang just making that desperate run to try to get back to the gas station. Won't get there, though. Luke 12 will take him down. But did he get close enough? It looks like he did to get to the... They can't flush him out. He'll most likely get rezzed back up as we see Liquid keeping eyes on R8. Remember, R8 does have that BRDM. They've left Teddy behind. I think he might be the one that's driving it. The rest of the boys have gotten a little bit closer in towards Liquid as Songjang will get back on his feet. But yeah, a lot of teams opting for 4 deep in one building as that is just kind of what the circle has provided.
Okay.
And especially with how much compounds is able to be played out here. Hawkinson said, okay, let's go. See if we can get some potential kills on the teams that are rotating around here. Ships is just straight running for 4 AM. They see the cars driving away from them. The 6x scope on the mini here. You see exactly what directions this, and especially from an area like here, you're going to see cars, you're going to see people moving. Now over to GAM, where Vicious is just right next to them.
Curious as to what 4 AM scouted out that they saw that they felt like they could push down onto, because as you saw that warehouse is already occupied by 17. So 4 AM, they're just making a full-on send, try to get a little bit closer to center as this circle is closing. New one is popped and it is going hard west. So yet another hard shift here as everybody will be back on the move. GAM gets a little bit too close to Vicious with that high ground. Duckmai will find the knock and secure the flush as well. Those are shots coming in from Falcons. So looks like he will get stolen away. Shrimsy will get credit for that one.
That's a great little thieving act there from Falcons. We're going to have all the teams coming in, especially for the south shift to then a west shift here. Means there's going to be so much pressure coming in from that east and then other sides here. So many teams actually sweeping. The pressure's coming in from the north currently and from the south.
Hard shifts hard enough to deal with as it is, but when they start ping-ponging, right, when they go hard south followed by hard north followed by whatever, it gets even more difficult. Now Twisted Minds, they did manage to get Example back. They perfectly timed it to where he was able to drop down in Picado.
Run the tire.
Falcons
got another tire
out. Ian gets the tires, and now Ian finds himself in no man's land. We'll see if he can drop the smoke down in time to keep himself alive. The rest of his squad over in that warehouse trying to provide him with some support, and they will do so. Actually, it's going to be Geekay that gets the long-range shots that's going to prevent Falcons from getting that knock on to Ian. Ian is barely staying alive. Will get that heal off in time, but he is stuck out in the middle of nowhere.
A few more kills here for Falcons, and they jump straight into that 61 plus points area where you're absolutely safe. Hackatory here finds Thunders, and now Ian takes more damage. And M249 to get, especially the back 2 tires on the Broncos, you just start spinning like
roller skates, man.
Absolutely, yeah.
How much he's been able to do. Well, he does get retrieved by his teammate, so they will get him back to the compound as Heather keeps a watchful eye over Tickleton and Kickstart. The remaining duo, Shrimsy and Gustav, still out in the blue. Looks like they're wrapping a little bit farther north. I think they may be heard shots from Vicious, and yeah, that hard western circle may allow them to go for a little bit of a blue rotate all the way over to the northwest where it's a little bit more free and clear, because they know right now that the way they were coming in was completely packed.
Yeah, exactly, and a lot of damage has been done to the cars. Look at that. We're talking less than 10% HP and a tire missing, so I understand Then rotating now. Also, it being phase 3, it's going to be 1 damage per second. And once that next circle pops, it's going to go from 1 to 3. So you really need to start making those rotations now. You actually end up hunkering up onto the top of Vicious here. So it might be an aggressive push for space where they have that high ground control that they're looking for now. Shrimpsy finds one. Tygon gets a lot of damage. It's down to half HP, and the other guys are going to be even closer. They're going to be running this down.
That's good shots from Shrimpsy. He's that trailing man, and he's got the other boys right.
You're right.
They're going to push right into Duck Mine. He's going to do a lot of damage.
Come on.
Go down to Tycon. The trade comes through. No, Duck Mine is going to find Gustav. Kickstart going to go down as well.
Oh my God, Falcons.
And VC takes them out almost instantly.
Tycon is back.
What are we doing, man?
3 easy kills for Falcons. They had a perfect
For me, they're playing awful this year. They're qualifying for stuff, but they're just not doing anything better.
As we jump over to them, and on board with a rotation from Hackator here, the absolute superstar from this roster. Vicious, maintain control. Another Western hard shift. It's absolute mayhem from the teams in the East and the South.
Here come the mortars. 4 a.m. will avoid one for now. R8 dead center circle, and they have been causing some damage, causing some chaos. Only 1 kill so far to speak of. Team Liquid just off to their south have 4 deep in their compound, so they will see a lot of teams starting to make their way in on this south side. JDG, it feels like as soon as that second Western hard shift came again, they just realized, okay, we're in point farm mode. Let's stay in this compound as long as we can, see if we can catch these teams as they make their way past us. T1, they at least have 2 vehicles. They'll go ahead and send it, but where do you even send it to? They're having to come in from that eastern side, and it is going to be rough.
Having to thread the needle in between GK into Team Liquid and next to 17 game is going to be difficult. It could just be a straight up pull off on the gas station, and it looks like it. EJ trying to defend the eastern side here, but T1 is pulling up. Parksrogue finds Raining, and Type returns the favor.
Does the damage,
the Falcons out of game 16.
Go down in the end, a little bit ahead of the rest of the team, tries to breach the compound, but Songjang in perfect position, but EJ now has been taken down, and Songjang finds himself all by himself, and Heather and the rest of T1 will finish off that GK squad, and now it's down to 2 for T1, and everybody else that was outside of the zone realizes that. So Gen G and JDG also crashing now that same spot, while Vicious will try to make their way in past GAM.
Extremely well executed by them, and now the third parties comes in. So many teams after enter from this eastern side. JDG out here, Gen G out here. Twisted and Nemesis also fighting. Vicious coming in, trying to thread the needle once again. They actually found a little bit of a space here. They might be able to play it in some of these dips.
Putting Simon T in throwable range of 4 a.m. They got a read on exactly where those guys are, and immediately the grenades come out. 4 a.m. will return them, while Gen G will they'll run into JDG. JDG actually taking some damage here as well, maybe leaving it a little bit too late. Nans and Suze, the last 2 players left alive. They'll try to come in here and capitalize on what's left of Gen G and T1. T1 down to a duo, but they are holding the line here on this gas station. Tight will take down Nans. JDG in a lot of trouble.
The scenes coming in now. JDG down 2. Bean finds it. Oh, a lot of damage done here to him. 21 HP. Has to see if he can make something happen. That's a great nade straight onto Type. Leaves Heather to just 1 HP.
And Bean just barely alive, has to hop into the Bronco to heal up. And Heather, you can see, only operating on about 5 HP of his own. But you see Team Liquid looking over in this direction, taking shots in at anybody who peeks the wrong window. So Bean, let's see if he can maybe breach and take down that last player. 4 Angry Men in the meantime does get eliminated in the end. It's going to be 17 that does it to him. Well, Bean, still working around the outside. Maybe
I love that.
Get this revive, and he will get there in time. Will Heather allow it, though, as the grenade will come out, but it's going to be a little bit too overcooked.
Luso now pushes some pressure onto this, especially with the rest coming in. Bean sees it. He gets back to cover. Heather finds him, though. That's Bean going down, and you're going to have D having to disengage from this.
Oh!
On top of him here. T1
beautiful.
Today.
On fire, causing fire, taking down Gen G. They're down to 1 player, but who cares when you got 8 kills? GAM trying to make their late push, and they are pushing into the wrong neighborhood. 17, Vicious and R8 combining to take shots over towards them. As you see Powell down to 23 HP. We'll have to see if we can heal up, but it looks like they're able to kind of reset here, Vicious. Tanvu now the last player for GAM, trying to send it down in, and this is mostly just on a wing and a prayer here for Tanvu.
GAM's out in 10th place. Scabby finds Soset and Diffix with the MP5 and nade. Makes it difficult for Nemesis to get even more points out of this one. Stay at left as the last one. Myth gets so much out of this one here, and especially having her compound in that's so strong. Shots comes in for Na'Vi. They have the high ground control on the southwest side, and that's
I don't think he knows what he's barking at half the time.
Yeah, Myth back on their old bull as they are 4 deep in a compound, and they are controlling the south side. Na'Vi once again doing this is different from Na'Vi, but this has been working out a treat for him so far. They have been able to avoid all of this fighting, all of this stuff for the last 3 games in a row, and they have managed to make it to the top 9 with all 4 up and a lot of real estate around them to play. As they look off to the distance, Heather will go down to Cowboys, so Team Liquid will pick up another point as Wembwa now just peeking through the slats in that shed. See if we can maybe do some damage to Vicious. You got to figure 17, wherever this next circle goes, this is going to be where they have to look. But there you go, Powell will get that knock onto Wembo before he's able to get to the smokes, and now it's all down to Xiaowu.
Next circle about to pop here, and that's going to determine so much.
Oh,
we actually
Liquid,
go northeast here, and Liquid is laughing. Live comms I'm hearing right now is guys were fed. Try to see if you can find any kills, because nobody's going to be coming to us. It bounced just wrong.
I think it bounced just right. It just didn't do enough damage, but that was a great grenade from R8, and they still have that BRDM in play, trying to keep their distance but stay in utility ranges. They're going to start raining grenades down on top of Vicious. The smoke's keeping them alive for the time being, and 17 actually able to get Wembo back on his feet, so back up to 2 as they bide their time. Trying to come in here at the perfect time. Grenade from Empty will take down Powell. Aimbot going to go down, or I'm not going to go down though. Nice trade from Duckmine, as now the BRDM is coming in and he's going to run him over, and that's going to do it for Vicious Gaming, as now R8 will turn their attention towards 17.
Yeah, get that BRDM out of play right now. 17's gonna have to do it. They put pressure onto it. You got plenty of bullets. 300 plus 556 bullets here. Wembo just start shooting. Get that BRDM out of here.
They need to, and they need to do it as quickly as possible. No utility left in the bag for Wembo, as Na'Vi is going to hop 3 into the bus. Make the push right on top of Sharper. They left Spiro behind to keep eyes on. He's going to find the knock on a Tanawa as soon as he walked out of the door. Now the rest of Na'Vi still pushing in. Ferris will get traded down.
Oh my God.
Jedi, the last player left alive. He's going to hide inside the shack as long as he can. He's going to find another knock as Hakatori will go down. Boosting going to go down. Na'Vi getting ripped apart here by a number of different teams. Jedi still alive though for Sharper. Spiro was left behind to be that point man, to be that overwatch, but now there's nothing he can do but watch his team die.
Spiro trying to survive just a little bit longer. 5 more first aids. Trying to outlive maybe Sharper. Jedi though has plenty of bodies to now loot, and Sharper is trying to make the most of it. 3 kills so far, and a top 7 is not going to make enough for them. They're in 19th place right now. They're going to have to get 10, 15, maybe 20 more points today to get into that final.
I mean, you can't blame Na'Vi. I mean, they had the full-on pull-up against Sharper. They take out 1 to start off things. It was really just a great solo play from Jedi there to hold the line. So he will go down to blue in the end. Spiro most likely not too far behind him. There he goes. Na'Vi will at least secure another placement point for themselves by out-healing the blue. But now we are down to Myth, Team Liquid, R8, 17, and Little Old Stead from Nemesis, the last player left alive for his squad over on the southeast.
Yeah, just hoping to get a little bit more out of it. With those 2 teams going out that quickly, he secures 2 more placement points for his team. This circle goes on the other side of the road already. R8 and 17 is going to have to fight and then cross the road. Liquid trying to get the most out of this one here.
I've got Myth to finish second in this game. That's the only team left that can get in the top 5.
Nobody has Yeah, and
And
nobody has
obviously we've
dared
got
to
top
breach
5
their
now,
compound,
so
so it's been
we'll see if
difficult.
Myth finish second to get
No
me
more
100
BRDM
points.
for R8. They can at least use it as cover. If they can maybe take down these players from 17. The problem is they're going to be really tough to get rid of quickly because they do have those foxholes dug down. Nice grenade will sail past Wenwa. Unfortunately, a little bit undercooked there, or overcooked rather, as 17 will stay alive right now. You can see Wenwa, just the problems he's causing from that spot. He spotted out Teddy, just a straight 1v1. The smoke will keep Teddy alive, but a lot of damage has been done. Wenwa getting a little bit more aggressive. He's going to push into AJ. Not going to get the knock, though. We'll have to retreat back to cover.
Wenbo with the 3 best here makes so much possible for him. Now he's going to have to relocate, and Embot finds him with the AUG headshot onto Wenbo. And now Xiaowu, last man standing, hits one, gets Teddy down. Now the other guys are going to have to push for it. Can Xiaowu make more happen?
Wenbo had to move. He had the blue zone right on his back. With Xiaowu, though, we'll try to see if he can take out one with him. No, he won't. R8, they are down Teddy, but they have 8 kills now, 7 kills now. And they might be able to get the revive here. No, that blue is coming too quickly, and they're going to have to cross the street. But Liquid, just all eyes centered over in that direction. Myth looking that way as well. This is going to be tough here for R8. They do manage to get the res and at least deny the point to 17. And they're going to lose AJ in the same time, as it looks like this is just going to be all point denial, and Liquid is reading it. They're going to try to send utility over to secure those points, but they can't get them. R8 will go out in third to themselves.
Smart deny here, but yeah, they had to do exactly that here. And it's a second day of play. Big dash for them to try to make anything happen. They got 7 kills in the third in this game here, but they're still in 24th, and the last play is R8, unfortunately.
It's a heavyweight fight to close things out here in match number 3. Team Liquid, they've got the compound. Myth has all the high ground. They are already over 100 points. And now they just wait. You see if this circle provides them any favor. Unfortunately for them, they'll have to move downhill just a little bit while Liquid can still maintain their compound position. They can still play from those rooftops. You can see Alo playing around the smoke. Kurt right there next to him. Luke playing from the second floor while Cowboy just kind of runs around, seeing if he can find any more utility, any more smokes for when eventually they will have to leave.
And if Myth is able to close this game out, that would mean them already breaking last year's record of the group stage from Rock. That'll be huge. Surely they're going to do it in the later games here, but being able to do it already in match 15 would be insane. A P90 in the hands of Baron is massive, and he's already got cover and is inside this circle here with the utility that they have available to them and the smoke lines that they're already starting to provide here. That could be massive. Both teams setting up for a late game fight. Doritos flying down from the sky, the emergency cover being applied.
Yeah, I think you really like Myth's chances here, honestly. As Team Liquid,
they return the favor though with the nades.
Yeah, they'll start with the utility barrage. Team Liquid will lose Kurt, as Baron with that flanking angle will find a little bit of space through the smokes to get that knock. Team Liquid retreat, try to reset, get that res onto Kurt, get him back on his feet. We'll see how much utility they have left in the bag once it's all said and done, as the blue zone grenade's not going to fall where they need to. But Luke, forced down from his high ground spot, actually gets a little bit closer, and Jacob will find him with the grenade. It's going to be tough to get that revived. Kurt not even revived yet, as Cowboy going to take a lot of damage. I think that was another blue zone grenade that does it. Will finish off Kurt in the process. Alo holding on to this high ground as much as he can, but Myth is just securing this.
So well executed by them. The utility being put out at the exact right spots to deny any revives or anything. The blue zone damage, especially with the 10 ticks here. They could have got Kurt in and just put him inside the house here, but they thought with a quick res that they could get him up quickly so they could defend this push that's inevitable from Myth.
Just a stranglehold from Myth, and it was always going to be difficult for Liquid to have to leave this compound, as Myth is just everywhere. There's not much Liquid can do. They at least managed to survive the initial onslaught of utility, but Baron with that P90 will find Halo. It's down to Cowboy. He's going to lay down the smokes, trying to escape, try to see if he can maybe get one more point. Panzerfaust in hand for Myth as they make the push, and they will secure another win for Made in Thailand.
So well executed by them here, having that southern control there, but it does feel like all the other teams are just so scared to face them. But now, in triple digits, Kiss maintaining control of his lead on the most kills here in the group stage of Esports World Cup 2026 in Paris.
A lot of action in that game. The ending of 4v4, a little bit anticlimactic just because of how the whole thing shaped up, but you got to give credit where credit is due. Myth managing to secure what they should have secured, and Liquid getting all the way to the end game. Second place, they did manage to collect a nice little stack of kills for themselves as well, just to kind of further secure their hold on a top 16 spot.
Yeah, absolutely. Now absolutely guaranteed in the final for Liquid, being above that AGL and full sense 61 and 60 points. It's exactly how to play it. Again, the circle comes
Oh, break time. Back in 5 minutes or so.
Played that late game with their utility, putting on so much pressure onto Team Liquid once they only had the small houses and riches to play here. Extremely well executed.
Yeah, you can say they're still excited, and maybe a little less excited than they were the first time they got it. It's old hat by now. They are very, very secure, and will overtake last year's first place group stage winners record. So that is good news for them. A little something to hang your hat on as you head into grand finals.
Yeah, and now we'll see how far they can push it. And Kiss just laughing as he walks off. I'm like, oh yeah, easy peasy. And that's expected here. That was crazy. They've played 9 games and won 4 of them. That's just insane for Myth.
Wild stuff for them. Well, we've got 3 more games left today to determine who our top 16 is going to be, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello, it's Avenger here, the PUBG Unk, and I'm here with in-game settings with Shrimsy from Falcons. How do we get a setup for an Esports World Cup past champion?
I like to have my chair as high as I possibly can without my legs dangling, so that I get like this 90-degree angle, you know? Right. Yeah, I like to be taller than my desk as well. So about 72, 73. I like to have like my belly button hitting my desk, you know, at the same height. And then with my keyboard and mouse, I like to have my mouse pretty far right and then my keyboard pretty far left.
Right, Shrimsy, talk to me the screen settings here, saturation, digital vibrance. What's important to you when you get into a setup?
For monitors, I like to have my brightness really high, so I usually do 100. Okay. My contrast is lower, like 60 usually. Those are really the only settings I mess with. Sometimes I mess with the color settings, but not a lot.
And Shrimsy, of course, the headset's also important here. Like sometimes you just use those, you get in-ears. What's your preference here?
So I use in-ears personally. I think if I didn't play professionally, I would use a headset. It's a lot more comfortable. It doesn't hurt your ears at all. It's very comfy, so.
All right, walk me through your mouse here. DPI, what's your sense, what's your hertz, what's your use? Because that's also something that's super important. You go in, you gotta get used to it. You gotta get comfortable what you're used to at home as well.
So I use 800 DPI, it's one of the defaults. It's 1,000 pulling hertz, and then in-game, I use 35 general sense, so I'm pretty high.
And last one here, the shortcuts in the game. A lot of people use a lot of difference, but tell me, smokes, grenades, first aids, and energies. What's your shortcuts? How close it's to you? Is it something you use the menu for, or is it within reach?
I have every single thing bounded to my keyboard. I don't like to use any wheels.
Nice.
So for my first aid, I have it on in, because I could use it with my thumb. I don't have to go into tab and then click it. It's just a fast key. My med kit now, which is super important because they buffed it. I use caps lock. So pretty much everything I can use while I'm, you know, peeking or crouching, jumping.
All right, thank you so much, Shrimsy. This was in-game settings with Falcons and with Shrimsy from here. And I'm really happy that you showed us how to be one of the best. Personally, you're on my Mount Rushmore. Maybe not the GOAT yet. Maybe that will show if you win here.
Thank you.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here now. The proud founding partner of EWC, powering powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
All it took was for me to start talking about some of the squads that we were expecting to show up today to show up. Like Myth being able to get that chicken dinner, and then we had R8.
R8, you're talking about R8, the team that made a 4-man sacrifice, which may be the greatest, most strategic.
Yeah, let me just take that away from you, sir.
Dude has like 2 Advils and he just can't handle it apparently. It's all right. Okay, that's not real.
Why would you do that to me?
I didn't want you to talk about R8. Hey. I was talking about, we finally saw them use the BRDM. That was just about it.
Oh, the BRDM is what you're excited about. They did use it, but then they lost it, and they couldn't cross the street, which is why I think they laid on a grenade. But honestly, come on. Would you have done that? Would you?
Mom, can you come pick me up? I'm scared.
You know what? Lace, you want to just get out of here?
Fair enough. All right, I guess we'll do the next segment by ourselves.
I guess so. But as I was saying, Mid did end up showing out. We're finally starting to see a little bit of sponge points there towards the top. But even then, I mean, when we went into Zone 5, only 2 teams were alive of the top 6, allowing some of the other squads to be able to come up.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to, let's just stay on the Myth train. First team to hit triple digits, and I mean, that's insanity. And if we want to take into account one of our kill leaders over the group stages, Kiss is very close to being that #1. Didn't be able to capitalize in the points earlier on, but you know who our kill leader actually is? Heather.
Not surprised. Disgusting.
Yeah, so Heather is actually in our kill leaders over the group stages. So I was watching very closely for Kiss to, you know, capitalize on some more eliminations for Team Myth, but wasn't able to get there. So Heather still's holding that title, but I mean, what a great display from them.
Yeah.
So, go ahead.
No, please. I insist.
I just want to point out how Team Liquid's got to be furious. 1,800 damage, only 3 kills to show for it. That's rough.
I think one of Poro's favorite stats is to see who stole kills and who kills were stolen from, which is actually, it tells a lot when you actually look at that. I mean, looking at the damage that Liquid did. Speaking of Liquid, got into a game, getting some points. Yes, Falcons now just have to make that little push, but they've had a decent day as well. But yeah, 17. I have never seen so many rounds fly towards a person without hitting, and then the Panther was quite unfortunate, but...
Oh, you haven't seen my gameplay then?
To be fair, I haven't. But overall, this was a crazy circle. Paper Thin and I were talking about how difficult this is to play, especially coming down off that ridge, and man, Myth just continued to play it well, and yeah, T1 and Heather just skyrocketed their points today.
I mean, they used so much utility here against Team Liquid as well, and like, obviously, you know, having the building position was, you know, great from Team Liquid, but Myth were just able to capitalize with the car, bring it through. I was waiting for that big explosion though.
You know, Myth walks away with 7 kills, 17 points. They fought their way over 2 feet meet Liquid, which actually let them refresh that utility and go in pretty strong. And then because R8 sort of sacrificed themselves to the gods of PUBG, they didn't even have to use that utility on aggression. Liquid was actually able to turn around and just face Myth, but they were like, oh, that's kind of cool for us. But really, I think what would have happened is if the cross was forced, R8 would have gone up and around that top side and maybe had to choose which team do I fight. So I think both teams are probably ecstatic to see R8 just disappear in a vapor cloud. Yeah, well, that baguette obviously has been a prop for many people because it tasted like 35 hands. That was
it was in my back.
You did not wash that before you gave it to me.
It was in my back pocket. Okay, Toffees, I'm sorry.
That's worse.
But in regards to some of the other squads, we got to now start talking about just obviously T1, Heather continuing to perform, but I actually want to shift the focus. I want to shift the focus to the top 16 that will be moving on to the finals, because we are currently getting closer and closer to more squads from Group A to get eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, if we have a look, Tai Lu is at 43 points in Group A, and Patriot Road is at 40, so it's... Unfortunately, must be not a great time sitting at home, but look, you're in Paris, so it's okay. But, you know, this gives the opportunity for teams like Gen G, I think they were on 42 points, if I'm not mistaken, to overreach that. So today, you know, that is something that they can lock in with. And obviously 3 more matches. Now, I'm not saying Nemesis might get there, but I mean, it's doable. It is absolutely doable, especially as Tai Lu and that already had that 40.
It is doable because it's not the grand final. You don't have to win first place right now. You just have to be one of the 16 best, right? It's not a Ricky Bobby moment. This is a just do the best you can, pat them on the heads, and that's enough. So there are teams out there that I think can make those moves. Exactly. So that I think helps some of these teams with a little bit less stress on them.
We've been able to see some of the other squads step it up today. We saw JD Gaming putting up some good eliminations in 17 Gaming. I mean, even with the chicken dinner, one squad that has been consistent, especially after yesterday's last game, is none other than Falcons. And I believe Calares is currently with the coach.
With these points, what's the feel in the team and how things are going?
The team's feeling great, I'll be honest. We made some changes recently that we had to adjust to, but thankfully before coming here, we made all the adjustments that we needed. We're just trying to be more aggressive, try and take more space, and then obviously with the new meta, we're also trying to, in later circles, try and get center, try and get established, and just not be scared of any teams and just make a name for ourselves.
We had a chat before. Obviously, Tiggleton, I didn't get much out of him. Are you interested in talking about those changes yet?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we made, I guess I made the decision to move Gustav to the main IGL and kickstart the co-IGL. Okay. I'll give a brief reason why. Basically, obviously, I think Kickstart is one of the smartest players in the game, but when he was IGLing, he was just obviously in his map too much naturally as an IGL. And typically, when we were successful, it was when he was playing with Shrimzy up front in the trenches, just getting down and dirty. When he was IGLing, he was just kind of having to think too much. Gustav had experience in the past IGLing, and in this new meta, Gustav is like really in tune with like sending and other stuff, because that was never our play style. Our play style was always very structured and disciplined. And obviously you can see just from watching Myth, like, sometimes you just got to go a little crazy. Gustav brings that craziness, and having Kick co-IGLing and being with Shrimzy and being up front in the trenches seemed like it was the right thing to do. So prior coming here, I made the change, and I think so far it's been great. Gustav's been great, and Kick's been helping him, which it's been perfect, honestly.
That's the most comprehensive answer we've had so far. Thank you very much.
A lot, you know that.
Thank you. Get back to the stage. Get back to your team. Good luck in the next games.
So, Luti, if we were to play PUBG together, with like you and your friends, do you think I'd understand like French callouts?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Okay, so like what's the French word for, for blue zone?
Oh, it's easy. We just say la zone bleue qui pique un petit peu.
Okay.
It's been like the tickling blue zone will make a little bit of damage,
I mean, would it not just be easier to say something like bleu?
No.
Okay, fine. What about third party, like TP is what we say?
Oh yeah. This is easy as well. You must say something like il y a une autre équipe qui est en train d'essayer de nous faire les fesses.
Seriously? What does that mean?
It means there is another team who trying to get in our ass.
Oh, okay, sure. Surely TP is just quicker.
No, this is the way.
Okay, how about camping? Like, he's camping over there.
Oh yeah, it's easy as well. It's like, il y a un mec qui a posé sa tente et qui est en train de se préparer pour l'apéro et le barbecue. What? Buddy, you don't want to play with me, my friend? Oh, I guess he's gone now, but we're not gone anywhere, because now it's game 4, guys, on our last day of group stage. Casters, back to you. Buddy, come, we can play.
Man, we talk a lot about like how fast communication is and important, and like sometimes languages and how fast you can speak on them, like benefits for Korea and China.
Sure.
I now understand why like the French teams could have a problem every once in a while.
Yeah, it could be. It seems to be a bit of a communication issue there. Yeah, I think poor Barney just had to learn that the hard way firsthand. That did not sound the easiest lingo to pick up.
But it sounded pretty.
It did sound good.
It did sound pretty. All right, so looking into this one, of course, we're going to be starting off everything over into the west. Plane path up in the air, and then we're going to end up over into the northeast. Plenty of space for the teams to play around. Gen G and T1 with some stretching room. But of course, this is Matchman and Paper Thin, now taking you through the last 3 games of the day.
Yeah, so we're going to be on Rondo now and just kind of seeing if some of these teams in the middle of the pack can make their run. Gen G starting to scale up a little bit. Kind of curious about them in DK. There's a little bit of
and Gam, I think.
Yeah, they're both interested in the glider, road. So we are going straight west to Jiaotin. So this is a pretty hard shifted early western circle. JDG going to be licking their chops off of that. T1 has been having a stellar day off the back of incredible play from Heather, who has always been a really good player. OG Korean PUBG enjoyers will remember his 13 kill rampage that he had by himself.
Well, we've got Navi and Twisted Minds right next to each other. Let's go ahead and listen in what's going on with Boostic in the squad.
On Rondo, we dropping on test track, so middle of the map. Because this is middle in the map, so we have a good chance for a good zone, you know.
Best chance for good zone, and then the circle abandons you and goes west.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the funny thing is, I kind of wonder now, you know, with the circle changes to Rondo, like the circles don't have to just sit around the middle of the map anymore because of the land ratio terrain. They could go anywhere. So kind of curious if like that might be something that is changed in the future where you don't feel like, you know, you have to go test track and Neox Factory every time, or those are like some of the, you know, that and Stadium are like the really prioritized positions, because the amount of land on Rondo is absolutely massive. Like the map is huge.
It is just full landmass everywhere. Lord only knows where the circle can go a couple of times. And I mean, I'm fine with getting some Zhao Tin in there. We've been seeing a lot of Eastern Lay circles throughout the year. So we look at this. This is going to be great for JDG, trying to get on a climb right now. Presently in that 16th place position at exactly 50 points. And whenever I came into today, off of what we saw with Myth on their first day, I was assuming that they were going to be feasting. They're still having a good day, but I mean, when they had like, what, 79 points in just one day, and so far it's still being pretty competitive.
Sure.
I thought maybe the cut lines would come down a little bit, but doesn't seem to be the case. Ooh, Team Liquid looks like they're going to be rolling right up next to Cole.
Okay, this is a big fight early for some really valuable real estate. Alo knows there's a player around the corner here as he's got the pre-fire, he's got Cole down.
Ooh, JDG, do you want to keep in on this one? No, Nons instantly turns away December 12th as well. So Team Liquid going for a great position early, trying to make sure that they can secure it, but they've got to be careful. They do have 17 and Little Ghost that's back behind them.
That's a really nice early win here for Team Liquid, keeping themselves in a really good spot. I mean, basically after that last game, they're good to go to the grand finals most likely, but you know, I think some confidence here would be really nice for Liquid, who has had those moments in the past where they bomb out at the end of a group stage and then they just kind of falter if they even make it to the finals.
They show some hesitation going for an easy fight or an easy kill because they don't want to risk it and they want to play for the later stages. That's always been a Team Liquid MO that would sometimes drive me insane. But remember, we do have eyes in the sky, so we can see everything. We know whenever they can do stuff. They don't always know it. So Team Liquid coming in with that style of play, that's a well-read strategy to understand where to go and assume somebody's going to be in a point. Very well played right now, as it's going to be containment on the rest of JDG, while a whole bunch of friends are now approaching. 17 in vehicles trying to run on the other side of Team Liquid. They better be careful, as we also do have T1 and Geeke on the other side of all of them.
This is exactly what I was just worrying about on the map, Matt, with 17 coming in behind Team Liquid. They're going to have this hill position to put some fire down into Liquid, so they need to make a move, and they need to make it fast. You know, they do have Purdy Curdy trying to find a bit of an off angle here, might be able to put a little bit of pressure in response. Yeah, there it goes, but it looks like it's enough to thwart 17 from full committing to this backside of Team Liquid, and they are going to be okay for now, but I think Liquid needs to find a safer spot.
I was a little bit worried about 17 coming into the day. I'll be honest, you know, we were talking about the center meta and trying to get control over positionings. 17 day one, whenever we saw the interviews, they even admitted it. Yeah, it just wasn't good. And now they've managed to finally figure out a little bit more. They've been having a phenomenal day so far, presently in 10th place overall on the climb, tied up with Falcons. Is that rivalry just seems to never stop.
I love it.
I don't know what it is about 17 and Falcons always just kind of being next to each other.
Yeah.
I was thinking that maybe T1 was the new hotness that Falcons were flirting with, but nah.
Well, today,
the old X and 17 is always around.
The last couple of days, it's been T1. But yeah, it's still, you know.
Well, specifically Heather, it feels like.
Yeah.
Heather is just playing out of his mind, right?
He is incredible. Like I said, he's a stellar player when he's at his best.
You're a proud papa right now, right?
Very, very proud. He is one of my favorite players. Very much keen on him from the first couple times I saw him playing back in the long ago of the Korean PUBG scene. As we're looking at 17, who has another 1-3 split, been favoring those mightily. Leave Lil Ghost back, put the other three forward. Gonna see R8 just driving on ahead. Twisted Minds is gonna be coming in, of course, from test track. A little bit late to the east, but they're in the final, so whatever happens today with Twisted is, you know, just money in the bank.
Well, my eyes are drawn to leaderboard cut position. Remember, it doesn't matter the group, it doesn't matter anything else. There's no like survival stage after this. It is just top 16 that go on, and we have a race for that 16th position right now, as Geeke is going to be down in 17th at 46, just 4 points back behind JDG, and Jin G on the chase. So a lot of Koreans trying to nip at the heels of China right now.
Yeah, you can see Sharper gonna be really close. Gustav did. Oh, Kick hits one. Gustav hits another. The double Panzers are shredding Sharper, and they're gone.
That's a little bit of vengeance back as Falcons find some good, clean kills.
Definitely vengeance back, wasn't it?
Now you just get kind of double cup cars, right? There's a joke that's historic that we'll leave alone there.
Yeah, we'll leave that for Pansy. She's allowed to make those jokes. We are not.
So not a lot of people making the commitment into Jaltin. It's really just JDG and Team Liquid on the outskirts. GK down to the south. A lot of wraps up to the north, as we've seen Gam that went for that early drop very far up to the north. Nemesis going to be just to the side of them. Myth, the only squad really playing more over to the west, except for Falcons, and that firefight with Falcons was on the zone wall, all the way to the west over there. So this is a lot more of a safety anchor play coming out from them. As external from this, we've got a little bit of shots being fired. I don't think it'll lead to a firefight, but it is Vicious and Gen G.
Yeah, I don't think that'll matter too much. I think for Falcons here, this very well could just be a rotation trap where they had a read on how a team was going to make a move. And
trap work.
Yeah, trap work, trap good. And who knows, call, if it was Gunnar or Gustav in the heat of the moment. As we just found out, Gustav is the main IGL for Falcons now, and obviously a role that I thought he was just going to be the IGL when they picked him up, honestly.
Well, Gustav brings in a little bit more of a tricky style, and I don't necessarily mind that with Falcons. We've seen the fact that whenever they can play a more opportunistic play style, it works for them, but it hasn't always been something they lean into. Now it's just another arrow in the quiver, really, that they can bring out and find something. And when we look at everything, that circle pop, talking about Falcons, going to feel really good for them and Myth. You can see that right in between Myth and Falcons, there is a giant hillside that's going to be eating up a lot of space, make rotations a little bit more difficult as we move into the south. The northern area is going to be a lot more open, but also a lot of compounds leading all the way up into another little, I guess, island hillside that happens right along that northern area.
Yeah, so this is going to get pretty difficult for a lot of these teams. Everyone's going to be wanting to go around the edges of Jiaotin. You don't want to get stuck inside of that city unless you have no other choice. I think Liquid was getting some kills there. Let's take a look at this Panzer from Gustav. They do a lot of damage to him on that first one. Kick gets one on the other side, and then, oh, that's so well done.
Boom. Patience pays off. The timing on not being able to have the Panzer ready for the first one, set up the second one in a great way. Rotates coming out, a couple of shots
nice.
on T1 as it looks like they're going to go for that big hillside that we were talking about.
Beautiful.
A lot of squads going to be forced to play more into the east. Gam making a rotate over into the north. Team Liquid on a slow rotate here. They don't got to go too far. Really, we've got about 50-50 the way that this road cuts through. It's going to get a lot of space, so Nemesis just going to go ahead and send it in, but it's on top of Myth, and these guys have just been hungry all day today.
Oh, and it's Kits again. 2 kills. He is just unbelievable. The guy is one of the best players on the planet, hands down right now, and he just dispatches Diffix and Soset with ease, and now Nemesis was hoping that this northern side of the circle would be a little more free than it was, and they found out the hard way.
So what I was talking about a second ago, we've got the road that's going to be a lot of squads over into the west. It's going to be the more raised section of everything we're looking at. Over into the east, it's going to be Jiaotin eating up a lot of space, and those hillsides making it awkward pathing. That's why we've got dust-ups like what we're looking at with Falcons and Gam on top of each other. Tickleton's going to be coming in back behind this one. Could have a good angle, and I think that Gam's realized they don't really want to play this position. Duck Juice in a little bit of trouble. Can he juke it out? Near on no life remaining. Is he going to get that last little bit of hit onto him? Is he going to get away? No way. That's Tanvu just covering him, man.
Oh, Kick in a really awkward spot. Oh. There it's actually going to be Heather with a dragon up. From where?
What is T1 and Falcons? These guys are just at each other's throats from no man's land. That is what, a good 200-300 meters away?
Or maybe more than that. That is really far away, especially with the Dragunov. The drop on that gun, pretty difficult to manage. That is ridiculous stuff.
T1.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, so that's the first couple of shots coming up from T1 in this high ground. This is going to be a bane to everybody in the lobby.
That might be like 600 meters.
We need one of Tig's old things that he was using to try to figure out distance.
Oh yeah, the man, a protractor.
Maybe get ourselves a protractor or something else like that. But that was a crazy shot. 4 Angry Men going to be approaching from the north. Jiaotin does have a lot of teams that made commitment in just because of the lack of territory everywhere else, what we were alluding to a moment ago. So that's going to be VC, Team Liquid, remnants of JDG, Twisted, and 17 just the north of it. Circle pops, and ooh, T1 in a great spot. And everybody in Jiaotin not necessarily too sad about it.
I really want to see GK try to find a way to get this 2-2 split to kind of be a conjoined thing, and they are doing that. They are going to send 2 players down. That's really, really nice, because this is going to get really contested in that northern side. There isn't a ton in terms of compounds to play with.
But you're moving right into the T1 firing line while you have Twisto on the other side. That's a brutal gauntlet to deal with. You have to make it in the hillside just a little bit further away to at least get away from Twisted. They've got there. Now at least have some moment of safety here in this one spot. It is pretty centered up, but the rest of your squad has to make a rotate, and it looks like Winbo just can't really find the way to get over there.
Yeah, for 17, this has gotten pretty dicey because of what you were talking about. That road that they have to run down is very hotly contested. Meanwhile, 4AM has found their way into the circle, has the hill with the tower on it, and they have Myth kind of circling around them a little bit, just looking for a positioning mistake from 4AM that they could potentially capitalize on. But 4AM also has the safety of a BRDM here.
Down to the south, Gen G is going to get them another hillside. They're going to have vision on what's going on with Na'Vi over into the east. 4 Angry Men, while yes, they do have that BRDM, they've got Falcons over to the west, and they've got Myth back behind them. Twisted Minds to the east. That's a terrible position to be in, as R8 had the same idea that 17 did, but Winbo just defending it right now. All 3 players still alive, and R8 nowhere to go. They're going to drop real early.
Yeah, that didn't go good. That did not go good there for R8. I mean, again, like I mentioned earlier, the reason I wanted to see Geekay kind of form up into a 4-man was because of stuff like this, where teams are going to have to crash because they don't have a lot of better options. You know, a couple teams get jammed up in Zhao Tin, which is not ideal. And there's that kill I was talking about that you're looking for. That's even the BRDM. Nobody else from 4AM is there right now. And this just could be stolen.
Myth is moving aggressive for it. They want it. This is like, nope, mine. Thanks so much. Baron just going to steal it. Run away from it. 4 Angry Men now has to retreat the angle. Window at least trying to get something back, but no. Myth eyes on continuing to climb right now. Falcons were watching all of that, so they know who their neighbors are. This is a much dicier circle than what we were originally looking at, specifically for Phase 3. Zhao Tin's still going to have a lot of that territory.
So, what we got for this game is round 4 today.
So hard to deal with. No, you're right.
Twisted Minds to win.
It makes things very, very
Fingers crossed.
complicated.
Myth to finish second in this game. 17 gaming in third. They've only lost 1 player though. T1 in 4th and Falcons in 5th.
Can't really get the shots to connect there with the Mark 12, but this is just a little bit of posturing for Falcons. This doesn't feel like their kind of desired destination, and they're getting ready for some pre-rotations, it looks like, into the next phase. Meanwhile, T1 is sitting pretty happy and hoping that this circle stays in their favor.
Nemesis has 2 players up, and it's Melman all the way over to the northeast, still in Zhao Tin, and then a big wrap coming in on the other side. State is so far over to the west, he's back over against the zone wall with this new circle pop. Gen G and T1 are going to have a ton of vision on everything. T1 has to be careful, though, as it looks like a couple of squads are going to be running right into their face. No options. Falcons got Myth back behind him. 4 Angry Men trying to cut in the path very early. Gen G as well as Na'Vi going to have control of the south, and Zhao Tin's about to suck, man.
Yeah, and that's why you're seeing Team Liquid take an emergency pickup here to try to get somewhere else potentially. Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do. I don't know where they're going to go.
How's 4 Angry Men getting away with this rotate? Somehow they're squeezing by everybody. Finally, everybody's starting to unload onto him, but there's enough of a little dip over here that they can get into position, but Gam is waiting. These nades are about to go right up into their face. Goes a little bit too far down the hillside, though, to connect and get what they want. Finally, that bounce lands on top of a car, but it's a bit too late. There we go. Finally, Tanbu connects with 1.
Yeah, Gam there not really reading the angle of the hill properly, so a lot of their grenades were funneling down away from them. But yeah, 4AM is getting shredded right now. They are not having fun. Team Liquid losing players because they just try to drop on top of Gen G. It is absolute madness here on the south side.
This is terrible for 4 Angry Men. Even if they can get
So
distance away from Gam,
tear a lot of teams out right now.
on the other side of Gam, that's kind of stopped the relenting nade tosses that were getting thrown their way. T1 still has high ground positioning over him. T1's going to get eliminated. Now we still have a couple of rotates that are going to be problematic, as it is going to be Twisted having to make a move into the circle where 17 is going to be defending. And Myth actually pushing right in the face of T1 on the high ground. That could be big.
Well, yeah, now T1 kind of given their first big test in this circle to defend this spot that they took very, very early on. Tanbu, if you hit this Panzer, I will be very, very impressed. He's got a good angle at it. Ooh, just came up short, hit in front of Wenda. And we'll see.
Falcons made a good game.
Well, they have the BRDM that
they've qualified, I think.
Just kind of brute forcing their way up the hillside. Falcons going to be wrapping up on the other side of 4 Angry Men. Gen G is going to get vision on them, so 4 Angry Men just entrenched over here, but not in the best of ways. The trees just providing enough cover for the time being. As no, Falcons actually pulled away, so all the shots going at 4 Angry Men, and they're going to go to the hillside right underneath the T1 is, man.
I thought the Doritos did that for a second. It almost looked like it.
4 Angry Men, what do you even do? Do Falcons see that and go back down the hillside? They're just kind of caught between the 2 hills in the valley and get peppered.
Well, they're trying to kind of find an angle into this fight. Tangu will deal with Wenda, though. And now over into this tree to scoop up their spoils are Gam. 17 in the meanwhile still defending this pagoda up on the hill. Batulin's going to be a little bit more disciplined with his approach.
Twisted better be careful. There's a couple of solos back behind them nipping at their heels. If there's an opportunity, somebody's going to go for it. Little Ghost gets a knock onto Example. Nice nade throws coming out. Blue zone right on top. Blue's going to make it a lot scarier. Maybe open up something for Suze, but no, it's going to be Perfectix. Gets a knock on a Winbow. 17 suddenly starting to fall.
Oh, beautiful by Twisted Minds.
The circle abandons.
Beautiful.
South. All the firefighting. It's going to be GK now focused up with Myth and Baron right on top of him.
Yeah, Gam getting involved a little bit there too. So a bunch of teams all of a sudden know that Twisted has to leave the safety of this cover. Grenades even starting to make their way in from Baron of Myth, but Twisted succumbing to the blue mostly here. Heather with that Dragunov again, looking to replicate some of those 6 shots he was hitting earlier. There it is, the headshot for Heather.
Look, he was beaten in at like 300 meters from those last shots, right? Taking second there. Gustav, nade bounce going to go a bit too far to flush him, but could stall out. Really, the longer that Gustav can stay alive over here, it's going to slow down the T1 rotate. Trimsy's right underneath of him. So T1 not feeling too good about this, but they can't go to the east. Myth's already waiting there. Gam, who we saw, has got control of that trench line for so long. T1's going to have to either deal with Falcons or do a wrap around, maybe down to the south, but then they have to deal with Gen G, who they already know are on that hillside.
Yeah, so T1, it's nice that you're going to essentially eliminate Gustav. Actually, Gen G steals that point, so you don't even get the point now that it matters too much for them. But you've got tough sledding ahead for the reasons you mentioned. Batulins, Wild send it.
He's all by himself, nowhere else to go, so it's just time to be bold and see if he can steal it. And he's somehow squeaking by all these squads. They were caught shooting at everybody else right now, so Batulin's going to sneak right up next to the Falcons. I wouldn't go too much further. He sees the cars, and you hear the brakes slam on, like, nope, this is it. This is as far as I want to go.
And he's got to deal with Gam just on the other side of that road. Not going to be easy for Batulin's. Yeah. T1 sending it up towards Gen G. Salute, prepping a nade. He's got the rest of Gen G circling in towards him. T1 doesn't want to give them the angles. They're not going for the top of that hill. They're maybe looking for something around these rocks.
I really like this. They baited around Falcons, moved into the low ground. Now Falcons are taking shots at Gen G. T1's just trying to sneak this one by, but the looming giants down into the southeast are going to be Na'Vi. They haven't had to get too involved so far. They're going to spot out T1 and get a knock on them right before they can get a stop off.
There's just nowhere for T1 to go. They had to either take a fight or do something absolutely bananas, and instead they're just kind of lost trying to find anything that's inside of this circle that'll work with. Yeah, EN might just be bleeding out here as that vehicle is going to explode very shortly. Hakatori lining up with another nade will probably get the flush. Indeed he does, and Type almost goes down with his teammate.
This one spot does have a reprieve away from Gen G and their high ground. There is some vision, but Gen G is more focused on where Falcons are playing at. And so Gen G's playing a position that's more to the southwest of this. That's all T1 to kind of hunker down. BC is close, but they're in a lower section. Just down below all of this is there's a multi-tiered firefight. There's Gen G up on top, then there's the road and the crossroads that intersects. That's the middle tier. And then we've got Gam, Myth fighting on one side of the road. Then we got VC as well as GK fighting on the other side.
It's so funny to see players use frags to create a little bit of extra room in the terrain and have to use some of that emergency cover as well, and just kind of hope it doesn't land on you here as T1. You'll take any safety you can get.
Twisted's like, Batulin's just a wall right now. Has kind of forced Falcons down into that Gam positioning. Seeing if maybe they can steal anything. Nade's going to go right down into their face. And too far, Tanvu playing the high side of the hill.
Good
trying
nade.
to get away from Myth right now. Hearing the shots from Myth going on to Gam, it looks like DK might be trying to backstab Myth. If Myth stays too focused on this, they might get pounced.
This is just the classic Batulins. When you're the last player alive, send it center and just get away with it. Just get away with absolute murder.
He is the best snake in the game.
I think so. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Yeah, the Batulins is definitely a Slytherin, is Batulins.
Oh, because he's Slytherin. I get you. This is what I was worried about, though. DK backstabs right on to Jacob. Gets the knock. Okay. Guys, you've got high ground, you've got all this to dial in. It is a bit complicated, though. From high ground to hit these lower ground positions, you've got to dial it in and back a little bit more. It's all balanced about being on a flat piece of terrain, so You have to make sure you pull back just a bit more. Where is it going to land? Right in between everybody. There is Gam's just somehow still alive in what was kind of a terrible position.
Yeah, absolutely. Geeky here needs to make this work against Myth relatively quickly. They don't have a lot of time, and Scappy's going to find a grenade onto Sungjong. You can see Shrimzy putting some damage in, but can't really get great eyes onto Gam from where he's at. Meanwhile, Bean needs to try to get his teammate up. You can see that Soul in front of him was knocked earlier. Shrimzy still just harassing from this hillside. Falcons clinging to this edge nicely.
Saw, what, 34 bullets or something like that left for Shrimzy. They've been fighting for a while and not much left in the tank, as Na'Vi is now going to move into a more controlled position in the lower side of the hill that Gen G's been trying to keep dominant. You can see that the way that these hillsides kind of roll down into the lower section, it's much harder to defend on that eastern approach. It means that Gen G doesn't have
Dare I say it, but
push down in Falcons and T1, or they
Twisted Minds played better with the tab.
I think as Gen G, you're going to lean to this, yeah, for sure. The way the hill
Just saying.
is just a little bit better.
I'm just saying.
What, you know, Navi's
They
going
play better with the top.
at the bottom of the hill, whereas Falcons, you can get a lot closer to them because of that edge. Park Pro going to be knocked here for DK. They are still having a tough time in these fights against Myth and Gam. We will get a point for Sungjong onto Clory. Scappy trying to just hold the line over on this side. Has to prone down. Grenade not really finding any damage.
This is a big game for DK, though. Finding these kills have put them up to 50 points. They are now ahead of JDG on the top 16 leaderboard that we're looking at. Can they manage to take down Myth? Getting a bit picked apart right now as they do have Gam on one side. VC looks like they want to get involved. Falcons has realized the push has come down from Gen G. Just too many targets, but Tiggleton holds the line, gets the flush onto Bean one side of it. Salute trying to come down. D's going to go down. Where are these nades going to land? Salute's pretty low on life, but it's much harder for Gen G to hit the nade on this very recessed hillside the Falcons are playing.
Yeah, ooh, that's bad news here for Salute. He just got that first aid off in time. Oh, here we go. Na'Vi knows that they could take him down, and they're just slamming into the backside. Falcons are like, okay, maybe we'll just wait this one out a little bit. And I think that's going to be the end. Yeah, Gen G done and dusted. No placement points for them.
Na'Vi has a great position. They've got control over about 50% of the circle, except for Stade. He's kind of hiding out over there. All of our other squads outside the circle, except for T1, who's just kind of huddling down in the shadow of this hillside. Falcon's going to probably be moving to contest with them. But Gam, who's had to defend that trench for so long, now has to figure out how they're going to cross the road with Geeky as well as Vicious right next to him.
It's all kinds of messy, that's for sure. I mean, I think VC Vicious needs to make the wrap that Na'Vi just kind of did, but they're missing their timing, missing their window where they could potentially get into Na'Vi's backline. It seems like they didn't have the confidence. Now, Stade is
You want to push a hillside across an open road where Hackatory and Boostic are holding high ground on you?
They just moved back there, though. They had a moment when Gen G was up on, you know, when they're fighting Gen G on the other side of the hill is what I mean. And so they could have come in through there, but they just maybe were pinned down by Geeky or something.
VC, you're making the right call. It's really all VC can do, but it's going to feel real bad.
Oh, it's not easy.
But it might open up an opportunity if Stade backstabs on it. But I think that VC might just go on the hunt for more kills. Tycon keeps looking over at Geeky and thinking there might be a couple of tasty treats over there for him. This is cut line firefights as it is VC at 56 points, Gam at 59, of course Geeky at 52. All just trying to see how many more points they can get away from that 16th place position and get some breathing room, but it is just everybody stacked up outside the circle and on top of each other.
Yeah, the circle's gonna make things even more difficult. Ow! Oh, his car gets in there, does take down EJ. Duck2's going absolutely crazy. Him and Tanbu gonna combine to take out VC. Park Pro, can he do anything else in response? Nope. Tanbu gonna deal with him.
Go signal for one side, but it looked like Falcons want to get involved, but Type is still just holding the line right next to him, entrenched down into a little hole. Boostic also getting some vision on what's going on T1, so they can't really defend this. Gam's going to have to burn a lot of smoke off of those bodies, get something after everything they picked up. Do they even still have a car over there? It looks like they might, and are they going to wrap into where Falcons is at? Oh, man, this is going to get crazy real quick. Good shots come out from Hackatory and Boostic, get the knock on 2 already.
Yeah, things pretty much over for Gam at this point. Indeed, they do go down to your top 4. Na'Vi, Falcons, T1, and Nemesis Tiggleton right up and over. Actually, that was going to be Hackatory who got that knock, helping Tiggleton out a little bit there. Tiggleton does claim the point. Boostic on the other side.
Na'Vi versus Falcons.
T1's run in 4th.
Okay, so Na'Vi's got control over the circle. They know where Falcons is, but Stade is still alive on the other side of this. If Boostic peeks the wrong side of this, he could be punished fast. Falcons having a great game, 9 kills, make it in the later stages. Na'Vi, though, in the high ground. going to be in that 4th place position, feeling comfortable to qualify. Can they close out this game, or is the solo back behind him going to backstab him at the worst moment?
Well, I mean, Stade, he just needs to hope that the Falcons can do a little bit of damage into Na'Vi, and it will open up that opportunity for him to strike. It's just a matter of the timing. I mean, you can use the edge of these hills to get a peek, make it really, really challenging for Falcons, who might just, I don't know if they're going to give up. I don't know how much utility they have left. You know, they could just go down to the blue, but Stade, if he can find that one player, he's going to see some.
Oh, dude, he has the LMG as well. Oh, gee, that's like so great at this stage to try to backstab with. You maybe get 2 knocks off of it. Boostic is going to get vision. Hakatori going to get the knock, so Tickleton's going to go down. Starting to have the window closed back behind Stade. He knows it. It's all about how long can the Falcons survive. Shots come out just a bit too late. 3 players still up for Na'Vi. Stade at least managed to get the knock on the Boostic. Falcons has gone down. It's a 2v1 and just really a rock for cover. Hakatori is going to be playing up to the north. Looks like he needs to get his meds in a better position, but High Ground Fairist might have something to say.
Oh, man. If he could have gotten that knock there on the Hakatori, could have made it a 1v1, but now Hakatori going to be afforded the opportunity to get the first aid kit into play. And he's going to keep pushing forward, has that barrel, wants to put it to good use.
Come on.
The smoke, knows where Stade is. Ferris is feeding that information over. Ferris is going to go ahead and try to regroup. Looks like he might try to use the car to go for a res onto Boostic just to make sure that they keep this nice and clean. Hakatori, though, doesn't even matter. He's just going to finish it off. Great play coming up from Na'Vi. They read that circle perfect.
Well, this is a team that a lot of people had on their radar
back in
as
5.
potential winners here for EWC, and they are making a strong case for that right now in the group stage. They have been absolutely electric, garnering a couple wins here today, and the way they managed the end of that game, very, very efficient, very smart.
Big shout out to Stade for Nemesis, though. Those guys were down to 2 real early, like what, circle 3-ish?
Yeah.
Managed to survive, navigate a very weird circle. I mean, whenever we saw the verticality and valleys that were in play on that one, getting good placement points for his squad, trying to steal away a little bit more there at the end. Also, Falcons, big high kill count game for them.
Yeah, man. I mean, they're just kind of chugging along. Like they're just doing their thing. It seems like they're willing to play this edge game. They're looking for kills. They're doing a nice job finding them. You know, and like Gunnar said, they want to send it center circle later in the games. That's kind of been their strategy here so far. This one, they're able to send it in there, get deep into it, eliminate a couple opponents in front of them along the way, survive a backstab from T1 potentially, even though they lost Gustav. It's a really, really well-handled game.
Rat Race down there in 16th place is getting spicier by the seconds as well. Always fun to see, as we still have 2 more games to look at, and this is just going to be, I wouldn't be surprised if very back and forth down there, as different squads just going to try to get some breathing room away from each other, but it feels like every time they try to, it's just everybody else in the hunt right next to them.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult in the middle of the pack, especially. There's a lot going on there. I'm
Not middle of the pack there.
Yeah,
that is the opposite of middle of the pack that we're looking at there, is some big opportunities for Myth today. Is it's that squad, I don't know where their skill ceiling is. It feels like every single time you're thinking they might be getting close to it, another player just figures out a way to evolve and find something, and it's getting scarier. But like every week, they just find some new way to ruin your day.
The glow up they've had since we first saw them on the global stage as Forest Natural Gaming until now, where their Myth is incredible. Like the difference is night and day.
The way they understood, no, we need that BRDM. They saw an opportunity, got the knock, controlled the area around it, just stole the BRDM, was fine with that. They didn't need to get the kills afterwards because they know that they could use the BRDM to propel them into the later stages of the game.
Yep.
That's how, what else do you want to say? You know, it sounds so easy, but they make it look easy.
There were a couple moments
they just execute so perfectly.
Exactly, and there were a couple moments in there where they just went for like a solo player, got a kill, and then pieced out. Like they were just doing damage around them, creating a little bit of extra space. Like so much of their gameplay is trying to find those little weaknesses in teams, exploit that, but not overcommit to it. That's the important part.
Another big standout to me was Gam, who managed to survive a very weird spot for a long time with so many squads around him. Gam's problem has been surviving, if anything. Their rotates have been pretty bad. So just being able to get into a, let's be honest, a very precarious position there and hold it for as long as they did shows a lot of rally potential for the team.
I mean, Gam is, you know, one of those teams that we know individually can just really impress you. I mean, like, what else do you have to say? Like, they're incredible. They're individually a very talented team.
I love it. There's so much that I want to know about what's going on with Gam. So let's go ahead and throw it down to Colaris, who I believe has Duck Juice down there. One of my favorites.
That's right, yes I do, of course. We have the legend Duck Juice here to be able to talk about things from GAM themselves as they're able to come out of that game towards the end of it. My first question for you, Duck Juice, is, of course, talk to me about the end of that game. You were in a hard position across the road, but talk to me about the team's outlook from that game.
Cái trận đấu vừa rồi á, thì trong cái khúc cuối của mình á, là mình đang nằm ở trong một cái thế khá là khó. Ở phía bên kia đường lận thì mình đã tiếp cận cái quá trình đó như thế nào để mình có thể tiếp cận cái địch.
Thì trong cái quá trình mà bọn em đã phải rất là khổ sở đi bo từ trái qua phải, phải qua trái, và bọn em Glory đã đưa bọn em vào được cái hõm đấy để bọn em có thể vào đạt chung cuộc top 5 trận vừa rồi, và Hảo đã cho bọn em vào chỗ đấy rất là đẹp, và bọn em chỉ cần nằm yên thở khẽ và đợi địch bắn nhau và bọn em sẽ là người ra quét hết.
In the last match, we were in such a hard situation because we had the hard shift from left to right, right to left, and in the end, Lori have to be into an edge that is really have a good view, and so we just lie there, stay silent, and wait for the other to like fight them out, and then we made it to the top 5.
Okay, fair play. And then kind of talking about the bigger picture things here for the overall leaderboard, you're very close, if not already, in that grand final. So what do you think of the team's form right now? Do you think you're going to be able to challenge for the top spots at the Esports World Cup? What's your outlook?
Thì hiện tại bây giờ là theo cái điểm số trên bảng hiện tại bây giờ mình đã đạt rồi, là hầu như là gần như là đạt vào trong cái trận tiếp theo, trong cái chương trình tiếp theo. Thì hiện tại bây giờ mình cảm thấy là cái đội hình của đội mình hiện tại bây giờ mình sẽ có đạt vô được tới cái vòng chung kết và sẽ có kế hoạch như thế nào?
Đối với bọn em thì bọn em đã đạt được một trận vào chung kết rồi, còn 2 trận nữa mình không biết được điều gì sẽ xảy ra tiếp theo, nên là mình vẫn sẽ phải cố gắng cho 2 trận đấu tiếp theo. Và nếu bọn em vào được chung kết thì bọn em mong ra là có nhiều may mắn để vòng bo ủng hộ để bọn em có thể tiếp cận được chức vô địch.
So we almost there, and we only have 2 match left. So right now we all will need all of your support and our luck as well to make it to the final.
Okay, one quick last question. These glasses are so cool. Where can I get these glasses?
You can get it from Chromehurt from Korea.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay, thank you very much, Dutch Shoes, for joining us here. That's them done here for now. Let's head on back to more games for EWC.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go! Tyler 1, you're done.
Okay, I don't know where 7 was. He told me he was going to join me in doing this.
Glitter.
All right, well, that was weird, but at least he's here now. Now, we're hanging out because we're checking out some of the stuff we can do on the floor, right? And 7 and I decided that we might need to set up a little bit of a challenge.
Yeah, I think I want to try this out. I think I'm going to absolutely suck, but I still want to give it a chance. And then maybe at the end, we'll get to challenge some other people.
Yeah.
Want to go first? You want to go first?
Oh.
Okay, you go first. Let's see what you're going to be able to do here. Oh my gosh. This is so scary. Come on, you got to get at least 1. Oh, it gives you a countdown too. Okay. Oh, there goes 1. Okay, you got this. There goes 2. You gotta at least catch 2, right? So about that, yeah. Oh, I was trying to. It's okay. You keep trying. I know you got. Yes, you got 1. Wait, 2. Okay, you still at 2. You still at 2. 3. Anytime. 4. That's not bad, honestly. Now we gotta set this up, and I have to go next. Now that it's set up, it's my turn. Let's see if I can actually achieve better than 4. If I don't, I'm just gonna run away.
I would give you strategy tips, but I was interrupted in the middle of my opportunity. So I think I'm just gonna let you figure it out for yourself, because you never know which one's gonna fall down first, 7. Exactly, and you missed one. It's already on the ground. 2 down. You just gotta beat 4. There's one. He's already doing better than me. There's two. On a roll. Where's the next one? Is it the far right? It was the far right. It's gone. It's gone. You've only got 4 left. You're already doing well. You're setting yourself up for success here, though. Okay. You know, that's what happens. You got 3. That was your third one.
That was?
Yeah, that was your third one. But I had 4.
Dang it. Okay, well, you know what? I think it's time we challenge somebody else. Kalaris, Matt Rim, let's see what you got. Guys, I don't want to talk about it, okay? That's what I want to do next time. I want to have a pen and just chase somebody with it because I was so bad at that. My reflexes are not there.
I don't really want to say.
I don't know. Say how you really feel, Godspeed.
Were your eyes closed?
I didn't have my actually I did have my glasses. A team that was able to perform in that last game was Navi. Navi getting their second chicken dinner today.
Dude, I don't know what it is, Steve, but Navi has just been on fire all day, right? And they've just been calm, cool, and collected.
It's also not lost on me that every time the Falcons seems to get to the end game, so too doth Navi. These two teams. It started yesterday, right? And we get to that game 6. Both of them had sort of a slow start, and then they came up big on the last game. And it seems to consistently be doing that, where the games they think maybe the same way, that they're moving to those good spots. But Navi with the win looking really good.
One thing I want to point out, boys, and it's kind of a downer, if you will.
I hope it's not my
4 a.m. has not gotten a single point in 4 games. That is 4 donuts. We're almost at half a dozen.
You never go full Dunkin'.
Yeah, they're currently sitting in, they're currently sitting in 23rd place too. That was one team that we were talking about at the beginning of the day. That was one of the teams of Sony's story of the day that we were expecting to maybe just do enough to be able to edge it out. But right now, sitting at 32 points going into this last 2 games, they're gonna need some miracles.
Yeah, it's a tale of 2 teams, right? We started the day by saying 4 a.m., T1, same boat, who goes, right? Window was the star for 4 a.m., and then he's sort of fallen off today. T1, on the other hand, stepped up, clapped out, and is doing really, really good.
And it's not just Heather either. Type has shown up, right? The rest of them are also coming to bear, and that's terrifying, right? Because, again, we talked about building confidence in those early games and going into the finals. That's exactly what they're doing, just as Myth are doing as well. As they're leading the leaderboards with, I think, 116 points already.
Yeah. I think the big takeaway on that one, and you bring up this sort of leaderboard, which I think is incredibly important going into these last 2 games, is that we had 3 teams essentially solidify their advancement to the final. 17 Falcons in GAM got the points they needed in that match to put them over AGAL, which I think is where that cutoff line is going to kind of be bopping around. So they should be comfortable going forward to those last 2.
As you're talking about those teams that pretty much solidified that they're going to be going to the finals, we did end up seeing a bit more of a sponge point, something that we kind of been hinting at, especially this last game. I mean, we saw it with Mid, T1, Falcon just soaking up all those points, and it's a bit of a breather in a way to those teams that are still in it from Group A, but it's just so close.
You know who else was actually another surprise, especially now that they have their 4th? Twisted Minds.
Bad surprise.
They have not gotten almost any points today as well, and this is a team that we talked about at the beginning of the show. Hey, Twisted's probably going to be one of those sponges with Myth, but it's not even been the case at all.
Started the day with 69.
We're still in a break. What's going on here?
In fact, you saw Batulin throw down his headset at the end of
Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. We're just waiting for the next game to start.
You think you're going to have a better day.
Yeah, I'll take him a little bit of a while to get started, to be fair.
He's looking rough out there. You got to give him that respect. At least he's here. At least they're working.
Yeah, and at least they get a day to kind of train. And I think this is what we were talking about at the beginning of the day when we were talking about Twisted Minds, that at least they will have now their 4th player.
How are we anyway? While we wait, how are
they
you?
get an extra day of practice with them. And remember, something that you guys told me out of Twisted Minds is that they usually end up starting off slow.
Yeah,
why not start off slow here on the last day of groups when you don't really have to worry about anything? But as we're looking at the overall here, kind of what we're talking about, AGAL, I mean, that is one of those teams that is competing for the club championship. They want to be in the finals, and right now, with the way things are playing out going into the last 2 games, it's going to be a nail-biter.
You see this ticking down there at 61. That's where that cut. Everybody here that we've seen so far until that AGAL should be in a pretty good position, I think, Godspeed.
You say should, and I agree. And fortunately for them, it looks like the cutoff it might be lower. I mean, we don't have that many games left, and we're currently sitting just around, like, I'd say DK or Gen G, right? And Gen G's another team who they've kind of gotten some points here today, but they've struggled in their rotations, man.
If you want to talk cut muster, okay, R8, they're gone. They're dusted, right? So we said there were 2 other teams that AGL had to stay ahead of. Well, 4 Angry Men's only got 32 with 2 games left to play. That means they're almost certainly cooked at this point. And Team Nemesis, which is really frustrating for me, only has 41. So watch, if you're watching for something, this game, watch to see if Nemesis or Sharper goes off with a 10-plus point game. If neither of them does, I can probably say we may have our 16.
Yeah, and talking about the top teams earlier with the sponge point, you just mentioned it too with Nemesis wanting to get those points. And in transition with R8, it's pretty much guaranteed that they're not, no matter how good those performances are, they're not going to be making it to the finals. But the thing is, we've seen it in the past too, when teams are at this point, when they got absolutely nothing to lose, is when they start playing their best. So it's going to make it even harder for some of the other squads that are within that range of making it to top 16.
Yeah, for those teams, it's going to go one of 2 ways, right? They're either going to have insane games where they're like, you know what, they throw caution to the wind, or they're just going to straight fall off and they're just not going to qualify.
All right, well, hey, you know what? We did get away from the Kinija City grid, so why not? Let me use my bodyguards. Let's go, Godspeed. Kinija City grid, out of here.
Managed to grab take here between matches, and we're going to catch up real quick because you guys just solidified your spot into finals after that last match. So tell me how the team's feeling right now.
Obviously really happy. Making the finals is like the hard part for us, to be honest, and then usually we perform when we're in the finals. Less pressure.
Now, obviously, outside of this game, there's also the bigger picture of club championship, and Falcons are the defending champs. So do you feel like coming into these games, there's that added pressure on the team, knowing that you have to live up to that?
I don't think Falcons really accounts for the Battle Royales doing particularly well with the club championship points. They kind of like, you know what, like we should be able to win without the Battle Royale games. So any points we get are a bonus. And if we take that mentality, then it's just like, there's not a lot of pressure. It feels good.
And I love that too, because Falcons are already in the point where they've gotten their 2 top 8 finishes. They just need a win. It could be you guys.
Yeah, I hope it's us. That would be nice. A little bonus.
I think it's going to be a really exciting finals no matter what way it goes. Obviously, Falcons are going to be in it, so make sure you guys tune back in to see how it all plays out.
All right, here I'm down here at the stage with my good friend Avenger. And you know, I've been doing a lot of interview during this tournament with players, coaches, and everyone all alike. But what about interviewing my good old friend? It's your first time casting a LAN in, what, 6 years or something like that?
Yeah, it feels like it's been forever, but doing it with the Parasaur is fantastic. We've been having a lot of fun, and also the first 3 games were absolute bangers today here to finish up the group stages.
Yeah, I mean, what's your outlook on the games as a whole? Like, who have you particularly been impressed by?
So, obviously impressed with Myth this year, how far they've been able to take it. T1 today has been an absolute tear here. The type is starting compared to what he was able to do yesterday, right? So that's amazing. But again, it's so different in groups compared to what we're going to see in the finals, because when teams are secure, they start focusing on other things. They start focusing on third party on teams they potentially don't want in the finals. So that's really what I'm looking for in the next couple of games here.
How's the atmosphere as a whole for EWC been so far? Have you got to look around all the other things that are going on around the halls? Did you get any merch?
Yeah, I got some merch. I had it on yesterday. It looked great. And honestly, the whole expo, the whole arena, everything, it's just such a great atmosphere. You see so many colleagues you've been working with or around for so many years, right? And everything is just, it feels amazing to be here. So also super cool for it to be in Paris this year. So yeah, love that.
I was going to ask who you think is going to be taking it all. However, it's difficult to go beyond Myth, I think. What's your perspective?
Yeah, honestly, the way they've been playing, if everything kind of rolls their way, and also the amount of games we are playing, how dominant they've been this year, it's hard to deny. They're absolute top favorites right now. But there could be, you know, things going against them in the final. Then if confidence breaks, then it's going to be rough.
All right, well, thank you very much, Avenger. Here it is time to head on over to the casters, the other casters. He's done for today. Let's head on over.
The 2 of them together doing an interview talking about who they think's going to win. Myth doing great. I thought for certain Navi was going to slip into the conversation there.
They can't let the EMEA bias go. Yeah.
I mean, I was expecting the Coloris EMEA dance to happen, right? So whenever we're looking at this, remember, guys, I know we're talking a lot. Top 16 go on. The big things to note is there are 2 teams that is going to be Shadow as well as Supers that are not playing today that are still in our top 16, and that is going to be 14th and 15th respectively. Then on the chase back behind it, it is going to be Geeky, Genji, JDG, and then like Toffees was talking about, drops down into sharper Nemesis, and then maybe if there is a big game here, we could put 4 Angry Men in it. So we've got 2 spots dropping out and a lot on the chase back behind it, and it feels like this is just going to come down to trying to avoid the giants in the lobby of squads like Myth.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be tough, and some of those teams that are on the outside looking in that need some decent point games in this one to kind of keep themselves in contention to make it.
Let's go! Second to last game of the qualifications. Let's see what the point cutoff will end up being.
Into those compounds, I think back to T1 sending it against, I think it was Geekay, and wiped them out at the gas station in Miramar. Because they have the freedom to be like, well, we can practice this, or yeah, screw it, let's just try it. We're already in, who cares? That's like the concern.
Let's get straight into this game.
All these things, and then
Oh, I need a good circle for Falcons. Come on. Want them to win a game.
You're losing players when you don't normally in those situations.
December 12th, Team Liquid pretty stacked on top of each other. It looks like they might all have the ideas of going for Palace. Maybe December 12th pulling away. They could just be securing a car, as JDG has a lot to fight for. Team Liquid already feeling comfy, so I don't know if I would make too much of a commitment out of this.
Oh, the circle's crazy.
That can happen in location. Yeah, they're all actually going to drop there. December 12th is going to get the vehicle. That's going to make this worrisome for JDG, in my opinion.
Cowboy knows all about this fight. He had to deal with this often against JDG last year. So definitely going to be something that he's kind of understanding what the JD Gaming modus operandi is in this spot, and they like to get up on this hill early. Absolutely, but I mean, both teams, this is one of the few places where you can get up in these rocks and get some vision. But it's going to be obviously identified there with the vehicle, making it super, not questionable.
Joel Bailey.
I like this from JDG. They have too much to play for, presently in that 18th place position. Team Liquid maybe trying to pick some opponents that they want to not have to deal with later, as a couple of rotates could be a problem for Team Liquid based off of this. So JDG going to cut a path a bit more to the north. That's a known problem, though.
What's the cutoff at the minute? 53.
It's going to be hanging out at the crossroads, and Salute on the other side. So you're going to have to cut a pretty far path into this to find some safety.
And I'm hoping AGAL can get knocked out, but we'll see.
At what cost? It's tough.
A lot to ask.
Actually, there isn't a ton of kind of trash loot compounds littered up in this part of the map. You're going to have to just kind of keep driving.
I don't think they can. I think they're safe.
Not to mention, like you're talking about,
we can all but hope.
T1, not only are they in their default spots of Godok and Yongchun, they're also spread out in some of the trash compounds around them.
What trash is available over here, trash buildings I should say, is Genji has one set of the compounds. They've got Raining for T1 on the other one. It looks like December 12th and crew might be rolling right up to Bean, where he's in the process of looting, and I don't think he's going to be expecting anybody to roll by this. JDG, it looks like there's nowhere else to go. They're just going to hit the tree, jump out. They've got a little bit to work with, but Bean's going to have himself a ton of friends all of a sudden. But JDG, I think they saw this rotate. They're already in vehicles. They're cutting a path up here fast.
Yeah, Soul going to be right behind and trying to help out Bean. Let's see if Gen G is just going to fully commit to this fight. They need points. If they can win this one pretty cleanly in a 4-0, they're going to have a good chance.
This is two squads presently tied, fighting for the top 16 positions. This could turn everything around for either one of these squads really quickly. A couple of shots coming out, nothing cemented in just quite yet. Soul going to go for the upper section of this building. Might make him vulnerable to nades coming out. December 12th not having too much to work with. Cold's going to go down. It's going to be D that spots him out. And now Gen G knows who they're fighting.
Oh, but the shotgun just rang out and took Bean down. So all of a sudden, problems. Soul will claim Cold's point as well. So it's a 1-for-1 so far between these two teams who absolutely need these points so desperately. Grenade from Soul, not going to make it inside of the building window. Going to bounce around, and he's going to also make another move around the outside.
There's a potential storm brewing as Nemesis is rotating. If they hear a couple of shots, and Team Liquid is actually following. They saw the pathing coming out for this. Were they chasing the whole time? They're going to move into a third-party point to play around this. And oh my God, if they get the shots onto D, that could absolutely ruin Gen G's position. It's going to be Heather, though, that they spot at range because everybody's getting involved. Nemesis still moving into the north. Now T1, whoever wins this, they could instantly get dropped out by one of these third, fourth, or fifth parties.
The heck is going on?
Worst case scenario for Gen G and JDG. Gonna throw some blue zones there. Try to keep that door pinned down, and then they're gonna try to use that grenade on the other side. They do get a lot of damage into December the 12th. So he's going to have to tuck in, but he's got a Saiga behind this. Meanwhile, Cowboy finds an angle with the M16, but Heather does 95 damage to him, backs him right down. So that has bought Gen G a little bit of time.
Nemesis now involved in the north. T1 realizing this has gotten pretty hot, trying to figure out how much of a commitment they want. D runs into the building. December 12th, it's going to be on their side. Shotty pops off. Salute gets a counter knock on December 12th, though, trying to keep D up and alive as it is full damage control for everybody, trying to fight just to stay alive on the leaderboard.
Salute now going to realize there's other teams out there. Oh, what a shot with the Panzer. That's Suze down. And Salute clinging to life. Just nons left for JDG, but all these teams.
Team Liquid, they're going to send it in. They're going to play spoiler to it all. They roll right in. Soul's going to have to defend one side of it. Alo knows where the positioning is at, and this is just ruining everybody's day. Soul does get the knock and the flush on the Cowboy, though.
Okay, we've got a chance here for the side of Gen G. Soul trying to make some big plays. Purdy Curdy gonna go down as well. He did take out Salute with his grenades. Now they're trying to deal with Nons, keep him pinned down so they can isolate this fight with Soul.
There was a long distance skirmish that happened with the back duo of T1 in Twisted Minds, so that's kind of repositioned the focus for T1. That's allowed Nemesis to move into another position with Diffex to get a little bit more vulnerable, try to attack this, but Gam's also over here one side of it. Gen G is
Jesus. Nemesis as well.
But not too much. Diffex manages to get the drop on his Soul.
Well, I guess the good news is if you're Gen G is you might have outdone JDG if they're able to be taken down without claiming too many more points here from Nons. Still has that shotgun, and the mortars will not affect him inside of that building, but definitely makes things a little bit more scary when you're having to try to deal with the lack of sound cues because of those explosions.
With all of this, now Geekay has managed to get the city just to the west. They have EJ that's up to seeing if maybe he can supervise. This just turned into a massive pop-off. Nons is just trapped in position, and now Team Liquid really is as well, because Gam's not going to let him go anywhere. You can't even cut to the west anymore with Geekay's positioning. And, I mean, what do? Poor old Nons is just playing for survival, and Team Liquid, they're just roaming around. They're at 67 points and fine with all of this.
And Nons also has that S12. He's got the auto shot behind, so he's a very, very tough nut to crack. That is for sure. And Liquid knows it, and they know that there were so many other teams around them, so they have to be extra cautious. They can't just make that push out into the open without getting some confirmation that it is going to be safe. Now, looking on the map, Nemesis is still in the vicinity, but they're not really totally hyper-focused on this fight. They've got 3 players that aren't really anywhere near it.
Here's the push. Team Liquid getting closer by the second. Nons just trying to play it slow, leaning into the shotties. It's worked out a couple of times for him. Start to hear the footsteps. He's got an idea on the angle of approach. Red zone on top of him might make a little bit more noise, make it hard to find. Diffex doesn't have vision due to the way that the trees are kind of lining into Team Liquid's reposition on this. Sosed's not going to have much either. So Team Liquid has an easy pass to get over next to Nons, but they don't want to overstep. They don't want to feed more points into JDG. The point is to stop them, not let them get anything else out of it.
Oh, and a red zone on top of this fight to boot just to make matters worse. Team Liquid isn't going to commit to the fight. Seems like for now, they're just going to hold the line. They know that Nons is kind of in a spot where he's eventually gonna be forced to make a play. Liquid's still not convinced it's safe, and plus the red zone.
You still got Tanvu back behind you, gonna make it scary. Circle pops, still keeps in a little bit of army base, the hillside to the north of it, a lot to be played over there. So rotate's gonna be coming out for 4 Angry Men as well as Twisted down the south. Navi is gonna try to run right in between this 2-2 split from Gam, but I think they might have eyes a little bit further north, not realizing how hot it is over here. Twisted is going to be following him back behind 4 Angry Men, but Navi, they're running into the wrong neighborhood, it feels like. This is just everybody converge. I don't know what JDG did to piss off everybody. I know a couple of good spots, but this has just been hunting them down. Team Liquid is focused on this.
It's pretty crazy, yeah. The way that a couple teams saw the kill feed and knew that they were both in precarious positions on the leaderboard and wanted to try to knock them out, prevent them from getting into the finals, I suppose, and it kind of worked, so not too bad. Navi rolling into the middle of the circle.
Shotty comes up, doesn't get the knock. That's a problem.
Oh dear.
That is JDG down, and they only pick up 1 point, still sitting in that 18th place position.
Yeah, that's awful because Gen G got
one last game for JDG.
Much in the equation in this game, so
oh dear.
Also Sharper, who knows, Nemesis was one of the teams that took a couple of those kills, and they needed them to catch up to you as well. So a lot going on here.
Myth just trying to run right in back behind Navi, and that's all the shots you hear going off in the distance. Jacob's going to go down. 4 Angry Men's got high ground up on top of Navi. But Myth, just with so few options, just trying to bully their way in through it all. But the center of the circle is just clustered. Everybody getting a piece of Myth right now.
Yeah, Myth is running in between a couple different teams, and they're just eliminated.
Where did that
They
come
can't
from?
go any
Shit.
further. Ferris, though, takes a grenade to the teeth, and he is going to be knocked. Trying to get another one in there. Isn't going to go far enough. Just kind of getting caught up on the terrain. Not able to roll downhill. Shen wants to load up with another grenade to try to take Ferris down. Does get him down to half in the knock state, but no follow-up just yet from 4AM. Meanwhile, they're losing players on the backside. HS gets taken down by Batulans.
Everybody has just gone for such a centered position in this hillside, coming out of Army Base, leading down Indigo Dock. R8's also roaming over into the west. Looks like Nemesis trying to get a couple of shots on them. Every single kill that Nemesis can manage to secure could be big. Already sitting at 2. Sharper is going to be coming in from same pathing. Looks like they might have eyes onto the northern split for DK as well as R8's rotate, but we have seen the fact that Sharper sometimes plays this early game very slow, letting everybody just kind of fight it out and then try to swoop in back behind it all. As this is just, I mean, nobody playing the northern part of the circle paper. It is just everybody clustered center down.
Yeah, Shen is doing a lot of work right now. He prevented the res there onto Ferris. Sparrow down as well. So things getting very, very uncomfortable for Na'Vi and 4AM, who needed a big game. Doing a little bit of work here early. Hakatori, it's actually Team Liquid there, shooting him a bit in the back and has to try to take a pause to get a little bit of meds potentially. Nope, gonna rethink it because 4AM's on the hunt.
I like this. 17, you can see, has called an emergency pickup over it all. Nade's gonna come up. Hakatori's gonna get the knock onto Winda, and any follow-up Nade.
You and Hakatori. Beautiful.
Navi moving around the north.
Oh no.
See how big of a game 4 Angry Men can find. There is an opportunity if they can somehow squeeze it out, but it is feeling bad. HS is going to go ahead and bleed out. Winda's continuing to do the same. Shin's trying to make something big happen. Spaceman on the other side, but they just can't find it. And Na'Vi is just being a beast. They're going to go ahead and get that one as well. And that leaves one player up for 4 Angry Men, and it feels like the dream is dying fast.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Those are really nice mollies there from Boostic. Really covered a lot of that side of where Shen was, forced him out into the open.
Yeah, 4AM are gone. They ain't no way they qualify.
Great play from him that really dashed any hopes, and Geek sending it in.
There's potential points, and that's all Geek wants, right up on top of Team Liquid, who's been kind of the villain of the lobby so far. Alo does find a knock on a Song John. Can he find any more? EG's going to be playing the other side of it. Trying to go for a peek around. Couple of shots. Park Pro managed to find one. See if anything else on the outside of it. Quick flushes. It is just Alo in a 1v3.
No, they go Liquid.
Or actually, just all Team Liquid now eliminated. Fine and good. DK getting those points, impactful, sitting in that 15th place position.
And they were getting a little bit of pressure from Sharper behind them. So Sharper, speaking of, doing a little bit of damage to Gam, but the fact that you're able to get out of there as Geek, you're going to have all 4 up. You get a couple extra points. You're feeling really good now about solidifying your
I feel good. I knew that I would.
Sharper and your nemesis right now.
I feel good.
In front of you, knowing Gen G is out, knowing JDG is out. You know that there's a big point total that you need to get. So how Nemesis has got a great spot that they're playing over into the northwest. R8's going to be one of the closest teams to them. Unfortunately, also going to be next to Twisted, which could be a problem. Sharper's going to put themselves right next to Gam, though, and I feel like that's a much bigger problem given how aggressive we can sometimes see Gam play.
Yeah, the issue for Gam is they're kind of pinned in between 17. We just saw as a P90 in hand. That being said, Tanbu getting it done with the Dragunov, finds one knock on the Sharper. So Sharper, who was going for sort of a barricade of Gam into this next circle, is starting to hemorrhage players just a little bit. The res looking to come through. Geek not going to reach out of their compound to see if they can third party or punish this fight. So for now, Sharper is taking it square on against Gam. 17 as well, pinned down by Falcon, so they're not really able to get involved.
I know that Sharper's trying to play for the late game. That's what they do, but when you're in this position, I feel like you need to get something bigger. It does look like they're trying to set up for it. Earth is trying to defend back the position that Gam's playing from. But you've kind of spotted a lot of the rotates, a lot of the big factors that are going on. 17 now moving could open up Gam to have a little bit more maneuverability room of their own to work with. But 17, where do you go? You passed on the emergency pickup a second ago. Now you're rolling right into Falcons T1 territory. But VC feeling great right now. This circle just popped right on top of them.
Yeah, the problem for 17 is they're going to be underneath the guns of T1. And just on the edge of the hill, though, making it kind of work. They're taking some damage. Vehicles holding on, but that's one down. EN going to rip Wenbo out. Shrimzy trying to take EN down.
Oh, he stole it. Kickstart got it.
just a little bit extra help here as Kickstart actually gets knocked by Raining, so T1's spread formation able to keep Falcons from doing anything.
It was risky, but now 17 is the gatekeeping squad onto T1 and Falcons. GAM having a similar idea. They're going to mirror pathing just on the other side of T1. Far more free, but they're moving right up next to VC. A couple of shots going to be coming after them. Another emergency pickup's been called, and it's going to be coming out from Nemesis. Sharper's going to have to fight their way through potentially DK. That could be a massive firefight, as now Falcons going to have, oh no, it's Heather. Get away from Heather. Falcons, you want nothing to do with this man. He will ruin you.
And I think they realized it. They knew something bad was on its way. They were in a really uncomfortable spot, and they immediately dodged those grenades of Heather. Raining has an AUG to try to back him up. The response, though, not going to connect onto Heather, so going to be able to take the pony, try to get the heck out of there. Will be good to go. Yeah, the backside of that pony pretty hard to shoot through.
Push coming happen right now from Nemesis. Looks like they're going to go after Geek's positioning as well. So Sharper still over there, just one player up. Doesn't look like any magic's going to happen for them either, but Nemesis roaming around the outside, trying to get distance away from Twisted. Not going to find too much. Very solid defensive line. T1 down to the south holding defense, but remember, they still need to get into the circle. Falcons has actually got plenty of maneuverability room over into the east.
Sosa just got back into the game. Just saw him come in with a parachute there, so he's going to be grouping up. Lacan in trouble.
This is going to be dicey. Big firefight between these two teams right now. GK needs anything that they can find. Holding down 14th place. They want to get some space away from everything. But Nemesis, if they can get a roll going right now, they can put themselves back into it. But they need to deal with GK in front of them. Then
Oh!
Nemesis does get the knock on it too. Is this the start of something big?
That is not what you wanted to see. Geeke was trying to figure out a way where they didn't have to cluster behind that tree for safety. There just wasn't anything available. So now big points going into Nemesis's hands. Nice work there by Diffix to find the grenade. Melman able to step right in for the claim of more points, and Sungjang and Akkad have just left.
Rolls right by. VC is going to get some vision, a couple of shots at them, but Twisted going to get more involved. Then walk back behind all of Nemesis. And remember, it was Stade that survived so long inside that last game to buy them a couple more points. See how much more they can get away from all of it. Sosa just trying to stall out Twisted. I think that they want to get away from this firefight. It doesn't feel too good along this hillside. Well, yes, Nemesis does have the high ground. They know that it's a valley over into the east, and the circle's probably going to abandon them. And Twisted also not really feeling too good about this. Going to separate away, go more over to the north, while T1's going to have to push down the south. Circle pops, and it stays right on top of VC.
Yeah, Perfectix does get a little bit of trailing damage, but not really able to connect much there as 17 and T1 dusting it up there on the southern edge of this circle.
Oh, T1 and 17, this could be great.
Knock-snake grenades out towards Xiao Wu. Happy Feet there, going to keep him alive for now. Raining taken down by Tiggleton, so EN Type, the drop shot from Type is good. Takes down Xiao Wu, takes down 17.
Go ahead, run yourself back in, but you have to deal with a very high ground positioning coming up from Vicious, because yes, their positioning is quite vicious. Geeke's got control on angle over onto Twisted. Twisted's going to be more forced to the north. Nemesis, where are you going to go? It looks like they just might be trying to cut east. That could put them into the remnants of Geeke, but Twisted really can't get out of the spot. They've got R8 back behind them. Lou's already spotted out what's going to be going on over there. They're starting to realize maybe we just have to take this fight with Nemesis down the south. Let's see if we can find something. So said, going to shoot a couple of bullets to see if he can dissuade it, while Thanawat's still back behind Nemesis, waiting for his moment.
Oh man, I mean, Thanawat needs to go big here. He needs to get a couple kills at the very least. He'd love to survive later into the game. That might be plan A, but he needs to take the points where he can get them. Is he going to go for Sosa there? No. Sosa just going to drive on by, and they're going to get down around the hill. They're trying to make a southern wrap underneath Geeke's eyes.
Oh, Geeke, what's your defense like? This is a squad you need to hold back, and you need to hold them back in a big way. Trying to get smokes down for defense. Other side, Nade's rolling out, doesn't connect on one side. Other vehicle does find it. Songjong gets a knock. Stade's going to go down. But just two players up for Geeke could make this problematic. They need to defend strong, and Twisted is actually wrapping back behind.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Songjong needs to finish this fast.
Nemesis messed up there.
He really needs to find a way to get them, but he's feeling the pressure from the other side. And here come the grenade barrages from Twisted Minds. He is in trouble. He really is stuck inside of there. He needs a con to go crazy on this side against Twisted.
Falcons are doing a great job on corralling T1, and that's putting them back into this similar path. And VC still has high ground control over it all. Diffx trying to find something. So says that just get the knock. DK goes down. Find finding more points. Nemesis trying to rally. They want to get themselves back up, but they have so many problems. Just one player in DivX now alive, and it's T1 one side, Twisted on the other. That's going to feel terrible.
And there's Tadawat. He strikes and starts claiming points. T1 right on his backside immediately, though. And they're going to start taking players down from Nemesis. They have been eliminated, only at 48 points for them. Heather, grenade in hand. If it's on point, he's done, and he's got it. He just cannot miss today.
Just both sides getting hammered from there.
Wow.
Now T1's going to continue their wrap. Maybe eyes onto Twisted. Nature of the beast on this circle is you've got Vicious, super high ground, a couple of odd rock croppings coming down. It almost feels more like a Stalber ending if you look at the way that this land settles. Falcon's going to be an easy,
Have a look at my
comfortable
pick'ems
BC on the new
this
circle
game.
top. They're going to have 2 other players up, high ground, everybody else nowhere near the circle.
Yeah, this one.
Falcons, yeah, Twisted Minds,
R8, depending on how this all shakes
Myth,
out on the
Angler,
southwest
yeah,
side.
okay.
You guys didn't see that. He was shaking his head really hard at RA.
Input 2-1 in this time.
I would never do that. What do you mean?
Where are Falcons and Twisted Minds going to finish? That is the question. I've got Falcons to win, Twisted Minds to finish in second.
Couple times with that, the grenades to try to finish off aimbot down there. They're not quite all the way through, but probably good enough.
I mean, the quiet day for Twisted, not needing to have a big explosive
Great
day
bounce.
for
Jesus Christ.
I love how well it was cooked. Just go ahead and get the flush out on it. All right, what you got? Okay, AJ, sorry, you've got yourself a nice little position to play for. Dig yourself a little hole there as it's all rock and stone for R8 time being. Falcon's going to have plenty of space to wrap over into the east. Weakened Twisted Minds now has to deal with VC and T1. I don't know where you go. I mean, there's a little bit of a ridge that they can play, but it's going to be right in front of R8.
Okay. Just going to be watching Lou drive right next to them, and yeah, that's easy work for Type and Heather. Not too hard when you're afforded a pretty clean angle and a not super fast car driving by you. VC not really getting involved in this too much. They're busy dialed in.
Question is, can Falcons win this game? They like to finish with a win, usually in the second or the last game. That's where they seem to get the wins from.
He's just got such a great position on this trench. Batulins did find that little bit of a ridge I was talking about a second ago, so at least get somewhere away from R8 for a second. We're back to the sneaky snake and Batulin's last one alive. VC looking like they're going to shift their focus more T1 sided. They're going to try to creep in the circle. R8 actually also getting some vision onto T1. So Falcon's going to have easy pathing all the way over to the northeast. Now have vision onto the back tail end of what's going on with AJ and R8.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons are probably looking to claim this game. Tiggleton going to line up some mortar shots even. Probably going to try to put those on top of VC's players' heads that are up on this mountainside. Simon T, Tycon could be looking at some barrages their way. Ian does scoop up a P90. Scary to see T1 have that in their hands. And here the mortars begin. Tycon gets some good shots into Ian, but can't get the finish. Oh, these are going at R8.
Looks like they're just trying to get him away from his tree. Instead, they give him more holes so he can continue digging. Have tons of different options wherever he wants to hide out at. I don't know. Falcons, they've got themselves that control point to play from, but I love Observers. Thank you so much for showing us the verticality at play in here and why we're not really seeing too many shots coming out of VC. That giant rock cropping over there does lean down into the southwest, so that means that T1's playing it and trying to keep a focus on what's going on with the Tulins, R8, everything else like that. And VC doesn't have the cleanest lines until you step around that corner like Ian just did.
That was solid stuff from Tycon. Knew that he still had another angle that he could position himself into to finish off what he started onto Ian. Was right there to clean up the job. So that's one player down on one of their bigger threats right now for Vicious is T1, who are looking on the outside of this new circle. Are they just going to wrap around the eastern side, but that means they're going to run into Tiggleton sight lines, or are they going to just try to sneak right underneath Vicious, see if they can get that done? Duckmite and actually Tycon there combining to do a little bit of damage into Empty. Who's just trying to find a way in.
I love the fact you pointed out Falcons have left Tiggleton behind down into the southeast to make sure that nobody from T1 wraps around. Falcons already sent also Shrimsy and Gustav in control over the northwest, or actually just due north to see if they can stop out R8 and any rotate. But you can see it gets really complicated over here. They hear the vehicles roll in. How the nade's going to be cooked, they're going to be throwing them AJ's side. So it's going to be Shrimsy gets knocked onto Empty. And good old AJ still alive at his tree for the time being. His kickstart, I think, is going for a full wrap back around. Nope, Shrimsy's going to go ahead and make it easier, get the knock onto AJ. Now it's just Teddy, the last one up, watching his friends die at range.
Yeah, Teddy's just like, well, I can't really do much. Now he's in grenade range of VC, so he just took one to the chops. Meanwhile, Tycon looking to try to steal that point, will do so. Falcons not going to claim it, but not going to be too bothered by that, considering their position on the leaderboard.
Tickleton has abandoned the defense of the Southeast. He's going to go ahead and regroup, so it looks like it is going to be Falcons lined up against R8. Squeaking in right next to Duck Mai is Batulin's still alive, and T1 has actually moved into the shadow of VC's cliffside, trying to find some safety.
Ooh, a brief little moment
They're going, let's go. Hopefully, man. To be fair, he's actually a good tournament so far.
Did take down Type though before he
Be nice to get a win finally.
Going to have to stall out. Actually, Type inside of that blue
He has
zone
been the one getting the
probably
kills.
gonna bleed out.
T1 kind of helping out the rest of the lobby right now, distracting VC on their high ground, having to dodge out these nades. Pretty decently cooked so far, does still get some damage. So you can see every single time that VC has to step away from the nades from T1, it puts them into the Falcon sight lines, and it's two different teams trying to punish the squad, and T1 is intentionally throwing their nades, knowing that, expecting somebody to the north to assist every time that VC has to move.
T1 just barely got to Type in time, and they were able to get that res through. I didn't know if that was going to be possible. T1 being diligent, clearing out all the hidey holes on top of this rock. Heather going to start scaling his way forward. Simon T trying to watch it, has not seen Heather just yet, but a molly there gonna disallow him, and the shot from Type, that was such a smart molly. I think that other molly,
The GOAT. He is the GOAT.
Dropped one on his teammate. Everybody got too excited. It's like, we finally get the high ground. That's such a hard push up onto the top, and it's gonna be Duck Mai now looking up over the rock croppings of VC's head.
Go on,
for
Tig.
so long, and he's gonna go down. But Tulin tries to see if he can deflect.
Tulin's you.
Falcons have control of the low ground, and it is gonna
They
be
know where he
T1
is now,
trying
though.
to see if they can fight their way down the hillside.
That first molly was so smart from T1 because it denies the TPP peek. That was so intelligent from them. A little bit of an oopsies on the other side of it, but regardless, it does end up in there.
Here we go. T1.
And who else would you expect other than Tickleton?
Oh.
First one, a little bit off to the side. Second one goes just too deep to take care of Type. Third.
Oh, what?
Gets Heather.
Getting to be money. Follow-up does get
Yeah, they look good here. They should win this.
some vengeance, finally stabbing back with Falcons, and they just continue to rain them
They
down.
should win this game.
Yeah, how many more
I've got them in my pick'ems to win this game as well.
question. Used quite a few
They like to win the second or last game usually. Don't know why. Just like to qualify in that manner. Like they did yesterday. Obviously, they didn't win the game yesterday though.
I'm not sure if he's got any more. Just again, depends on how many they were able to fit into X amount of cars that they're able to bring with them. But for now, Teddy just wants to survive, just wants to keep himself in this somehow, some way, make a respectable finish for his squad.
I mean, he's only 2 points back behind 4 Angry Men right now, and I figure a lot of squads would take some respect from managing to at least finish ahead of 4 Angry Men. High side of this one, Heather is going to start getting more vision. It's going to come down to the center dot control, which is mostly going to be Falcons. T1 having to move down with VC having a player right down underneath him. He's going to get spotted, though. How much is the peak going to go for? Does it manage to take down Pal? So you're going to keep going for the more bold peek onto this one. Could find yourself vulnerable as the Tulins might want a piece, but I think Sneaky Snake the Tulins just trying to walk. He does pull the trigger, but it's a bit too late.
Go on, Gustav. Right, come on.
Just a monster. And the rest of the lobby trying to see if they can slow
Oh, it's going to be 3 versus. There's nothing he can do.
Find him out in the open, get the knock. Type then using these stuns to try to get a new angle.
Great positional play coming up from Type. They've abandoned that one hillside, using the trench to really push down.
They're going to have the high ground still.
Tig now going to have to defend, going for a couple of shots to see if he can slow down the pacing. Shrimsy still down back behind all of this. And the control
I don't think it's easy anymore, mate. I think they'll lose. I think the fact that they allowed T1 to come down that mountain so easily and not take that secondary higher ground just cost them the game.
And Falcons, 82 points, trying to find more, sitting at 4 right now.
I think whoever made that call has just screwed them over.
That high-low setup there between Type
We'll see. Gustav is more than capable. More than capable. Oh, he's got Shrimsy up. Okay, it's 2 versus 2. I still think it was a mistake to let them take that little bit of higher ground up there.
V2 right now. Falcon Shrimsy still has quite a few smokes left in the grenade launcher. A little bit of damage into Gustav. Heather just gets a glimpse but can't connect for the knock.
Overall, both these squads qualified, but Falcons wants to get some vengeance back. T1 has just been doing such a great job against Falcons over and over again. Can Falcons find anything here? Smokes down. Center control still does favor Falcons as T1's playing right up against the blue zone. Gustav doesn't have much space to work with. This is all coming down. Smokes in the middle. Gustav takes a lot of damage from the blue zone. Couple of shots. Shrimsy gets punished.
What Shrimsy?
Shrimsy does get the knock on type. Feeding the information over.
Oh.
In the middle control. Trying to make sure you can find anything else. And T1 manages to find it again.
Damn.
They just cannot be stopped right now. This group stage has been absolutely incredible from T1. Heather into the 1v1, and good for it, as you would just kind of expect at this point. With the way he's been playing, it feels like
Yeah,
there's no hope.
like I said, I feel like they, whatever the call was, when they had the lower ground there, they should have moved forward a little bit more. They allowed them to get down and take that secondary higher ground, so it's tough from that position. I know they would have been worried about Batulins. GG's indeed. Right, I'll be back in 5 minutes. I'm going to take a break. Back in 5.
Pull that lever and watch the other team's triangles fall into the crusher. So that would be rather fun for T1, I suspect, if they can keep it up. And they certainly look incredible. I mean, some great stuff. And the battle continues between Falcons and T1 here in Paris. They have been going at it seemingly since the get-go. And this time T1 again going to get the better of Falcons.
Not even excited about it, guys? Come on. Oh, okay, well, still having some fun with it. This is a lot of, there's so much to break down inside the game. Do you want to start with Team Liquid, JDG having to make the full run across, everybody in the hunt just collapsing onto that building, trying to see if they can take out somebody that's in the competition for top 16? What was that? I've been waiting for that to happen for so long.
That was a really interesting scenario, and I kind of like it because so many other teams around that, like, I feel like in the old days of PUBG, teams would have just let that fight go and been like, all right, you guys do you. But the rest of the teams are like, no, wait, we can punish both of them. Because they're at the exact same spot of the leaderboard starting that game, so why not? And I mean, for either of those teams, I kind of get it. Like, as Gen G, you have to take that fight at that point.
Man, there is so much to go through all of this. It's just crazy. We still got one game left to figure out who is going to be in our top 16. Don't go anywhere.
On a lot of people's minds always is, who is the GOAT of PUBG esports? Well, we asked all the players to find out exactly who they think.
My GOAT of PUBG is Loki because he's got the most winnings. You know, he's back to back to back to back. He can't stop winning. He's retired now, but I think he's the GOAT.
我认为 PUBG 最伟大的选手算是伍佰，因为他拿过很多荣誉，然后加上他年龄也非常大了，然后之前坚守的一些东西，他能在世界赛完成的，他的状态很好。
สำหรับผมก็โค้ช PUBG ไม่ได้มีแค่คนเดียวครับสำหรับผมจะมี3คนนะครับผมให้คิสแล้วก็บารินแล้วก็สแคปปี้ครับผมเพราะว่า3คนนี้เล่นด้วยกันแล้วทำได้ดีครับผมเจคอบครับเพราะว่าจริงๆเขาเป็นปีศาจที่ถือกำเนิดโดยการที่มาอยู่ทีมเดียวกับผมครับ
For me personally, it's still Loki. He's just every team that he's been on has done really well except for Damwon Kia. He's won, I think, 4 world championships or 3, consistently just the best player. Does a really good job on whatever team he's on, in a support role, an aggressive role, it doesn't really matter. You could throw him anywhere in any era and he's just good. So that's my go for sure.
제 생각에서 PUBG 고트라고 생각하는 선수는 슈림지 선수고 그 이유는 뭐 다른 티글튼이나 이그샘플 같은 좀 슈퍼스타들과는 달리 묵묵하게 팀에서 할 수 있는 걸 많이 해주는 선수고 제가 보기에는 배그라는 게임을 가장 잘 이해하고 잘하는 선수라고 생각을 해서 슈림지가 고트라고 생각합니다.
I would say Kagatory.
because he has best aim, best positioning in the game understanding, game sense.
I pick up the Loki, and one more pick is Battle Wins because he's very smart and I learn to him, so I pick Loki and Battle Wins.
T1 coming in hot that last match. For everybody currently watching at home, don't forget that you can sign up for the Esports Foundation Creator Program. Once again, there's going to be something popping up right here at some point. There's actually wrong way. There you go. QR code is going to spawn in at some point. You can actually go sign up, stream, earn rewards, and just do a bunch of other stuff, which, I mean, honestly, from some of those rewards there, I want to be able to join it, but I can't because I'm currently here at PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC 26. And while you're doing that, don't forget to do your pick'ems. Go to the EWC website, go to the app, and select who you think is going to be moving forward to the finals as we head into our final game. And use that hashtag EWC, hashtag EWC26, as we've been able to see some great memes coming out from today's broadcast.
Yes.
But T1,
can I talk about him
yes,
now?
you can.
Yes. Okay, T1, 43 points on the first day. They looked so good in that last game. I don't think anyone expected this. It's a different type of day to end this. Whether or not we expected it, it has been raining points. These guys are incredible at what they do. I was excited.
It's
safe to come back. It's safe to,
okay,
I mean, it's a huge day. At the start of the day, we talked about it. Yeah, are they going to be able to pull this off? Can they make the big push? And look at them. Look at them now. They're incredible. They're unstoppable.
Okay,
They're
all right.
amazing.
Yeah, all right. T1, they were insane, yes. And the fact that they actually made Path Myth is, I think, really impressive stuff. On top of the fact that finally the boys, the Falcons, Team Liquid, they've made it safe, right? We know they're going to make it, but the cusp teams, man, we are so close to finding out. In fact, we are one game away to finding out who exactly is going to be going to the grand finals and who's going to be going home salty.
And as we're going to be talking about the teams, you know, pull up that overall. Yes, match report is cool and all. We see Falcons, we see T1. Heather is definitely one of the main storylines when it comes down to groups, but this is what I want to see. By the way, top 16, just if for some reason this is your first time tuning in, top 16 will be moving on to the finals. The rest will be getting their keys crushed by whoever is in first place. Right now, it's looking like Myth, but you saw it, T1 making that bounce back, but I want to keep it going. I want to see some of the other squads. I want to get to that 16th place if we can, Tamash, because those squads are going to be fighting tooth and nail, and we had squads from Group A that are in barely, and I mean barely in the cups.
Steve, you mentioned it as well at the top of the show. We're like, these teams are probably out. These teams are probably... Look, Shadow is still technically in the running. But the reason why is because JDG, Genji, Sharper, Nemesis, these teams have had absolute poor days. And I mean, they
I'm back.
Haven't gotten any points at all, Steve.
Yeah,
It's still very open, isn't it? But top 16.
Making that top 16. So 53 currently as the cutoff is absolutely wild. Now, do I think Shadow Esports is safe? No, I don't, because there's a couple of teams on the chase. In fact, JDG now at 51, Gen G at 53. Those both are in that pursuit. But what it means is Supers included. These guys have a very stressful minutes ahead of them. Full Sense is the second cutoff after Shadow Esports. So that means getting past 53 is not enough to guarantee your spot. There are at least 4 separate teams jamming to try to get above that 60.
Dude, it's crazy, and they're all just right on the cusp. 51, 50, 48 points. Genji with 53. I mean, a sneeze could get them in the top 16 at this point.
Well, you look below that, JDG is at 51, Sharper at 50, and then Nemesis technically is at 48, which is not completely out of it. They had a banger of a match. They got some good points on the last one.
It is.
And if we're talking about 53 as the cutoff, I'm
Gonna
just
be
saying
interesting.
there's a world where teams could die without points, right? That happens all the time. You lose 2 or 3 of those, and Nemesis is back in the hunt. So no one is there. There's like 4 teams not out of it, 5 if they get super lucky, but it is going to be a race here at the end.
But we're going to be keeping a close eye too on those teams earlier in those first pages, because if they go out early, it's just going to open up the door, and then we're going to start looking at not just Supers and not just Shadow Esports maybe not making it to the finals, but we're also going to start looking at Full Sense, at AGAL. Those are teams that are currently at 61 points, and honestly, with the way it's currently looking, it could end up being a couple great matches from some of their squads from Group C and Group B, and pushing those teams out.
I agree. I think when we talk about there's a little bit of a stressor for Geeke here. I think they need to come out, and I don't hope they don't play too defensive, but they only need like 3 points to sort of guarantee their advance. But that's kind of, for me, that's almost worst case scenario, because when you land, you're like, do I play this aggressive? Do I look for those 3 points?
How many
right
times
away?
have we seen a team play safe, Steve, and it ends up being their downfall?
I agree. Never play safe. Never go full Duncan. You got to get out there and you got to do your best. I mean, that's a lot of donuts.
Yeah, bro. You're really. Last time it was a nothing burger. This time it's donuts.
Have you seen us?
What the hell?
I have. You know what? I'm getting hungry. Luckily, we are going to be heading into that final game. But now into the final game, right? We talked about those squads that need to clutch up here in the final game to actually do it. The
Need to
thing
clutch
is,
up.
We saw it earlier too. We saw it before this match. We see now some of the other squads start performing. Falcons, Famas consistently now getting towards the end of the game and sponging up points. T1 as well. You're saying today an amazing day. The other squads, they might need to go for broke. I'm not saying hunt them down, but they need to keep an eye out for it.
You know what? I'd rather, Steve, see a team go for broke and just leave it all on the line than just play safe and then hope to goodness that they're going to get the points we need. That's not what makes champions. That's not what earning it here at EWC is all about.
You know, so I think we've seen some of the juggernauts awaken in these last games, which is not surprising. That also worries me if I'm one of the 5 teams on the chase, because if those juggernauts see me in the kill feed and they hear those gunshots and they know that they would rather have Shadow Esports or someone like that in the final, they can come mess with me, right? Because there's 5 teams that are jumping over each other. They're playing the most fatal game of leapfrog I have ever seen, and that is what this round is going to be.
Also, think about this. If you're one of the teams in the top 5 and you see, hey, DNS is kind of on the cusp. Genji is kind of pushing this other team. Let's see what happens. Maybe Genji can get that wipe, because if I'm looking at a team like Supers, I don't want them in the grand finals, right? All these teams that are strong on the cusp that did not have a good group stage. Essentially, if you're on the top, you can dictate exactly how this lobby goes. Myth, they might even just sit on the edge if they want to and just specifically hunt a team. Do I think they're going to do that? No, but the point is the possibility is there.
That leaderboard is going to be moving as we head to the final game of PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC 26. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get our 16 teams that are going to the finals, and we're going to be getting 8 teams going home.
Welcome to the reason why I love PUBG Esports. We've got 2 squads not playing today, and it is going to be Shadow sitting right at the cusp. They're 55 points. Supers back behind them, not playing. 53 points. That's 15th and 16th respectively. Genji presently tied with...
This is gonna get close.
A point one way or the other can dictate your destiny, and you've got Team Liquid looming large in the background after a crazy chase onto JDG in that last game.
Yeah, I mean, it's really important here that you kind of take that lesson that you learned from that previous game. If your teams like JDG, Genji, or even Nemesis, who needs to get deep into a game, who needs to, really have a big moment to try to get into that grand finals, and there's teams hunting. We've already seen it. We saw it in the previous game with Liquid, and then T1 even a little bit kind of sniffing out at that fight. So you had a couple different teams that are out there just saying, we're going to try to deny you because we want to keep, potentially Shadow Esports in the next lobby.
What is going to happen here? I'm waiting to see how the drops are coming out for this. Remember, we also do have the fight for first and who gets to kind of crush the keys. Only 8 points up there, but whenever we look at T1 and Myth, 8 points is either a big difference or not a difference, because sometimes it's go big or go home. See how these drops come out. JDG look like they're going to be right at the end of it all. Slow rotating over there, and of course, Team Liquid just to the south. Maybe a little bit of a fight over vehicles as Team Liquid is sending somebody right into the JDG drop.
Oh boy, that is Luke 12 there. Maybe just trying to steal a vehicle, actually. I mean, you could grab the one that's close to the bridge and then take it over if he so chose. Just wait and see, and that circle is absolutely awful.
Okay, well, George Bull, JDG, all these guys up at the top. Nemesis, get ready. You're about to have to make a quick path.
That's a ridiculous song.
But DK already right on the edge of the, or right in pretty much, I guess, the center. What do you want to call the center of the circle? I guess it's military, but water? Really? All right, Luke, how is the car extrication going? He is about half health, but it looks like he's going to get away with it. So with those shots, JDG, this is such a terrible way to start, because Team Liquid stealing these vehicles just makes it harder and harder for those couple of points you need, because JDG doesn't need much. They just need to get, what, 2 points? And then they're at least up there, and then they just have to worry about everybody else and how their game's going.
Yeah, they need 3 to get ahead of Supers, and then they have to finish ahead of Genji. And if you get 5, then you're feeling really good. Yeah, hello, Gustav.
In
How are
South
you?
George?
You know, it's fine.
Yeah, it's okay.
He's chilling. I mean, he's got a few Falcons players around him. This doesn't matter. It's kind of funny. This almost matters more for Liquid, not to anything to do with getting into the finals, but because Liquid, I think, is pretty keen on messing with JDG from what we've seen.
Really, JDG, I mean, they have to, their whole game, they're going to have a target on their backs. If a fight breaks out, Team Liquid, they're playing with points in the bag, 68 right now. They can just crash whatever they want. And the reason why they're messing with JDG is look at what we're looking at right now. South George, North George squads makes it hard to rotate, especially if you get a northern circle. You're going to be right on top of each other. You're vying for vehicles based off of drops. Team Liquid is playing the long game on this one and not afraid to be the villain if they have to do a couple of things. Not necessarily untoward towards JDG, but I mean,
no, it's fair game. I mean, that's part of the equation there. I don't know what happened to Baron. It's fine. I mean, Myth is. I mean, again, Myth, you're playing for the. You're playing right. You're playing for the key crush spot, like at this point. So that's, I guess, maybe impactful, but.
Look,
at the end of the day,
I'll say karmatic for me, because while everybody else is having a serious conversation about GOATs, they're like, oh, my team. I love you, Myth.
Oh, when they were picking
but
their own
players? That was a cowardly answer.
Yeah.
Cowardly answer.
I'm with you on that. I liked everybody else because I'm like, oh, yes, I agree with that. Oh, Uba, yes. Loki, absolutely. Shrimsy, interesting choice that I kind of agree with because I think he's been incredible throughout his career. Then you just pick your own teammates. I mean, don't get me wrong, Jacob has been exactly what Myth needed to push them into the top tier of PUBG esports, but yeah, come on, bros. Come on.
A little bit more consistency on wins coming out. Myth might have, there's an argument for in the future or maybe right now they're the GOATs, but usually when you think of it, it's like
gotta win a PGC.
That's
gotta win a PGC.
That's what the oat side of it is, right? As now most of our squads are starting to make more commitments into rotation positions, and this is going to be a very small circle given how much water is going to be in play. Sharper's just going to go full Navy right now. T1's got a 2-2 split on Military Base Island. Geek is just going to be to the south of them. Myth's going to have the hillsides just to the north of Military Base proper. Gam's going to go for bridge control, and 17's going to go for the ice chest over into the east.
You're my oath side.
Hey, I was trying hard not to make a joke about it. Thank you. People tend to forget about it. I'm always just matching.
Yeah, I mean, that's like 99% of what you
I was this close to actually having my handle be Quaker. I was like, nah. I think it's technically better long term.
I could have gone with Darth.
Darth? Oh, Darth Vader. That's actually really good.
Yeah.
Okay, look, it's time for us to rebrand.
All right. The Quaker Darth. All right, let's focus in on the game.
That's way better.
Okay. Yeah, all right.
Rotates over to the east. Navi, a little bit of a bridge camp. VC's got eyes on it. VC presently sitting in a good position. Navi also in a good position, but I don't know if VC is going to make too much of a commitment onto the bridge camp. He's got multiple players already inside of vehicles, and that's a BRDM. So Simon might get some damage and a knock, but it's really just whatever he can find. If anything, that kind of lets Navi rotate ahead of you, right?
I think really importantly here, we got to notice that JDG is in an emergency pickup, and there's not a ton that they have to work with. Thank you, observers. You're right on point today. You guys have been amazing. There's like the very southern compounds is basically what you have to work with if you drop onto the military island, but even that's a little bit of a gamble in this. So I think the good news here is for JDG, you've got out of that bad situation that Team Liquid's trying to put you in. The bad news is you're flipping a coin.
Are you really out of it is my question, because usually whenever you go for one of these types of pushes on military base, you want to play that coastal line, right? To try to put your backs to where you don't have any information, you have no idea where anybody's set. But on this circle, because it's still so western laid, that's going to be near Ferry Pier, and you have to assume that maybe somebody could take a wrap over there. So even playing that position doesn't feel good. Instead, you might be dropping right on top of GK, Sharper, or T1 of all squads.
Exactly. And so you're going to have to go way south as JDG, and then are you going to be able to get vehicles? Are there any left on this road? Because if there's not, trying to make foot pushes out in this part of the map can be very, very difficult. And already, December to the 12th, taking a few shots here and there, but they will find some level of stability. It is not the best compound in the world, though.
That is actually really big. That was GK taking those shots. If they had gotten a knock onto one of the JDG players, that might have been a go signal, because GK is presently sitting at 59 points in that 4th place position. Gen G still just trying to touch one more point and get up there. Of course, JDG as well. The gamble right now, think about that. If you're GK, if you're JDG, you look at this circle. of all circles, and you're having to pick, do I stay on the main island?
Do I stay or do I go?
The circles could be absolutely brutal for these squads in the hunt now. If it goes north, 2 squads vying for survival right now could be in a bad spot. No,
And
it could be in a bad spot too.
Yeah, probably. But I think more importantly in this game is the fact that, okay, well, now I have to hold my thought because Vicious is camping a bridge because of course they are. Why wouldn't you? It's a team with Tycon on it. They don't mind causing a little bit of chaos. So Twisted going to have to try to drive around this. They will be able to do so, it looks like. So, okay, I think I can talk about this. So, really important thing here. The fact that Team Liquid was barreling down on top of JDG forced out their emergency pickup really early, well before you'd want to. Now look at Nemesis. They are taking theirs, so they time it with the phase 2 pop, so they have a better idea of if this is going to be a 50-50 or not, so they can make a better educated decision on where to potentially get themselves further in the game.
Gen G not even opting to go for any movement yet right now. They're still over in Rozhok kind of playing around Boatyard as well. Interestingly enough, Team Liquid has moved over to Pachinki. I guess maybe just get a little bit more loot based off the timings, because remember they were next to Falcons. Falcons making the wrap on Fairy Pier. Where are we going? Is it going to be friendly to those in the hunt and JDG and GK? And yes, it is. It pops down to the south. Math favors them, so everybody that was slow on rotate, this is the other side of the gamble. JDG, GK, they went for military base. On the other side, now we're going to have the squads in Nemesis, in Gen G. They're going to be on the chase for the circle while everybody else is doing
Yeah, circle is absolutely awful. I mean, it's like still 50% water even in phase 2. The good news for JDG is you flipped that coin correctly. It came up heads. The bad news for Nemesis is because you, I think, made the smarter play, the safer play. You might get punished for this because you're coming in so late. Now, there is still room on the southern edge, so they still have some availability of space to work with. But again, you're probably not going to get vehicles here as Nemesis, and making foot pushes in this part of the map, hard.
A couple of rotates, of course. Myth and Twisted are rotating near each other. VC also going to be over there, but we're kind of watching the rotates and the focal points for where people are going to be fighting for the cusp positions to qualify. 4 Angry Men also going to be going for a big emergency pickup all the way over into the northeast. Nemesis looks like they've got a focal point right on top of the exact same building that JDG is in, while there's going to be a wrap coming up from Gam right below them. We already saw the Gam will get involved. Big shots come up. Cold gets a knock on the stage to start it all. And Nemesis, you're in trouble. You were fighting for survival. You needed some points. And
Nemesis are going.
That is unbelievable. They go right to the worst spot possible. Melman getting lit up, trying to get over the fence, but there's grenades on both sides. He's just done. That is absolute madness. Where does that put JDG? Tied with Gen G, but they still don't have enough to get past supers.
Oh, we ain't done yet. Sharper in a lot of trouble. 17 just lands in the face. Wu doesn't even care. 17 with one player.
Jesus.
Sharper in a lot of trouble on the outside of this, just watching their teammates fall.
Now you got to play salvage. There's no hope to get back to Tanawat. So the other two players need to just survive, and they coming out from that coast is really, really tricky. If the circle moves away from it, you're kind of just left running in flat open terrain. I mean, the good news is that these days, of course, there's the destructible terrain, so you have some better options than you used to, but it is still tricky to say the least. Meanwhile, Xiaowu will be
SP gone.
17 4 strong once again. Another emergency pickup, this time 4 a.m. going to make their go of it.
Long one from them. Gen G just playing for placement points, still outside the blue zone, playing it slow, patient. Myth Twisted, we saw them just a moment ago kind of bumping up and rotate. They're going to be playing the actual airport itself, leading into the airfields and where all the planes going to be landing at. Navi's in a great position in the circle, GK as well. So that's the other thing to be looking at, is now that GK has moved into that 14th place position, if they can close out any of the doors back behind them. Sharper now in trouble at that 50-point cut line as Falcons going full on Navy. No big need to get into the circle too fast, as they're going to be fine. Emergency pickup, though, finally called for Gen G.
I was wondering what they were doing, because they were out in Narnia just looking for maybe an emergency pickup period, probably just scouting houses. That is going to cut out a lot of the water, fortunately for these teams, so they don't have to worry about that too much more. And Gen G going to be the last ones to the island party. And we'll see if they're able to find anything safe inside of the circle. It's not going to be easy, to say the least.
Oh, there goes Shen.
They're trying to drop in, and you can see anywhere you try to go is hot and dangerous.
This hillside can kind of be somewhere to hide out in for the time being, but the size of this circle is going to make it scarier the faster this goes on and the longer it goes. Gen G with their emergency pickup, not going to have too many options. So whenever we look at this, remember that this is the hillside coming out of the military base proper into the west.
This is mental, the amount of pickups that are going over.
It's also pretty open all around it, right? If you look over in the east, nobody can really play that. There's those couple of compounds that lead into the shadow of military base proper that Navi's got control over. Everybody else is pretty much just going to be playing in dips from this point forward. So a late rotate could be a problem, and Gen G, who just needs a point or two, could fall.
Matt, this is the game here for Gen G. They have to find somewhere to land in this circle, and it has to be safe. Sure, T1, Team Liquid, they're having a little bit of a dust-up. EN probably as Alo dead, indeed he does. M4 going to connect, runs out of bullets, so can't follow through. Curdy will take down Raining in response, but as the UI is there for a bit of safety, hopping around the seats, Cowboy also on the scene.
So this is a problem with this firefight going on as loud and heavy as it is in the northern section. Gen G is going to see that first. Know that they can't drop off in the northern section. Instead, they're going to probably pull down in the south, where Falcons just made landfall, where we saw 17 go, where we have 4 angry men at. It's going to be so dicey over there as Team Liquid still just trying to fight. Get this one out. Heather's going to be on the side of it, seeing if he can get the better of Cowboy, but it's just going to be too big of a crossfire that's been set up for Team Liquid now as they're just bouncing back between it all. Cowboy knows where they're at, but this is the circle that we're looking at from here on out. There's not many trees. There's not too many other cover pieces to play. It's going to be burning smokes early in these types of firefights. They're going to be a problem. As here comes Gen G. Where do they opt into going?
It's by Falcons. It's right next to Falcons. They're already getting tagged. Gustav there can't maintain his footing. He's actually going to drop down, parachuting through. Going to match Bean there. Bean takes a bunch of damage on the drop, and it's going to be Trimsy who catches him.
That's one down. Their others did at least manage to touch the ground, but it's going to be very hard to play over here. More is now coming out. Don't know exactly where they're going to be going. Sharper still clinging to life over here as at least Gen G has their backs into a safe position for the time being. Kickstart is also over into the west, roaming around on the outside of the spot, and T1 now being a little bit done with whatever's going on to the north with Team Liquid has set their eyes into where we can see Gen G kind of playing from.
Feels like it's on to JDG now to be the ones to supplant the supers. See if they can do that as T1 continues to crumble. It is Heather alive though, and we know what he can do even on his own. Over towards our next circle.
Kickstart.
Oh my God.
Gen G.
You have got to be kidding.
You are feeling so lucky right now. GK.
That is mental.
You've got to come down out of your high ground. Roaming Team Liquid up at the top, still kind of contesting up against T1. I think that's going to be finishing out here pretty fast. But it is Heather. Heather can continue to put in work. He's a one-man army in and of themselves, but Nate is going to finish him out. Team Liquid has to make a path down. JDG, GK both have to get into a circle that's going to be really open, man. This is what I've been seeing for so long.
This is really scary. I know, it is pretty funny. It's so slow, dude. It takes forever to get there. But this is so scary for Gen G. You're going to see that coming. You're like, there's nothing we can do about this.
Twisted. They're going to run right into Falcon's positioning. If any of those kills, yes, Soul does get the flush onto one, but Example pops out, gets the knock on to Tiggleton. Can we see Gen G find any of this? No, the angles are wrong as R8's also coming into this angle.
Oh my God, and that's Supers out. That's Gen G in the 16th, so DNS will not be making it to the grand finals. Quite shockingly, Example going to try to set up some smokes to keep himself obscured from his east. He has that MG3. Falcons trying to get into a position to do something about it, but Trimsy getting lit up by R8.
Nothing you can do. This is a ridiculous zone, man.
So close on the leaderboard, Gen G in that 16th place position you're talking about, but it is also going to be JDG with the kills that they found a second ago, tied in 54. SP sitting at 2 players alive at 50, trying to fight their way. JDG, so few options. They just have one player up, and they have to run through Gam as well as GK. GK is going to go for the wrap down in the lower section. That's where Navi's at. That's where 4 Angry Men and Myth are all going to be at. That's going to be a hellacious run. Can December 12th even survive to find anything else as Gam and Tanvu keeps looking his direction?
He's looking for Luke 12. He wants that point so desperately. He's going to get the spot onto him. Not sure if he's going to claim it. Hakatori is going to fall to EJ. Geeke should be good to go at this point.
Oh, everything's stacking up. Myth finding more points. That's going to be big. But where
madness.
This one, 4 Angry Men just kind of caught in the middle of it all. I'm still just trying to see if anything for JDG. Can they find a way into the circle?
The circle is probably the furthest thing from his mind. No. He is just going to camp Luke 12 here. That is all this is. He wants this point so desperately and just has to hope that somehow, some way, Gen G doesn't get anything else, but he's out in the open, and he's done. Luke 12 has him out.
It finishes how it started, with Team Liquid getting the last stab onto JDG, who falters into 17th place. 4 Angry Men also going to go down into...
I'll say it, Gen G have qualified.
So, now then,
actually top 16, pretty much.
Gen G holding on
I don't think think SP can do enough.
But Sharper with just 2 players up, how many more points can they find?
You would think not many. They're in a very awkward spot where they're very spread out on the coast, but who knows?
Well, it's so nice the
Circle
top
settings,
16.
anything is possible. Park Pro gonna get tagged up by Kiss. Kiss using the edge of this US to take a peek at what's going on with Geeke in front of him. Yeah, a bunch of shots ring out in his direction. Is VC going for a lift over there? Yeah, the circle's garbage. I mean, it is straight garbage.
It's still 50% water over here. Gen G going to be in the center of it. Geeke is going to make the wrap down on top of Myth, and Myth is in some trouble. VC needs some more, but this is all low side of the hill, so nobody actually inside the circle can get involved.
Oh, Geeke probably comfortable now into that grand finals. Just looking to try to barricade Myth, do a little bit of damage to our top team from the group stage. See if they can finish them off cleanly. Grenade gets up there, does some damage. The follow-up from Sungjong, he's going to be peppered.
Oh, what a nade.
These kills buying so much
Beautiful
breathing room,
nade.
and that is going to be Geeke continuing to climb. Now jumping over 17 in their positioning. Car's going to be rained down in front of him.
Falcons still have 2 alive.
The circle, it's going to be right next to the BRDM that Navi's been trying to use for some form of safety. It's going to be pretty close to the center of the circle, but it's going to be a tree, and that's about all she got. Tanvu's got some solutions for the problem in front of him, though.
Nice shot there, doing some geometry, and he's got a Mark 14 to boot. This is looking like a nice moment for Tanvu. He's going to get that BRDM for his team, too. This looks like another GAM. Hold the center of the circle despite all the odds and come through with some big points, some maybe even a win this time.
I want to point out that we also do have Lou that's out swimming in the water right now. Well, R8 are trying really hard to kill him. So if you see any sweatiness happening from Twisted Minds, it's just Lou swimming, an example right next to Falcons.
Bro's like, I gotta get the laps in, you know? We gotta get that exercise in.
He's got control over 50% of the
Gotta do it.
right now.
He's like, I just got here. I gotta practice my swimming. You know, it's really important for this.
Go on, kickstart.
Geeke
Get rid of that.
slamming into the edge of the circle. They're going to have enough of a ridge here that they can
Rats.
keep themselves off from GAM's sightline. Right now, Vicious and 17, though, are going to
And
have
you
some
screw
angles
us
into this,
example,
so
screw
they're gonna
their
have to just
game
get
up.
down on the ground and hunker.
We're in a hippie game right now as everybody's up just tree hugging, trying to find
The
some
Falcons finish above them. That is the question.
Approach over there. Simon's going to get instantly dropped, but where else are you going to go? Maybe try to go a little bit further south, but that's just going to be even closer to Geeke. Maybe make the commitment in. Big nade rolls right in, but Vicious is going to get eliminated. Nade's not going to get anything else. So 17 coming alive over into the west is, no, Earth has abandoned his name, and he's decided he's going to go in the water, but 17's going to get coastline controlled. That could be a problem for him.
This is basically putting it out of reach for Sharper, though, because Gen G found one of those points. Soul actually popped up and over and took one of the VC players out, stole one of the kills from Geeke. So it just becomes more and more difficult for Sharper.
Sharper doesn't need a lot. They just need to survive, and it feels like it's going to be so hard at this point. They do have Thunders still alive, just kind of hunkered down right next to the rocks, so he's just playing the math, hoping that it favors him. Problem is the math also favors 17, who's right on top of all of this. You can see they do have one of the Sharper players on the...
What do they do? What does SP do here?
He's literally in the earth.
That's what I was saying. He jumped out. He was swimming a second ago.
Man's living up to his name, dude. Yeah, no, I know. I mean, Thunders is in, but with 17 getting so close, this should be the end for Sharper. I mean, they need 4 more points just to tie into Shadow Esports, and then they're going to need 5 to supplant to get past them, and I don't know if that's possible.
If we get a duel of the mermaids between Earth and Lou, have them fight it out at the end for everything. Gen G just still finding the circle, feeling the luckiest squad on the face of the earth right now as R8 has to push pretty close to the Falcons. Falcons have just kind of abandoned position that they were playing for a second ago. 17, though, this is big. They're right on top of Thunders, but being held out by Geeke. So Thunders just trying to play survival for as long as he can, but he's going to have some very noisy neighbors.
That would be a nice way to at least go out for R8 with a bang, get a win. Maybe see if you can take Falcons down here. Teddy trying to figure out exactly where the Falcons players are so he can use that frag effectively.
Thunder's just double shielded.
Thunder's putting himself in the Thunderdome, but it's about to be not so great. You know, Geeke trying to keep 17 pinned on the other side of that thing. Teddy does find kickstart, and you can see in the middle of the outside of the next circle is GAM.
I mean, if Geeke moves or falls, then suddenly Thunder's position is terrible because 17's up on top of that rock and we'll just look right down on top of him.
He's dead.
So Earth's going to go back into swimming, see if he can use the distraction that Geeke is providing to maybe survive just a wee bit longer. I mean, Geek is doing a good job on, I guess, distracting enough for Thunders for the time being. Jin G hasn't pulled their trigger in forever, and Gam's got the other side of Geek, so I don't even know if you're Geek. There's nowhere to go. You're going to get picked apart one of these ways.
I don't think SB, even with what we're
I don't
doing.
think there's just anything he can really do from down there. I don't think he's getting up. I think he's just going to have to swim. Thunder is in trouble. The grenades taking out the shielding. He gets one, but Xiaowu is going to immediately dispatch him.
No, don't swim to the water. Don't give away Earth's positioning. He's still on a stealth mission. Other side of it, it is going to be Salute finally finding their triggers again. They get the knock onto 17 Gaming. Geek again, still just in so much trouble. Gams managed to build themselves a fortress with the BRDM, and they still have to move forward just a bit more to get in the circle, but R8 still roaming down to the south.
Ooh, okay. At least able to find another knock. I didn't think Sungjong was maybe going to be able to find too much more there. Park Pro's donezo. Sungjong just going to go down to the blue. Geek are A-OK to get into that grand finals, as we can see.
Well,
Both of SP dead.
We do have Myth of
One
course
left.
cemented into first place position, but R8 actually moving up into 22nd. So a bit of climb. No, Earth, you've been spotted.
Oh no,
this could be the end.
Fishing with dynamite.
52 points. Does the redneck fishing get him? No, he's just got to keep
survive.
Go,
survive.
Use Jinji as cover.
Yeah, use the team that's ahead of you in the standings. It'll work surely. How does he find a cove?
He's got himself a little cubby to hide in.
No.
17, how bad do you want to ruin his day? Actually, I don't know. I think it's a big name here. Could be something.
I mean, Wenbo is going to go try to fish this out. Earth should hear this.
Yeah,
He's got an AK. That's a decent gun, but no, he doesn't want to fight. He doesn't want to stick around.
I mean, he can just keep going aquatic. A couple of shots. The water is going to eat enough, but okay, how well are you going to cook this? Nate looks like it's on trajectory. Oh, doesn't get a lot more, but gonna jump out, still be safe.
Molly's still work in the water.
I'm Molly proof. Run away. Continue to get to safety. It is just
Earth is the last airbender here. He's using water, fire, everything.
Salute's just watching like, what is happening to the north? He keeps shooting at 17 players. And he's like, what are they shooting at? It's not me.
I don't know what's going on. I'm just chilling.
Oh, no, D!
No, D!
Earth's dreams
What a
That's
ruin.
it for Sharper. They will not find themselves into that.
Lou just got a care pack.
We have it all established. We know where the cutoff will be, and it will be Shadow Esports. Well, let's have some fun with this one. Tanvu with that Mark 14. I want to see him sing with this.
Jinji's got a great position. Can they take the last game on top of surviving and getting into that qualification? Salute's gone down one side. 17 making the push in. Gam's got control of land on one side. But while we have lost one mermaid, we still have another. Twisted Minds. Lou is still alive. Other side of this, R8 also on this little bit of a climb of their own. They've still got a lot of players up in control of the south.
Genji losing players here and there, so that might have afforded Lou the opportunity to make landfall and try to find a way up here. Not exactly sure.
I don't even think R8
does have
comes
some
at
room in
1,
this circle
2,
to
3.
find a way up for sure. Teddy doing some nice shooting there. Tanvu goes for the spin, but will be sent out most likely. Looks like there's enough of a edge there.
No, they'd have to kill everyone. They've got no chance.
Unbelievable. He has a P90. There was a crate out in the water that he went and got.
Just PUBG.
But I mean, there's money involved, isn't there? So
17 up to the north, and it is R8 now that's getting the focus of everybody. Tian is going to get the knock on a Hong F. So 17's going to leapfrog up. Tian's going to go and try to get the res on a Winbow, and now Lou is looming on the rocks below it all.
4 AM at the bottom is mental.
I think it's a little bit more to his right, east, however you say.
Do you think he uses Fruit of the Loom underwear?
Oh. See, I was going to go with he's opting for, I guess, more of a pacifist fight in lieu
Oh,
of shooting.
that's good too. That one's good. I like that. I like that one. Yours is a little less crude than mine.
I'm just having flashbacks. So, what was it, Evermore over here in these rocks? I think
yeah.
Years upon years ago.
Years ago. Yeah, that is old PUBG. Love it. I love it. Well, I think this should be R8's game. I think. But
how much
hard
can
to
they
say.
get? I mean, yeah, they're not going to qualify.
No,
it,
I don't think that's possible.
That's a big
1,
come up
2,
at the
3,
end.
4, 5. That'd be 48. Plus, they can get another 6 points. Well,
maybe if they kill
you know what?
everybody.
Actually, wait a
Five.
minute.
I'm trying to do the math on this 5, and then we got another 9.
They can get 6 more points if I'm not mistaken. I think they could do this. But they have to get all the kills.
They have to get all of the kills.
I think there's like
no, they can't do it.
Gen G, but they can pass. They could maybe pass Shadow. No, wait, no.
Yeah,
They can't. They can't.
They can't do it.
Trying to do the
It's not possible. Not possible.
They had to kill the other team.
I hate doing caster math. I absolutely hate it. is the worst thing in this job, trying to figure stuff out on the fly. It's not possible. I'm like 90% sure. Because I think the most they can get is 11 more points. And
yeah, I'm trying to remember where the cut lines were.
it's
Yeah,
55, so they can't. They're 1 point short. Sad. I thought you had me hoping for a moment. I'm like,
oh, that flush that happened a second ago. Whenever they got the knock and it was stolen away. Oh, man. All right, well, that being said, R8 trying to wipe everybody is also going to be pretty hard given the fact that Gam and 17 are closer to each other than anybody else. And I feel like Lou may die to the blue. So while all the caster math could be a thing, the factors are really the teams are too close to each other for R8 to get much. Well, okay, they at least managed to get one out of that, as Gam is going to get eliminated, but 17 is going to find the other side of it, pick up one of their own. 17 having a massive game, all considered 8 kills right now and still fighting their way forward, as it is going to be them over into the northwest. Down in the southeast, it's going to be R8 and good old Lou living the, I guess, the beach life.
Wenbo's trying to see where exactly Lou is, and then he's going to reposition up to the high ground. He takes a little bit of damage from the blue to do so, and he can't really sit there too much longer. This has to be kind of clean, can be kind of tricky to get up those rocks sometimes.
And this is so great for Lou. You know, he's kind of jet lagged, having just arrived. He doesn't have to pull his trigger too much. He just gets to kind of watch what's going to be going on. 17, if they play along the rocks, going to have their own problems. Ooh, blue zone going to take down Wimbo, and he's going to go ahead and get flushed by gravity. Uh-oh, Tian, he's spotted.
Not like this.
Don't peek up there, Lou.
No, don't do it.
I mean, there's so many players in front of you. You got to go for it. MT wanted to go for Lou, but he's just trying to hold his breath down there. And can he out-survive anybody else? R8 wants him.
Yeah, let's see if they can find another kill. Lou does make landfall. Goodbye, Tian. Now all eyes will be down there. Lou's got one. Oh, he's finished off.
There you go.
Well done. Can't Lou just stay in the wall the entire game. Crazy stuff. Crazy scenes at EWC in Paris. Anyway, we know who the top 16 is. I'll be back tomorrow from 11:30. I'll let you watch the final bit where they crush the tokens. As soon as that's done, I will end the stream. Thank you for watching. Appreciate you all. I'll be back live myself personally at 7 PM tonight for PUBG Battlegrounds myself, where me and Subways attempt to get to master.
But the circle said no. I know.
They wanted it so bad. R8 on a climb of their own. A lot of these squads that were just trying to get to the top 16 fight so hard. And now they have their dreams dashed as this is our squad. Bottom of the leaderboard and 4 angry men. I'll say unexpected.
Yeah, I mean, with what 4AM has kind of been able to accomplish so far this year, I thought they were a good shout to at least get into the grand finals. Definitely disappointing for them once again that they just can't kind of come to some of these international events and live up to expectations, live up to the hype. Yeah, just a nice moment there, at least for R8. Getting the win, still something to be proud of.
A little bit of sadness for JD Gaming because they were trying there at the end, but it was just everybody and everything uniting against them. And I will say this, for anybody that plays in PUBG, if you're like, oh, well, people were bullying this and they were fighting this and it's so unfair, every single player in a battle royale will tell you, if I didn't get the points by the last 2 games, it's my fault I didn't qualify. I should have got them early.
Yep, no. Every player will tell you that there were points they left on the table in other games that they should have had, and that's why they weren't able to get it done, because they weren't in a position in that last game to just kind of freely play. They might have to press for some points to try to do things they normally wouldn't do, whereas they didn't capitalize on opportunities in previous matches.
If you keep yourself in an exploitable position, sooner or later somebody is going to exploit.
Exactly.
Is what it comes down to. And unfortunately, it was just for JD Gaming. They just bounced too many times into Team Liquid. But I do love Team Liquid, who sometimes we have called out for being a bit too passive, trying to take more control over their own destiny.
Yeah, no. I like the way Liquid played the end of this day. You know, once they had that finish on Miramar where they were pretty much secured, that's when they got active on the map. That's when they started picking on teams. And frankly, the fact that they kind of started to focus on JDG there actually made things really uncomfortable for JDG and put them into some bad decisions that they had to make that they normally probably wouldn't have to.
Watching our mermaids in action now, relaxing. I mean, arms back, trying to kick back and relax, breathe a little bit more is, I mean, yeah, that game was super stressful for the mermaids, right? Well, I mean, at least it was for Earth.
Kind of much more for Earth. I think Lou was vibing. I think Lou's like, sweet, I got a P90, that's cool. Like,
okay, what's better, Lou P90 swimming or kickstart BRDM from all the way around Ferry Pier.
Yeah, I like both. It's hard to pick.
Different vibes at different times.
That's right.
It's we're commenting about the livelihood of the last game, while you can see the sadness in the eyes of those that just a little bit too late.
Just so close. I mean, now you're going to look at this, and you were 3 points away from Shadow at the end of this as R8. Like, again, they're going to be kicking themselves. They're points they should have had in previous games. I think back to that last Tego, where they maybe could have got a few more points, you know, if they were able to take a better fight against VC or Falcons or something like that, where it could have been a very different story.
And it was so hard. I mean, whenever you have squads that are just monuments to destruction right now in Myth and T1, running amok on lobbies, Na'Vi finding successes all over the place, Twisted playing with their coach and having a phenomenal day one. So many points that were just denied by these guys, having a massive climb. Double the points of the squads just trying to qualify.
Yep. No, I mean, it's insane, the top of this lobby. You know, big time shout out to Falcons, who played really, really well. 17, who had a glow up day today to give themselves a really nice shout into that grand finals. GAM as well, just kind of keeping on. Not the most explosive performance from them, but still very steady stuff, and they're able to make some tough situations work, to have some really cool highlight moments. Clory's had a cool one with the Panzer earlier today.
Okay, well, we have seen the sadness in the eyes of the squads, but now it is time to throw it to Myth and Barney, as they're going to crush their keys and their dreams.
Oh, words couldn't be truer. Crushing keys, crushing dreams. But first, I'll have a quick conversation here with Myth. Congratulations for such a dominant group stage. I just want to quickly ask you guys, how do you feel about the team's performance, about your individual performances as well? Was it all good, or were there things to still work on ahead of tomorrow?
ก็ขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยครับสำหรับผลงานในวันนี้นะฮะอยากถามว่าตอนนี้เนี่ยรู้สึกยังไงกันบ้างครับผลงานตอนนี้แล้วก็เพอร์ฟอร์แมนซ์ตอนนี้ฮะรู้สึกว่ามันดีแล้วหรือว่ามีอะไรต้องปรับปรุงเพิ่มไหมครับ
ก็คิดว่ามันดีแล้วครับผมแต่ว่ามันยังดีได้อีกครับ
Yeah, I think that it's good but not good enough. There's still something that has to be working on.
Okay, well, fingers crossed you'll be able to fix it ahead of tomorrow. Now, tomorrow the stakes do get higher. Everything resets as well. So how are you guys going to stay focused and stay composed going into the grand finals, especially if there are things to work on?
ก็เมื่อสักครู่บอกใช่ไหมฮะว่ามีบางอย่างที่ยังต้องแบบว่าไปจัดการหรือว่าไปนั่งศึกษากันใหม่นะฮะอยากถามว่าพรุ่งนี้เนี่ยทุกอย่างมันจะรีเซ็ตแล้วเราจะทำยังไงกันบ้างฮะกับพรุ่งนี้รู้สึกว่ามันกดดันบ้างไหมหรือว่ารู้สึกกันยังไงครับ
ก็ยังคงต้องทำให้ดีเหมือนเดิมครับกดดันก็อาจจะเพิ่มขึ้นมานิดนึงครับผม
Yeah, of course there's gonna be a little bit of pressure like coming up to them, but we have to keep moving on, giving everything we got as usual.
I mean, it feels like quite a somber, quite a relaxed atmosphere right now. However, now is the time to celebrate, okay? Because you've placed the top spot in the group stage, so follow me, gentlemen. This is time for the fun bit. Come on over here, come on over. And I want you to climb up here, mind your feet, no tripping. Let's get up here. Welcome to the Crusher. Step on up. Okay, so you're going to crush some hopes, crush some dreams, and crush 8 keys of the eliminated teams from the group stage. And so, first and foremost, can I get you please to press that button?
รบกวนกดปุ่มด้วยครับ
Okay. Now, Jacob, I would like you to gently pull on this and say goodbye to the keys. Is there anything you would like to say to the eliminated teams?
ก่อนอื่นนะฮะก่อนที่เราจะส่ง The Key ของทุกทีมลงไปนะครับผมมีอะไรอยากจะฝากถึงทีมที่ตกรอบบ้างครับ
ไม่เป็นไรครับผมรายการหน้ายังมีนะครับผมเป็นกำลังใจให้ครับ
GG nice try hope to see you guys in the next tournament
Okay, GG, nice try. Jacob, it's time to pull on that lever. 3, 2, 1, go for it. Woo! And that right there crushed 8 keys out of the tournament, and now just 16 remain in the competition. Oh my goodness, what a 3 days it has been, but we've got the grand final starting tomorrow. So for now, we're going to head back over to the analysts to carry on.
Aha, okay, all right, well, as Barney says, 16 teams only remain here. Kind of crazy to think that overall China's only able to send 1 team into that grand final, but of course at the very top, Myth as well as T1 looking spectacular. But in front of me, I have two very familiar faces that I'm going to be talking to about everything that's going to be going on in that grand final. To my left-hand side, Shrimsy from Falcons. To my right-hand side, Batulins from Twisted Minds, the club champions and the PUBG Battlegrounds EWC champions. Gentlemen, going into this grand final, of course, last year we had it extremely close. It was down to the wire, the very last game. Twisted Minds was able to take it. I'm going to start with Shrimsy first. How do you think Twisted Minds here in 2026 is going to fare in the grand final?
I mean, they better put their coach back in because they had no points today. So it's not looking good for Lou. You know, maybe put the tab back in, put them on an EMT, and they'll be good to go.
Batulins, the same question. How do you think Falcons may do in this grand final?
Well, they're from the weakest region ever from Americas in the PUBG history, and also the weakest team in TPP, only playing LAN tournaments because of GPD. But I wish them luck still.
That was unexpected. Okay. Well, that is definitely one way to start things off. Overall, though, you guys were fighting in this last game as well. Any kind of final thoughts on that last game?
It's all slob. Everything's slob. You know, we're just trying to get points out here. We're down bad.
Batulins, I guess same question. Example was arrived for a while. Lou was doing some good swimming. Are we going to see more of that in the final?
Well, I mean, it's the only good thing he did today. So maybe we should consider like option to get back to the top. Yeah, maybe he was right, just a little bit. Yeah, but it's still fine. Yeah, not the best day from us, but like we are in the finals, and that's the most important thing.
What do you think the chances are for a back-to-back Twisted Minds EWC victory here?
Yeah, it would make sense. We are a pretty good team.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. So final question here for you, Shrimsy, before we kind of move on as well. Obviously, Falcons, there's a lot riding on you guys. You are obviously the defending club champions and how all that goes. Do you think that there's going to be a significant number of points here? Obviously, you've got Gustav now in. We've had him, you know, throughout the PGSs and stuff like that. Is this the roster to be able to take you to number one?
Of course, it's EWC, and we always show up in these events, the big events, except for PGC sometimes. But yeah, we're feeling good. I think we made a little bit of a statement today. You know, we were on the edge a little bit, and we got good points, and we're here to win. So we're gonna do that.
There you go. All right. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Hey, shake hands. May the best man win in the final, of course. These two teams, alongside 14 others, will be going head-to-head in that grand finals. It is going to be a banger here across the next 3 days. We're going to send it back over to the studio to get everything under wraps here for the finals of the group stage.
Let the smack talking begin, because that's exactly what I wanted to hear out of this players. We're done with the group stages. We know which teams are going to be moving forward, and I can't wait to see what those finals are going to be like.
You know, we don't always get smack talk. James Kalaris was shocked that Shrimsy went so hard on him, but he's right. I mean, it seemed like Lou spent the whole night flying and the whole day swimming, and then the rest just running, because he didn't really have that big of an impact. But it doesn't matter. It's Twisted Minds, and you know what? The good news is the scores reset tomorrow, and that means everyone has to do it again from the jump.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Batulins. I think, you know, Twisted Minds is just a pretty good team at this point now. I think they're just human now. I don't think they're that great.
just give them extra time.
And you
I'm still going back to what you guys told me. Slow starters, so that's what I'm going to go with. If not, I mean, we heard them say that it could, maybe their coach could be put in.
Listen, I'm willing to do some more roasting, okay?
Go for it.
4 a.m. I think they got 4 points today. It's in the moniker of the name. Listen, China came here with 5 teams, okay? Only one of them made it to the grand finals, and that's going to be 17. So, China, where are you at?
Yeah, well, I mean, on their way to the airport, I guess is the answer.
I guess so.
I will say, I do want to give props to a team that really impressed me here on the back end, and that was R8. This is a team that had 10 points coming in today, and they busted their backsides, man. They came out 42 on the day. For a couple of players that a lot of people don't really know that well outside of maybe Teddy, they were fighting tooth and nail right up to the last moment, and you saw them gutted because they were only 4 points from passing Shadow and getting that qualification spot.
And talking about Shadow, baby. Shadow Esports, I get a chance. I was the only, well, actually, to be fair, you know what, Toffees, you got me on that hype train. You were like, Shadows? I think they might end up surprising us. Boy, did they end up surprising us as they were able to qualify with those 55 points.
You know, I said if they had a good first day, it opened the door for them to make that run. And I did say, I thought I was skeptical about day 2. It could be the worst day of their competitive career, and it wasn't a great one for them. But today is now the best day of their competitive career because they did enough yesterday to make it into the top 16, which means they get to play with the big dogs when it comes to the final.
And regardless of what happens in the finals, whether they do really well and surprise us there or they kind of flounder, the point is they're going to get a lot of experience, and that is so important. Coming into a tournament like this with stacked teams, the best teams in the world, the opportunity, the prize pool that they're playing for here, it is just incredible. To see them going into the grand finals, I think is a truly special thing, and they really need to cherish it regardless of the outcome that happens for them.
They do, and the beautiful thing is that when we go to finals, you guys said it, the leaderboard is going to reset. Everybody's going to be starting off at 0. We are going to have 3 wonderful days. The smack talking already started. I can't wait to see what else we're going to be seeing. And before we even just end it here, going into the finals, is there one team that you're going to be looking at? I mean, obviously, Myth, we saw what they were able to do. We saw what they're capable of, even in PGA 6. But there's a lot more teams that were honestly able to surprise here.
You know, a team that I'm going to have my eye on, I've watched them all year. I've said I think that they are the future of PUBG is going to be Na'Vi. They came out today. They put up some big numbers. They worked really hard. I think they ended up in 3rd place at the end of it all. And they are a team that, like, they, even when their backs against the wall, seem to be able to cut loose and go for those crazy 1v2, 1v3 point salvages, but also know when to hold back and wait for the right moment. I respect the patience and the class as well as the punching power.
I love the way Na'Vi plays their macro. I am a little worried that they're not going to accumulate enough kills, especially with teams like Myth as well as T1. Oh my goodness. Look, they may not have won, but it was only by 9 points. They also came in kind of late, right? They didn't have the craziest day one the way Myth did, but my goodness, did they put rubber to the road, and they got so many points. Heather, disgusting. Honestly, this is a generational tournament for him because his performance is just out of control.
And I'm glad you mentioned Heather. We mentioned in day 1 Kiss, the performance out of him. In day 2, especially towards the end, it was Tig. I'm hoping all the PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC 26 Superstars are going to end up showing up into the finals. And don't forget, tomorrow, the finals do start. Make sure you tune in, put on your alarms, and we'll be keeping a close eye on all those social medias you guys are sharing using the hashtag EWC. It's been a pleasure being here through the group stages, but tomorrow is finals day.
history compiled. The ball hits the net, the fans jump and shout. No room for worry, no room for doubt. From the field to the finish, a beautiful game. Call up the crew, let's all scream your name. From the football field to the open sea, there's a whole world out there waiting for me. Drop a line in the water, a peaceful escape. Lost in the rhythm, a beautiful landscape. From the river to the road, the journey's the prize. Travel till morning beneath the bright skies. This is our anthem, or dance to the beat. With fishing and football, we can't be beat. Engines revving, the highways a blur. New sights, new sounds, all a beautiful stir. Different cities.